Navigating Global Trade, 3 Insights for Leaders at netsuite.com/Ramsey.
Hey, you guys, more than 100 million Americans have medical debt, which shows that families need more than just coverage. They need community. That's why I love Christian Healthcare Ministries. CHM is a budget-friendly alternative to health insurance, and they've paid over $12 billion in medical bills. It's where your faith and your finances agree. With CHM, there are no networks, and programs start at just $98 a month. So go to chministries.org/budget to learn more.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. The Dragon Bravo fire grew more than 20,000 acres overnight, and it is spreading down into the Grand Canyon. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the news center to tell us what the conditions are like.
The wildfire was sparked by lightning on July 4th. It now sits at more than 90,000 acres on the North Rim, but dropped to just 4% containment. James Ray with the Southwest Area Incident Management Team explains weather conditions are not in their favor.
It's dry and windy, no chance of moisture any longer in the forecast. Today is supposed to be even hotter and drier than yesterday, and really no reprieve for firefighters in the near future.
The Dragon Bravo fire is now the 10th largest wildfire in Arizona's history. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
KTAR News. Water Watch.
The bipartisan Ag to Urban bill, which allows farmers to sell their land and groundwater rights to housing developers, has officially been signed into law. And Buckeye Mayor Eric Osborne calls this a win for home builders, the state's water supply, and the future of cities like his.
This law creates a thoughtful, voluntary path for agriculture landowners who convert their land while preserving groundwater and ensuring sustainable development.
The law is expected to save 10 million acre-feet of water over the next century. Former Vice President Kamala Harris announced in a statement that she will not be running for governor of California in 2026, saying for now her leadership and public service will not be in elected office. ABC News political director Avery Harper has more.
She said she is going to continue to speak out about issues that she cares about. She's going to help Democrats try to elect other Democrats in states across the country as we approach the midterm year, and her involvement is going to be important as Democrats try to regain some power in a Washington where they have very little.
A Danville, Virginia city councilman is recovering after being set on fire in a shocking attack at his workplace. Police say a suspect entered the offices of Showcase magazine, doused Councilman Lee Vogler with gasoline, and set him on fire after Vogler attempted to flee. Here's magazine owner Andrew Brooks.
Lee is awake and talking and en route to the Burns Center in Lynchburg. Our hearts and prayers are with him.
The attack's not believed to be politically motivated, and it may stem from a personal matter. Commuters have a new incentive to use public transportation or cleaner alternatives.
Share the Ride, an enhanced app launched by Valley Metro, offers new features to make rides smoother for users. In addition to tracking trips on Valley Metro, people can now become a reward program member. You can get deals from local businesses by logging when you carpool, telework, bike, walk, or use public transportation. For more information, head to sharetheride.com. Jania McFarland, KTAR News.
The Arizona Cardinals have announced the launch of the Arizona Cardinals Foundation. That replaces what was called the Cardinals Charities. Principal owner of the Arizona Cardinals, Michael Bidwell, joined Arizona's Morning News to talk about what comes with this new change.
We wanted to restructure Cardinals Foundation and restructure our efforts and focus all of our efforts on the Arizona special needs community.
Bidwell adds that approximately 1 in 20 individuals in the United States is personally affected by intellectual and developmental disabilities. Time now for a check on traffic. Let's go to Bill O'Neill live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Yeah, Becky, getting word of a crash right now southbound Loop 101 and Union Hills Drive. Also a crash working at McClintock Drive and Weber Drive in Tempe. And then we do have one more at Central Avenue and Dobbins Road in Phoenix. Traffic is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Don't wait. Get a financial advisor you actually like and trust. Claim your free for portfolio review now at assetpreservationwealth.com. Bill O'Neill, KTAR News.
We're going to be around 111 today, 111 tomorrow, 112 Friday, and 113 on Saturday. Some extreme heat warnings on the way. Little chance of rain by tomorrow and Friday. That's a very slight chance, though, about 10%. Right now in Gilbert, we're up to 109 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
America! 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 Did you see that we won the trade war?
Against who?
Yes! Exactly. We won!
Was there a chance we would lose?
America!
You're really vicious with the "k" part.
We did it.
Yay.
I think we are undefeated in wars against ourselves that we start. See somebody else beat that. Huh? Nobody else is able to.
Okay.
We did it. Looking at the trade war that we started against ourselves, according to Axios, President Trump is winning what he sought in pursuing a global trade war. A series of deals-ish that are resulting so far in big concessions-ish by major partners.
Well, that is good.
New revenue for the federal government and minimal upset to the U.S. economy or the markets.
Okay, I would say that is good.
We won.
If we're getting good deals.
Done.
And
game over.
Economy's not
We're
upside
done.
down.
Stop. Done.
Hey, Chris, all the experts out there who said doom and gloom is going to come when these deals happen.
Yep.
They're wrong so far.
Losers.
Yeah.
Yes. Good.
Yeah, that is good.
Yep. So
we're done, right?
I wonder why they thought that this could be bad.
Who? Economists?
The losers.
well,
because obviously President Donald Josephine Trump said, John Trump, right, said, and I couldn't remember, said, this is the smartest, most brilliantest thing anyone's never thought of doing.
Yeah.
And the economists were like, yeah, there's a reason we didn't do that, because holy smoot. And we learned that by increasing tariffs rapidly, then all of a sudden we will plunge ourselves into a bad scenario.
As somebody who's neither usually winner or loser, I will try to defend the losers. Joe Huizenga, defender of losers.
Indeed, go on.
And say, I think they were more worried about the long-term effects.
Whoa, we already won.
In the short term.
Won.
We're winning.
Oh, okay.
But isn't it you win the battle, or what's that expression with battles and
war? You can win the battle but lose the war?
Yes. And I think the war still has an unknown outcome.
So is it premature to say that for Axios to declare that we've won?
Yeah.
I mean, they do say Trump is winning trade battles, but the war, they say, we'll see. Here's part of the trouble that I'm having with even accepting that we've won trade battles.
Really?
Because what do they always say? Do you know where the devil hides?
The details.
Yeah. Do you know what the longest trade agreement is as far as pages go?
I did some reading today.
Yes.
5 pages.
5 pages long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I've seen some of the other deals the U.S. put together, like 1,500 pages.
Yeah.
So these are more like Trump's kind of late night reading. Couple pages, maybe some pictures.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot of information.
So deals with the EU and Japan, 15% tariffs on U.S. imports, which is significantly more than in previous decades, right? But that's significantly less than what he threatened. Art of the deal, right?
Yeah.
So we're going to say this, and then when you get this, which is more than we ever expected in the first place, you feel like you're getting a steal, right?
The U.S.
The U.S., right.
Yeah.
So President Trump would go in, let's say that he's selling you a car, and the car is worth $20,000. He's like, I'll make you a sweet deal on this, $75,000.
No
and you're
way.
like, what are you talking about?
$75,000?
It's a $20,000 car. What are you talking about? $75,000. Take it or get off my lot, and I will sue you for even being here. And you're like, whoa. I don't want to. The longer you stay here, the price goes up. And you're like, okay, how about if I just give you like $25,000? $25,000? What are you kidding me? How about 60? I'll give you 30. Shut up. Fine. The car was worth 20, right?
I like the way you explain the art of the deal through Trump terms.
But what did Trump just do? So all of a sudden you're like, he was saying 75,000. I got it for 30,000. The car's only worth 20. He got 50% more. You feel like you got 50% off. Mm-hmm. So European Union and Japan, they signed a trade deal for 15%, way above what they'd been doing on most other products. And they're like, whoo, dodged a bullet on that. And he was going to hit us for 25%. They're like, suckers, I would have settled for 5%. Mm-hmm. Right? So that's art of the deal. Now, when we talk about the 5 pages, what's not in there?
The details.
Yeah.
All of the other information.
It's like steel and aluminum. Right? Mm-hmm. And he also talked about Japan's going to invest $550 gajillion in the United States, of which 90 million will come right into my bank account. And they're like, we didn't agree to any 550. What's he talking about? Right? So this is some more of that fuzzy math, like when he said he was going to give us 1,500% off prescription drugs.
Which is not possible.
It is if you pay me to take your drug.
Who does that?
Nobody does that. Right.
Yeah.
So, again, we're getting some fuzzy math. So I'm a little concerned that we're declaring victory on the battles, let alone the war. The war is far from over. I'm a little concerned about the battle victories that we're claiming. That worries me. Kind of like when we bombed Iran and we've totally obliterated anything nuclear. We got all of Iran's nuclears. They've all been bombed, totally wiped out. They don't even have a microwave.
What are you worried is going to happen? Japan's going to say we didn't make a deal and back out, or the EU will back out?
No, I'm more concerned with Trump saying that wasn't part of the deal. I'm going to hit you at 50%.
Why are you concerned about that?
Because we've already seen it with things like steel and aluminum with other countries, where he signs a deal and they come and they go, cool, what about the cars? He's like, oh, no, cars is not part of the deal. That's still 25%. Mm-hmm. And you go, hold on here. We signed that 15% deal. 15% didn't cover the things I didn't want it to cover. It's right there in the pages that you didn't sign.
And then you basically have no deal.
And then there is no deal. So how can you even claim that you won a battle when
you don't even have a deal?
You don't have a deal, right? That's what worries me. But we have seen through the tariffs an slight increase in inflation, and an increase, though, in what has come into the U.S. Treasury.
A big increase.
Yeah, pretty significant. $27 billion last month.
What, $4 billion previously?
A year ago, yeah. So $27 billion last year, $4 billion a year before that. That's tariff related.
What are we doing with that $23 billion extra? You want to have a party?
I suppose.
We did get pizza today. Do you think
that was tariff pizza.
Was that like $1 billion per pie?
It was.
Man, pricey pie.
It's a $3 billion breakfast that we had here at work when they brought in the Venezias. It was delicious.
I would have known. Yeah. I would have used that elsewhere.
Yeah. So there is a proposal. There is a proposal to take the money that's come in from the tariffs and then redistribute it to poor people.
Hold on.
Yeah.
To poor people?
Yeah.
Okay, like how poor are we talking?
Lower middle class.
Okay.
And below.
Like making what? Give me a salary figure.
$75,000 per individual.
How much am I getting?
$600.
I'm in. Free money. Sign
Free
me
money.
up.
Sounds great, doesn't it?
No, not just sounds great. Where's my $600?
Give it up.
Where do I sign?
Give it up.
Stimulus check number, 5, 6? What are we on? Granted, this is a tariff check.
Yeah.
How many of these are we going to have?
Oh, my God. We won the tariff war, Joe. I just told you that.
You're
going to get a gajillion of these checks.
This if I'm getting tariff checks.
Well, if it's $600 for just the month of June that we got so many tariffs, I would say probably you get an extra $600 a month for the rest of your life.
I can do so much with that money.
Josh Hawley, who is basically the Jake Hoffman of the Senate, Jake Hoffman, the local senator. Mm-hmm. So Josh Hawley out of Missouri is proposing that we all get a cut of the tariffs.
I'm in.
Okay. So the American Worker Rebate Act would take a portion of that $27 billion and offer up $600 per adult and child. So, Joe,
I need to start having some kids.
Just adopt. You'd be fine. That should be deposited by the Treasury Department into qualifying bank accounts. Surely yours would be qualified. Mm-hmm. To be eligible, you have to have make under $75,000 a year, couples under $150,000. And as we learned, you have to be above that to be middle or upper middle class. Mm-hmm. Below that is lower middle class in America. We did that story last week. Those with higher incomes would still have a payout. It would be reduced, however, and it could potentially rise. You could actually make more money if the tariff revenues continue to soar. So
Nice.
600 could be your baseline.
Sweet.
Yeah.
I love it.
I know. I love this.
Dude, free money.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can't go wrong with this.
You're taking money that is being paid by the corporations, and then you're giving it to the government, who's then giving it to people with lower incomes. I mean, that sounds like a progressive money grab to me. I mean, isn't that welfare? Right, tariffs are a tax on the corporations, right? And then you're taking that tax money and you're redistributing the wealth to lower income individuals.
Doesn't sound so good when you make me feel bad about it.
Well, it's fine as long as you recognize that it's a liberal ploy being proposed by one of the biggest MAGA names in the Senate.
I thought it was just free money.
Oh, of course it's free. Yeah, it came from the tariff money tree. Why is that rebate check a savvy political move, but still an economic loser? That's our why today. Next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Here's Becky Lynn with the day's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:15. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. In a dissenting vote today, the Federal Reserve leaves interest rates unchanged, even as President Trump is demanding cuts. 2 of the governors did vote to make a 0.25% cut, but they were outvoted. It's the first time in 5 years there were 2 dissenting votes. New data today paints a mixed picture of the economy, with GDP growth topping expectations, but a drop in consumer demand also being reported. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. It's going to be a toasty week with an extreme heat warning coming in starting tomorrow through the weekend. 111 today and tomorrow and 112 on Friday. Right now in Buckeye, it's 106. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
Everything's coming up Trump so far in the trade war that we started with ourselves. We are winning.
We are winning so much that we are going to be handing out $600 in free checks to Pablo, to Chris, to Joe. Becky Lynn's not going to get that whole $600. We know she makes way more than $75K. She might get like $350.
Let's also keep in mind that she continues to tell us that it's going to be hot. And
yeah.
I think we need to fine her for that. So everything's coming up roses. And so Josh Hawley, who is one of the loudest MAGA voices in the Senate, thinks that we should adopt a very liberal policy and take the money from the tariffs and redistribute it to people making less than $75,000 a year or couples making less than $150,000.
Well,
that would be a stimulus check, wouldn't it?
Didn't the Trump administration kind of start the stimulus check, and then the Biden administration kept that train rolling?
How dare you?
Isn't that what happened?
Stop.
Oh, sorry.
I want you to remember who ruined the economy.
Biden.
I
know that.
So why is the rebate check a savvy political move but an economic loser?
Oh, because...
Now, when Trump gave us 2 stimulus checks.
Yes.
Winner.
Free money.
Totally free money. Did wonderful things for the economy. Nobody ever has seen an economy better. Nobody ever. History. But then Biden came along and he did the same thing. And that, obviously, loser.
Too much.
Destroyed everything.
Went too far.
Well, it was too much. Yeah, everybody says it was too much. But who doesn't love free money?
Morons.
Morons don't love free money. So when Trump gave us those stimulus checks, we were like, wow, this is genius. And he signed those and he wanted to make sure that everybody saw his signature. When they got their free money checks, they wanted to make sure they knew where it came from. Donald Jehoshaphat Trump. Jonathan. Johann. And we loved the free money, right? National debt be damned. We got money burning holes in our pocket. But then Biden came along, and he did that. And I mean, let's face it, he ruined the economy. We all know he ruined it.
He probably auto-penned that.
He auto-penned it, and then the GOP, rightfully so, freaked out and blamed him for the inflation and the ballooning debt. And they said, you can't just take money and start running up the national debt and start handing out checks to everybody. What are you, nuts? And he went, I really look, it's just ice cream, rocky road. And who can argue with that?
Nobody. It doesn't even make any sense.
So the GOP was arguing when Biden came through with that last check, and they said, well, look, we didn't need the third check. But the truth is we won't know because the economy didn't tank. Inflation went up. We know that inflation went up. So the argument is, had he not put out that third stimulus check, and of course we're all saying that's the only reason there was inflation. Of course, there were multiple factors that led to the inflation. But had that third stimulus check not gone out, we wouldn't have had inflation. Everything would have been just perfect. Yeah, I don't think so either. We already had supply chain issues. We had a bunch of other things. But we'll never know. But for all the same reasons that the GOP were criticizing Biden's fiscal decisions on that third stimulus check during COVID, this whole deal was giving us stimulus checks from the tariffs will have the same consequences, only double. It'll be doubly.
Okay.
And you're wondering how I did my math.
I am wondering how you did your math. Explain how you came up with double. Because I think the GOP is more concerned with what's going to happen in 2026. So they're looking at this as a potential vote winner.
Absolutely. It is politically savvy.
Yeah.
Whenever you can buy a vote, buy the vote. Right? I mean, that's politics 101.
So
people will always vote for the person who's willing to give them the most from the public treasury.
So how's it doubly bad, though?
All right. Math on the radio. You ready?
Love math on the radio.
All right. Off we go with math on the radio. All right. The thinking on the tariffs is that they're causing a surplus, right? We've got a surplus. We got more money coming in than we expected when it comes to the national treasury.
$4 billion a year ago, $27 billion now. Yep.
Yes. Okay. So then the thinking is, well, this is America's money. We should be giving this money to the American people, right? It's kind of the Republican side. Let's lower taxes, less money for government. The problem is that the public pays those tariffs one way or another. That money is coming out of our pockets in order to pay those tariffs one way or another. And I know we're also saying, oh, it's coming from the corporations. Japan's paying them. No, they're not. It's coming from the corporations. And we've already started to see this. So effectively what we're doing is we're raising the cost of doing business. If you ask any Republican, is it a good idea to raise the cost of doing business? They'll say, what are you, crazy? If you say, let's raise minimum wage, they'd say, what are you, crazy? That's going to raise the cost of doing business. That's going to drive inflation. Inflation costs us more. And then we get a stimulus check. The national debt will continue to grow because we're not turning that $27 billion toward paying off the debt. Instead, we're giving it back to people. And then they're spending that money with that stimulus check. So we spend the stimulus money, which then drives inflation, which then costs us more. So we've created a cycle where we are taxing ourselves through the tariffs to go to the Treasury, not to pay off the debt, but to give back to ourselves. Think of it this way, Joe. What do we say about federal taxes? So we say that the federal government collected X amount of dollars from the state of Arizona, right? They took just a random number out here. They took $20 billion from Arizona in federal income tax withholdings. Okay. I have no idea how close that number is to reality. I'm just throwing the number out, okay? So the federal government took $20 billion, and then the federal government gave us $24 billion in order to help run our state. Again, I have no idea what the numbers are. I'm just making these up. And we say, wait a minute. Why did we send $20 billion to Washington for them to send $24 billion back? Why didn't we just keep the $24 billion? Or the $20 billion to start with. And of course, the reason is because they spent it on federal programs, right? That pays for the national parks, the Grand Canyon. It'll pay for whatever the FBI is here locally, for CBP, for ICE. So it's the federal programs. But it's still our money. We send $20 billion to Washington so that Washington can send, say, $24 billion back.
Yeah, all kinds of stuff. Maybe some federal roads or who knows.
Absolutely. Bridges, whatever it is, right? But we're doing the same thing with these tariffs where we go, hey, why only it's more direct. So the tariffs we're going to get hit on the tariffs. Steel costs are going up. Price of your house is going up. You're taking out a bigger loan to pay for that house because the steel, the wood, the aluminum, all the other stuff, that's gone up. Price of your can of soda or your can of beer is going up because aluminum prices are going up. All of these things are hitting people. So we're paying the tariffs. The tariffs then go to Washington. Washington then sends us a check for $600 to help pay for the tariffs. Why even have the tariffs in the first place if you're not going to use the money to pay down the debt? How have you won a trade war? All you've done is created a cycle of taxation and rebates. It's exactly what it is. So what does Dave Ramsey always say? You can't spend your way to fiscal security. That doesn't happen. Do we have a second for me to tell a little story here?
Yeah.
I heard a host, who shall go unnamed, declare the brilliance of his own question. And he said, how can the Democrats complain about the tariffs hurting American business, but think that raising taxes on corporations won't do the same thing? It's a good question, said this host. without debating the merits of the taxes or the tariffs or getting into the left-right argument, the reason the question isn't good is that it's an apples to oranges question. By applying an overnight tariff of 50%, or we just said, India, you're going to have a 50% tariff starting Friday. I've decided. That just came out today. I don't know if you saw that.
Mm-mm.
So that is going to have an impact on prices. And we're starting to see this in some sectors while other retailers are being sneaky by raising costs and shrinking packaging. My son came to me yesterday with a little Jif peanut butter cup, and he said, "Doesn't this seem small?" And I said, "Yeah." He says, "I looked at it. It's the same price."
That's shrinkflation.
It's half the size of the old ones, but the same price. That's shrinkflation. So they're being sneaky. But there are no proposals that have any serious backing that are calling for 50% overnight tax increases. So when you say 50% on tariffs, and why are the Democrats complaining about that when they want to raise taxes? Apples to oranges. The other reason the question fails the sniff test is because of the inverse. So if we replace Democrats with Republicans and we ask the same question, how can the Republicans complain about raising taxes on corporations but think that raising tariffs won't have the same impact? It's a good question. How would that response go over? So just be cautious when people start trying to splice out tariffs and compare those to taxes and say Democrats should be in favor of it. The inverse, of course, is shouldn't Republicans then oppose it?
That was a lot.
Did I say anything wrong?
No, it was just a lot.
No.
It really hit me right in the head.
I feel like I wore you down on that. I'm sorry.
But it was good.
Yeah.
It was good.
Okay.
And I don't think there was actually too much math on the radio either.
No?
No.
I did okay?
You did.
And just try to keep the tempo up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I figure even if the kids don't learn math, as long as the teacher seems exciting, they want to go to class.
I did.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
All right. While inflation is generally under control now, dozens of countries are about to see new tariffs starting Friday, which means you might start feeling the impact a month or two later. That's got many of you heading to the stores now, just like you did in April, to take advantage of pre-tariff pricing. Where you ought to focus your shopping before school starts is next in the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. As much as I'm talking about tariffs, maybe we just forget about tariffs and we just buy stuff that's made in America. Hell, what if you bought stuff that was made in Arizona? In fact, let's kick it up a notch. What if you bought something that was made in Arizona for Arizona? Ooh, I like where this is going. With Advanced Window Products, when you buy 10 windows or more right now, you save $2,500. Now, these windows are made right here in the Valley. Cardinal glass, manufactured in Buckeye. The windows are assembled by Advanced Window Products at their factory in West Valley. I've been there. Beautiful facility. And then they send out their crews to your home. From start to finish, you are dealing with Arizonans. You are dealing with Phoenicians from start to finish with Advanced Window Products. And that's how they guarantee with the best warranty on the market. It's also how they keep their prices below 95% of the competitors. Lifetime guarantee, best windows on the market, made in the Valley for people in the Valley. Advanced Window Products. Call them 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002. And remember, buy 10 windows or more, get $2,500 off. Beat the rush. Call 480-764-2002.
We need you to be a champion of hope for Phoenix Children's.
Save the date. Give-a-thon week is happening August 18th through the 22nd.
Give-a-thon. Presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Wildfire.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, our health starts with the air we breathe, right? Especially here in Phoenix. Well, check this out from Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. How about a free whole home air purifier right now when you install a new high-efficiency AC unit? Yep, bulk valve AC. This is exactly what we did just recently. Got new high-efficiency AC from Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, just like 3 of our neighbors went with Day and Night. And we got the free whole home air purifier. We're talking a $1,500 value at no extra cost. Think of it as our shield against allergens and dust and airborne germs, so our families can breathe cleaner, healthier air every day, not to mention help reduce pet odors and cooking odors. Think of it as Day and Night. Comfort and clean air done right. Call Day and Night at 480-344-0082 or visit dayandnightair.com and schedule that free estimate. A free estimate at dayandnightair.com. Limited time offer, conditions apply. Financing available for qualified customers.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp here, along with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. You're my financial advisor. I like you, Stuart, but do you have to like your financial advisor?
That is a fantastic question, and let me just tell you this. I think the biggest complaint I hear from people is that they don't hear from their advisor, and they don't really want to call them. Well, oftentimes that's because they don't like them very much. Now, it's important that you trust them and that you believe that they're competent. I think those are crucial. But I think it's really nice when you have a relationship because it makes it way easier to contact them. People that you dislike, you're way less likely to call. And I think it's important that you have someone to call that you like.
Yeah, and I've got his cell number. Maybe you should get his too and become a client of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax, where they do financial and estate planning, insurance, and tax planning. Get your free portfolio review by going to AssetPreservationWealth.com. Like your financial advisor. Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here. It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there? That's all I paid for it.
Let me get back to you on that. Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. At the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. See your local Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end July 31st. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
The UPS Store has high-quality, industry-approved packaging materials, so stop by and get 15% off packing materials and protected with our Pack and Ship Guarantee. Visit theupsstore.com/guarantee or a location near you for full details.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. The Sierra Club has released its 2025 Environmental Report Card for Arizona lawmakers. KTAR's Balin Overstoles is live now in the News Center to tell us more.
The report card gives Governor Katie Hobbs a C+, with the Republican caucus overall getting a failing F on environment issues. Sandy Barr at the Sierra Club says there's a few bills she believes show Arizona is moving in the wrong direction.
Couple of really bad utility bills, including one to reduce debt in old power plants, but allow the utilities to sell them rather than retire them.
And she's referring to HB 2679, which extends the life of APS's Four Corners generating station, which is a coal plant. Nearly 20 Arizona Democrats were praised for their votes related to the environment in the report. Live in the News Center, Balin Overstoles, KTAR News.
Birmingham, England, saying goodbye to a rock legend. Thousands lined the streets for a procession before the funeral for Ozzy Osbourne. He died last week at the age of 76. His group, Black Sabbath, was formed in Birmingham. ABC's Patrick Reevell near the Black Sabbath Bridge, honoring the group.
His wife, Sharon, came out of the car at this bridge and paid her respects. She laid some flowers. She clearly was very moved by the crowds. The children had to support her. You probably hear people shouting, Ozzy, Ozzy, Ozzy. And the atmosphere here really has been a bit like a rock concert.
Last night, members of the Homeless ID Project slept out in the streets to raise awareness for Arizona's homelessness. Chairman of the board, Chris Rich, and Executive Director Rick Mitchell joined Arizona's Morning News, saying it's important to shed light on Valley homelessness because
75% of the people who are homeless today will not be homeless a year from now.
Rich and Mitchell also added that the foundation helps curb homelessness by giving people IDs that they would need to get a job, find housing, and much more.
A KTAR News exclusive.
We can't institutionalize our way out of it.
President Trump issuing a new executive order that would aim to institutionalize homeless people to, quote, restore public order. The idea not sitting well with Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs, who tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos there's no room to commit mass amounts of people, let alone the money, to allocate to the idea. The governor adding she's proud of affordable housing efforts in Arizona during her tenure, something she hopes will continue to grow. You can hear that full interview with the governor on KTAR's YouTube channel. Time now to check on the roads to wherever you are headed this afternoon. Here's Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got a disabled vehicle on the right shoulder of I-10 westbound near 99th Avenue. Also hitting the West Valley this afternoon, I-10 eastbound, slow at Bullard. There's a crash on the right shoulder of the Loop 101 southbound at Union Hills. Westbound I-10 slow west of Tonopah to Siloam Road. Pretty normal for this hour, that one. And then I-10 eastbound, we're going down to the southeast valley now from Casablanca Road to the 187. That's a pretty slow spot. And as for the surface streets of the valley, we've got a wreck at 91st Avenue and McDowell. We'll do another check on traffic in 30 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Our high today expected to hit 111, same tomorrow, and then a little warmer on Friday and Saturday with our extreme heat warning underway. It's 109 in Levine. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga, The Chris and Joe Show.
On air, online, on the KTAR News app. And did you know we are on the YT? You can catch and listen to our show. What the hell was that?
That was my happy that we're on YT screen.
You can watch and listen to our show, catch exclusive interviews, and the latest reaction to breaking news. Be sure to subscribe to the KTAR News YouTube channel today. So tariffs are supposed to go into effect. More tariffs are supposed to go into effect on Friday. If you recall, we had the Liberation Day, where we all felt very liberated, and then we backed off all of those tariffs. And then tariffs came back, and then we backed off all of those tariffs. And then tariffs came back, and then we backed off those tariffs. And then we cut deals that may or may not exist. And then, but the new Liberation 2.0 is Friday for real this time.
This Friday.
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 Right, so it's happening. Do you remember what happened in April when the first Liberation Day was announced and we said, look, there's going to be all these tariffs on everything?
Stock market took a dump.
Stock market did take a dump. You remember what happened to the car buying industry?
People freaked out and they wanted to rush and get cars because they were worried the prices were going to skyrocket.
Now, something else happened there that I thought was really interesting is that dealerships leaned into it. So dealerships, rather than going, oh, crap, we might not have any inventory next month or our inventory might skyrocket, they went, get them while they're here.
He said, get them now. We're going to hold off on the tariff. Like, get your
pre-tariff
pricing.
Yeah, exactly what they did.
PTP.
Which kind of makes sense to me. Not necessarily the car. That's a major purchase. Don't make a major purchase as an impulse. But there are some things that you know you're going to need. For instance, Joe, I know we've discussed the list of items for school. 8 glue sticks.
Yep.
522 colored pencils.
Yeah. 5 boxes of crayons. That was my favorite one that I saw on a list.
And that's all for sharing with people who don't have.
They don't say that.
That's
but
what it's for.
You can read between the lines.
Which is exactly what's going to happen with the tariff rebate check. It's going to be sharing with people who don't have money. Redistribution of wealth. No, it's not. It's tariff rebate time. No, it's redistribution of wealth. But that's being proposed in the Senate. We'll see if anything comes of that. But here we've got back-to-school shopping is happening right now, and a number of parents are saying, well, first of all, our schools start before most of the rest of the country because we have almost modified 365 schools, right?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, just try to get the kids inside and out of the heat.
Also have like the trimester system here instead of the semester.
Yeah, a little bit different depending on which district you go to. Still, where should you buy your stuff if you want to save some money? According to CashNet USA.
I love CashNet USA.
It's one of my favorites. Walmart.
Okay.
But what if I have to deal with Walmart people, though?
Well, I did a lot of my back-to-school shopping. I did Target.
Target is third on the list. And number 2 is the DG, the Dollar General.
Okay.
All right. That's where you're supposed to do your back-to-school shopping.
To save the most.
If that's, most affordable stores for school supplies.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they say.
Walmart is tough for me just because it oftentimes looks like a tornado went through the aisles.
Yeah.
And I can't find the stuff that I
100% agree with you.
I want to find.
Yeah. You ever go down their discount clearance aisle?
No.
Oh, my goodness. It looks like it looks like halfway through a yard sale.
When I would be in the sports card business really hot and heavy, I would go through and I would take a picture and send it to my buddy who was doing it with me. And it would always just be like, what tornado rolled through here?
Terrible. So according to CashNet, what they did is they took 52 essential school supplies.
Okay.
And then they took those to national retail chains and they said, what's the total bill on these 52 essential school supplies?
Mm-hmm.
Walmart came in at the cheapest. Yeah,
best.
Right. Dollar General second, Target third.
Okay.
Most expensive. Tell me if you've ever gone shopping for school supplies. I could understand this. Staples. That makes sense to me, right? You can buy some Sharpies and paper. Yeah, stuff like that. All right.
Folders. You can get all the stuff there.
All right, tell me about this. If you are doing back-to-school shopping, would you take your kid to Albertsons?
I think that's possible. You can do some back-to-school shopping at the grocery store.
They have like one aisle. They have like one section of one aisle next to the bleach that has pencils and crap.
But I can see going to the grocery store. Yeah.
All right, and then coming in way above that.
Like worst?
Way worst.
So the worstest.
Yeah. Is where I like to do my shopping because I'm an elitist.
Oh.
Safeway.
Yeah.
But I also hate their app.
But again, I could see.
Note, Safeway. I hate your app.
I could see going there and doing it, but.
No. Not going to. You know when you go to Safeway for school supplies? Is
convenience.
If the kids are out of whatever it is, and it's the closest store, and they have to have it for their homework tonight.
And you're already buying groceries.
That's why you buy it at Safeway or Albertsons. Yeah. That's the only reason you do that.
Yeah.
All right. Otherwise, you might be going to Safeway or Albertsons because you're trying to get ahead of the beef prices. Have you seen what beef is doing right now?
I thought it's what's for dinner.
It is. Yeah.
Maybe not anymore, though.
If you had given me a heads up on that, I would have had it ready to go.
Sorry.
Yeah.
You can find it. I'll give you a nice little interlude here.
Okay.
Just type in, see if you can.
I just had to type in hoe.
Find your do-bot. What?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's called hoedown.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
It used to be eggs. Then it became other grocery items like grapes, cocoa, coffee, and for some, nanners. Now America's facing a new challenge at the grocery store.
No way you're going to hit the post on this.
And it comes with 4 hooves. It's beef. It's what's for dinner.
Not bad.
Not terrible, right? I mean, that was pretty off the cuff.
Yeah.
All right.
That's how we do things here.
All right. Thank you very much. So, eggs used to be the big one now. Beef is crazy right now. I didn't realize this. Beef prices are up almost 9% since January, and they were already up. June Consumer Price Index showing steak and ground beef prices up 12% year over year.
So you're throwing some percentages out there. Can you give me some dollars? Like some figures for what it's actually costing me?
Beef is at over $9 a pound now.
Okay, so if I'm making a burger, like a quarter pounder, that's going to be about
the beef alone is
$2 and a quarter, right? Roughly?
Just for the burger itself, yeah.
Okay, that's not cheap.
No, you're up to basically like McDonald's quarter pounders are going up in price now.
Well, and that's what I was just going to tell you is even more than at the grocery store, where I still feel like, what do you know that the grocery store did with eggs?
Lost leader. Yeah.
So the grocery store will still do that with beef and with eggs to a degree.
I agree.
But you know who's not doing it? The fast food places.
No.
So if you want your Whopper, if you want your Big Mac, you're paying. I was stunned when I rolled through like the Wendy's. It's like gone is like the 99-cent.
Forget that.
Junior bacon cheeseburger.
Nope.
Try like $4.50 or like if you want like a used to be a value meal like over $10 now
for value. Yeah, it's crazy.
Like, I know that you can get like the 4 items for the the
well,
cheaper.
They're trying to do the value war still on some of those things. But if your Big Mac meal is now $15, I mean that's wild.
Yes.
So who's going through the drive-thrus anymore? And I think this is where we're going to start to see some cracks. By the way, the beef prices are more because of the cattle herd sizes. And I'm sure that's going to be Biden's fault, too. But just the same, they say the cattle herds are down like 74% right now, which is wild. Why don't you just have more cows? What's the problem here? I don't get it. But that also means it's going to take longer for those prices to come back.
Mm-hmm.
You know the other thing that's going up right now? Cocoa. Ice cream. Ice cream prices, according to the headline from Axios, not chill.
I still see some deals on ice cream once in a while. Nanners, you mentioned Nanners.
Yeah.
They're definitely up. Pop, definitely up. When you talk about the aluminum.
Pop.
Or the plastic.
The sody pop.
That you have to put it in.
Yeah.
That stuff's
That's
not
way
made
up.
in the U.S. of A.
So that's where tariffs are affecting it.
Mm-hmm.
We're worried about tariffs hitting the back-to-school prices. Beef is doing its own thing, but even then the shipping supplies to do that are going up in price. So at some point, I do think that as much as the administration right now is celebrating the $27 billion that came into the month of June to help pay down the debt or give back to the people to buy their votes, whatever it is, they're celebrating it. I just don't know that that's going to hold around for too long. If you want to save some money, shop at those places we told you. And then, as Joe pointed out, look for those places that are offering the loss leaders. But what did he say? Those places like Safeway and Albertsons might offer you a loss leader on something like beef.
They're hitting you somewhere else.
Just because you're there doesn't mean you need to go buy your school supplies there.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to cost you a whole lot more, so be smart. You're smart with your money and trying to get ahead of any potential price hikes. What's the worst that could happen, right? Prices don't go up and you pay the same as you always would have. So when it comes to your discretionary funds, what I like to call play money, you might be dialing things back until the coast is clear. The problem is that could devastate the Arizona economy. You're going to find out how next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
This weekend at your local Ace Hardware, it's Ace Bucket Days, August 1st through the 3rd. Buy a special Children's Miracle Network Hospitals bucket for just $5. Fill it and get 20% off almost anything you can fit in your bucket. And the best part, your $5 bucket purchase supports Phoenix Children's. That's savings for you and help for kids in need. Ace Bucket Days, this weekend at Ace Hardware.
Ace is a place where the helpful hardware folks.
It's Jake Byrne from America Roofing here. We're more than just a roofing company. We care about our community. As a family-owned business, we're proud to support the Phoenix Children's Give-a-thon by donating a portion of the repair and replacement proceeds to Phoenix Children's Hospital. We serve thousands of satisfied customers across Arizona since 1999, making us the state's largest roofing company. Trust America Roofing. We've got you covered. Schedule your free checkup at americaroofingco.com today.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lovello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals.
Another great opportunity at Tombstone Tactical. Two major well-known manufacturers, Daniel Defense and Smith & Wesson, are being featured all month long. So whether you're looking for rugged precision from Daniel Defense, dependable performance from Smith & Wesson, if you're starting a new setup, improving a setup, or just getting started for the first time, you're not going to find better deals on Daniel Defense or Smith & Wesson than you do right now. Tombstone Tactical on the southbound frontage road of the I-17 between Dunlap and Peoria, or tombstonetactical.com.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney says Canada will recognize a Palestinian state in September. Carney convened a cabinet meeting today to discuss the situation there. Pressure to formally recognize Palestinian statehood has mounted since French President Emmanuel Macron announced that his country will become the first major Western power to recognize a Palestinian state in September. Once again, Canada will recognize a Palestinian state in September. Get breaking news notifications right to your phone by downloading the KTAR News app. And if you want more, just go to KTAR.com. Taking a look at the forecast. Yep, it's a toasty week for sure. 111 for our high today and tomorrow, and on up to 112 by Friday. Maybe some rain tomorrow and Friday. Very slight chance. It's 107 in Phoenix. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Wildfire are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Wildfire, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Refi is not available in all states.
Once active and adventurous, Stephanie was sidelined by joint pain. She was losing touch with what gave her real joy.
I want to stay active, and if I don't do something now to feel better that will keep me out hiking and running and doing all those activities, my health's going to suffer from it. I had the treatment at QC Kinetics.
They're all natural regenerative treatments to use the restorative biologics from Stephanie's body. As the healing properties went to work, Stephanie realized something one day.
I was like, wow, I don't feel any pain. I have no problem going up and down stairs. I have no problem going down mountains. Snowboarding felt good again.
If you see Stephanie, give her a thumbs up. That is, if you can catch her.
And now I can totally keep up with my friends in their 30s, and I'm 55.
Don't even think about giving up. There's lots of life left to live. Call now for a free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
It's Gatos. Hey, join us at 4. The aunt of Preston Lord will join us to discuss the heartache that the family has gone through. Plus, we've got the War Room, 5 o'clock. It's Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Big show coming up.
Looking forward to that really big show. This is the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online, on the KTAR News app, and Joe is going camping in the backyard starting at 3 o'clock. You'll find out why he's doing that. That is straight up. Did you hear Becky Lynn's breaking news story about Canada recognizing Palestine as a state?
I actually didn't. No.
Oh, yeah. She says Canada is going to recognize Palestine as a state. This is on the heels of
Didn't France announce it the other day?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So do we have to change our maps too, or is that?
Oh, we've already been changing our maps. We got the Gulf of America.
Right. Did Canada change their map to Gulf of America, or are they still calling it Gulf of Mexico?
I'm sure they're Gulf of Mexico.
Is France still calling it Gulf of Mexico?
Probably.
Okay. Yeah. I just want to know whose map I'm looking at.
Well,
if I see a Palestinian state, I'll know it's not ours.
Yet.
Okay. So confusing.
What do you think?
Trying to keep up.
What do you think the U.S. is going to do there? France, bent. Canada,
are we going to stop recognizing France or Canada? Are they coming off of our maps?
Maybe. Give it time.
So confused by all of it.
Don't want a woke map, Chris.
You're right. I don't. Maybe we could sue them into unwokeness. Seems to be working for all of the different higher institutions and legal firms around the country. Let's do that.
Okay.
We were just talking about people trying to save money because of uncertainty. It's our word of 2025 around the...
Your word.
It's the word
every
of 2025.
day you have to remind me of our word.
It's the word, 2025's word.
Uncertainty.
Uncertainty.
Mm-hmm.
Because we don't know what's coming. And honestly, if the tariffs that go into effect on Friday don't do anything, if we don't see inflation skyrocket, inflation stayed pretty well under 3%. It's under, I'm not going to say it's great. Remember, our target is 2%. And when Biden didn't hit 2%, we kept calling him a giant failure. But we're under 3%. It hasn't skyrocketed back up to 6-7%. Okay, so that's a big concern about the tariffs. However, we're still worried that could potentially happen. So people are like, whoa, I don't know if I'm going to go spending that money because I might need it later on, right? In other words, you got to prepare for winter.
Yeah, I mean, how long are we worried for? If we get through first quarter of 26, are we then not worried? Because I think we've been worried. Well, not I think. I know we've been worried for a few years now.
Well, we've been worried about inflation for a few years, but then we've been
the
worried about...
The worries just seem to transition.
Now we're worried about tariff
we're worried
inflation.
About.
Yeah. I would say that if we don't have anything by end of second quarter next year, then we're doing pretty well. I know if it's a year away, but that's 4 quarters. On tariffs.
But we'll be on to worrying about some other worry.
Nah, by then we'll still be arguing over the Epstein files.
Well, that's going to be an end-of-time worry right there.
Here's my worry, is that how much is the uncertainty? Remember, the actual inflation hasn't gone too crazy yet. People are starting to notice some shrinkflation. They are starting to notice some changes. Did you see the state of Arizona brought in $20 billion last year in tourism?
Mm-hmm.
New numbers out showing, 20 million people visited us. That translated into $5 billion. My apologies. I got the numbers backwards.
Last year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Going to be down.
It's going to be down this year, right? Because we know Canadians have skipped U.S. visits.
Yeah, have you seen how Vegas, all the stories in Vegas lately and what their international tourism looks like? Way down.
That's going to cost us then. Who's going to make up for that money? Why do I feel like things are about to get more expensive real fast? Yeah. Unbelievable. As we talk about expensive things, there's no arguing that housing costs are outpacing wages by so much that many of us can't afford the American dream. One of Arizona's solutions is to encourage more ADUs, those are the additional dwelling units. The trouble with building one of those could be the neighbors. Who's putting their nose over the fence to complain about your business? Next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
The summer savings keep on rolling at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Hey, it's Vince Marotta and No Bull. We are talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP or take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got you covered there as well. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. These deals won't last long, so hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. EV APR is $1,667 for every $1,000 finance, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 8/4/25.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Save no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
A summer, it can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Concerned about painting your your home in the summer? Don't be. The Arizona Painting Company has you covered. They use the best paint specifically formulated for the hot Arizona climate so it lasts longer and protects your home better. In fact, save 15% on your painting project. Plus, the Arizona Painting Company will upgrade your exterior paint project to their gold 7-year warranty package during summer months. Text PAINT to 620-620 to receive 15% off from the Arizona Painting Company. And tell them Gato sent you.
Message and data rates may apply. Every student deserves choices in their education. This fall, choose the way you learn. Choose flexibility and personalized support. Choose a cutting-edge, award-winning curriculum. Choose Primavera Online, and you'll be choosing a school that's nearly 25 years strong and can give you a high-quality online education. We're tuition-free, accredited, and now enrolling grades K to 12. Enroll at ChoosePrimavera.com. That's ChoosePrimavera.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the name Sweet James on billboards all over the valley. It's a fun name, but what they do is serious business. When you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, the insurance companies that promise to protect you, they often pay you as little as possible or deny your claim altogether. That's why I want you to know about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. This world-class law firm with over 25 years experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims, with a 98% winning record. They're the only firm with an in-house trial team. Having the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. They've even been named among the best attorneys in America. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to want Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They are there for you, and you don't pay them until they win your case. Go to sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Or call 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 3 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. The Dragon Bravo fire on the north rim of the Grand Canyon is now the 10th largest wildfire in Arizona's history. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the news center with an update.
The Dragon Bravo fire grew more than 20,000 acres overnight to 90,000 acres and has dropped to just 4% containment. James Ray with the Southwest Area Incident Management Team explains the fire is difficult for firefighters to manage because it's moving down the canyon.
The fire's been backing down on the north rim, and then it aligns with slot canyons and then makes runs back up towards the south.
He says there's more than a dozen aircraft and over 1,000 personnel assigned to the fire. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
And authorities are searching for a missing New Jersey man who was last seen at the Grand Canyon last week.
The National Park Service says Thomas Gibbs hasn't been heard from since last Tuesday. The 35-year-old was at the park's Grandview Trail in Horseshoe Mesa area. His family reported him missing Monday after his Tesla Cybertruck was found in the South Rim's Grandview Point parking lot. For more details, go to KTAR.com. Serena O'Sullivan, KTAR News.
Following a cabinet meeting today, Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney says Canada will recognize a Palestinian state in September. Pressure to formally recognize Palestinian statehood has mounted since French President Emmanuel Macron announced that his country will become the first major Western power to recognize a Palestinian state in September. UN officials say the worst-case scenario of starvation in Gaza is taking place. According to the Hamas-run health ministry, 7 people have died from starvation in just the last 24 hours. Scott Paul, who is the director of peace and security at Oxfam America, a global organization fighting inequality, says he believes there is enough food in the region to feed people in Gaza for 2 months.
There used to be 400 distribution sites for humanitarian assistance around Gaza. Now there are only 4.
Life returning to normal along the Pacific Rim after tsunami warnings and watches due to that powerful 8.8 magnitude earthquake on Monday. Included in the warning zone was Alaska and California.
In Southern California, beaches are officially reopening. There is no widespread damage, but in far northern California near the Oregon border, an area prone to tsunami activity, they had a dock that was destroyed from the rise in water levels overnight. And Matthew Kidwell with the National Weather Service says it's a good idea to stay out of the ocean for now.
Strong currents through the day. I would expect through a lot of the day, you'll need to be especially cautious of the ocean.
The tsunami warnings have all now expired. Alex Stone, ABC News, Los Angeles.
And it's time now for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia. It's brought to you by the Attitudes Campus.
It's July 30th, and back on this day in 1965, Medicare was signed into law. Elderly all around America took a collective sigh of relief on that warm July day when President Lyndon B. Johnson signed Medicare, a health insurance program for elderly Americans, into law. At the bill signing ceremony, which took place at the Truman Library in Independence, Missouri, former President Harry Truman was enrolled as Medicare's first beneficiary and received the first Medicare card, providing hospital and medical insurance for Americans aged 65 and older, was signed into law as an amendment to the Social Security Act of 1935. Some 19 million people enrolled in Medicare when it went into effect the following year. And in 72, the program extended its eligibility to Americans under 65 with certain disabilities and people of all ages with permanent kidney disease requiring dialysis or transplant. And it began helping Americans back on this day in 1965.
Let's check on traffic now with Heather Larson. She's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got a slow eastbound I-10 right now. There was a wreck at Avondale Boulevard. This is on the right shoulder. We do have some first responders out there, and they're kind of encroaching into the right lane. That's why things are so slow, and it's backed up all the way to Estrella Parkway. That's kind of the biggest thing going on right now, but wait, there's more. There's also in the West Valley a crash on the right shoulder of the Loop 101 southbound at Union Hill. And on the surface streets, we've got a wreck at 48th Street and Ray Road. We'll do another check of traffic in about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
We'll see clear skies overnight, low temp around 86, and tomorrow 111, 112 on Friday. There's a 10% chance of some showers in our forecast, but definitely some extreme heat in the picture. Right now in Tempe is 108 degrees. Weather is brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
I have an important question I wanted to pop before we get into our casita topic here. I wanted to invite Becky Lynn on this. We're having an ongoing conversation here in the studio. Becky Lynn, when it comes to going to the doctor, if you have, say, a non-emergent situation start to arise, a new ache or a pain, and it's beyond halfway through the year and you haven't even started under your deductible yet, do you just wait until January before you have that checked out?
You know, that's a tough question.
Yeah, because I don't want to pay off my entire deductible only to have something that I then have to pay another deductible on starting next year.
Okay, I would go and have it checked out. And if it's nothing that's life-threatening, because that's not going to be that much. So if it's nothing life-threatening, but there can be something done about it, then I would probably wait till the first of the year.
Okay, yeah.
What was my advice, Chris?
You said I need to go see the doctor because I have glaucoma.
Not exactly. I did say...
Literally what he said.
I did say go and see the doctor because you're starting to see more floaters.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yes, you need to go.
No.
You don't want to put
Cost
that
me
off.
money.
No, you don't want
Becky
to put
Lynn,
this
Chris
off.
is in here. He's like, yeah, they're going to make Braille monitors for me so I can still do the show.
That's how they do it.
No, you need to go. I'm not kidding. You
That's what I told him. And he's like, no, I'm
It's
fine.
just a little pressure in the eye.
Have you seen flashes?
Probably allergies.
Have you seen flashes?
No.
Okay.
No, he's over here. He cherry picks the symptoms he doesn't have yet. He's like, yeah, so what if I have more floaters? I don't have
flashes.
What were the other ones? Hazy, whatever.
Listen, I binged this. I'm fine. I don't have a gray curtain or blurry area blocking part of my vision.
No, but it can happen like that. Ask me how I know.
I don't want to deal with it.
Why don't you put some eye drops in?
How do you know, Becky Lynn?
That's what I should be doing.
Because it happened to me.
And imagine
And you're
that.
fine?
I'm not fine.
No, yeah, you fine.
Look at you. Come look through my glasses. You will see. I am not fine.
You sound great.
You go.
You're still
get
doing
that,
radio.
You go get that checked out.
Yes. Listen to the show, Mother.
You want your eyesight.
Yes, Mother.
Listen to me. Yeah. I don't care if it is almost August.
No.
I
Just
know.
wait until January.
It's tough.
Chris and Pablo, they're like, the doctor, he might touch me.
Well, you scared me. I told you I'm having a hard time reading. You're like, well, if you go, they could find an eye disease in you. You know, that's a sign of this and that.
Also,
and I'm like,
we're in our late 40s, right?
Right. So you know what I did? I went home, put a couple of cold spoons in the freezer. Next morning, threw it on my eyes. Boom.
Perfect. The cold spoon treatment.
Yep.
I always tell you guys, better to know and get it treated.
I did treat it, and I knew what I needed. I needed a cold spoon to get those spots off my
He's
eyes.
such an Eagle Scout, isn't he?
Definitely not.
He's the Eagle Scout that got pantsed and then set up outside the tent all night.
That's more
what it was.
likely. There you go.
Yeah.
I was not an Eagle Scout. I think I made it to Weeblo status.
Oh, Weeblos. Weeblos wobble, but they don't fall. No, that's not Weeblos.
I don't know.
That's Weeble Wobbles.
I was a Cub Scout. I did not make it to Eagle Scout.
Okay. Where are we now?
Casitas.
Yes.
Casitas.
We took a field trip today.
Joe and I took a field trip today because we saw this story about some people who are not happy that their neighbors want to build a casita, and they say, "Well, this is not a casita. This is a what did you go? It's a tower."
I normally trim my trees.
Joe and Roseanne Schneider love where they live.
Joe and
in
Ro.
this nice, quiet Phoenix neighborhood that they've called home for 23 years.
It's from Arizona Family, by the way.
It's going to block out a big portion of that telephone pole.
Whoa.
Hold on. Who wants to see a telephone pole?
Listen, they may have bought that place because of the scenic telephone pole views.
But there's something going on next door that could disrupt their laid-back lifestyle.
This will be two-story. It will be a tower that you will see from the street and all around the neighborhood.
The Schneiders recently...
Don't worry, Joe and Ro. I am going to come to your defense here, despite what I may sound like.
It's a two-story building that you'll be able to see from everywhere in Phoenix, I guess.
Hey, Ro says it's a tower, Chris.
It may add to the Phoenix skyline. 2 stories. Blocking telephone poles everywhere.
Now, casitas, the structures aren't supposed to be taller than 15 feet.
All right.
So how is this one going to be 21 feet high? That's
called
like
a
that's like a
variance.
Merrill taller.
That's a variance.
Learned that their next-door neighbor wants to build a giant casita, also known as an accessory dwelling unit, or ADU, in his backyard. Last year, the Arizona legislature passed a law allowing homeowners to build ADUs on their property as a way to address the affordable housing crisis.
Yeah, we don't have enough houses. Build, baby, build.
Yeah.
I wanted you to be able to see the whole thing and see the garage doors.
But the Schneiders insist what their neighbor is planning is not intended for anyone to live in, and the size and height of the structure does not fit in with their small community off 12th Street and Glendale Avenue.
Here's where I disagree with Joe and Ro. As we took a...
Are you arguing against yourself? Because you just said you were going to have their back.
I am going to have their back.
Okay.
As we took a stroll through the neighborhood and drove through, I could not see, it hasn't been built yet, but if this is going to be in the backyard, I think it would only disrupt Joe and Ro. Will it be taller than the house that's on the property?
Yes.
Yes. But the issue I have with it is, yes, ADU, accessory dwelling unit.
Okay, let's talk about her argument here. She's lived there a long time. She says, well, this is in violation of our HOA. Now, we don't have the CC&Rs on her HOA, so we can't address that directly. But the HOA, of course, would then have its own mechanism for addressing this issue. This idea that it's 21 feet high and it's going to be this monstrosity that'll be witnessed from space, I got to tell you, we drove just adjacent to the neighborhood. There is another 2-story house that looks like it's about 21 feet high.
There is.
There's another one directly across the street from where this one is proposed that is a solid 15 feet high. Beautiful place, too, by the way. Anybody in that neighborhood, love your neighborhood. It's really nice. I understand why the Schneiders lived there for the last however many years. It's a lovely neighborhood.
And this unit that they're building is not the Schneiders, their neighbor, is clearly going to fill up the backyard. It's
oh my gosh.
Supposed to be, I guess, what do we have here? 60 by 21.
I can tell you that we drove as part of our field trip. We drove by the front and we went, where are they going to put this thing?
Yeah. 21 by 60 by 23.
21 high.
21 high, 60
wide.
long, 23 wide.
So we then drove by the alleyway to see, and then, it was us peeking our noses over the back wall. And I don't know how they're going to get this thing in there. I mean, they are using every square inch that they could possibly find in order to try to build this thing back there. And it's basically based on what the reporting is from from
Arizona family?
Yes, it's basically a garage, right? Not a dwelling unit. That's where you said you had the issue.
That is where I have an issue. Yeah.
Attorney Ryan Hurley is representing the Schneiders and other neighbors in their fight to stop the ADU from being built. He says the ADU law was not intended for someone to build a big barn-like building for cars, a climbing gym, and home office.
I think that it
sounds awesome.
It is an abuse of the ADU ordinance, and if it really was a dwelling unit, then it could be the same height as the primary residence. There's no reason this thing needs to be 21 feet high.
Arizona's family reached out to the homeowner who wants to build the ADU. He told us that the use permit has already been granted, and the Board of Adjustment will have the final say on whether the project moves forward.
Okay.
So it got approved.
What's the problem?
The problem I have is when I think casita, again, I think mother-in-law suite or something that you can build to make a little extra rent off of a renter.
Tiny home kind of size thing, right?
Yeah, something that, somebody can move into, has 1 or 2 rooms.
Okay.
I don't think rock climbing interior wall or
right.
RV garage or something like that. That is my problem with it.
Okay. Why?
I think it goes against the intention of what the whole bill was designed to be. It was designed to make more housing in the valley, was it not?
Who cares?
This is not going to house anyone. It's going to house stuff.
But who cares?
Me.
But it's their property. It's not your property.
But as
so they shouldn't be allowed to do with their property what they want because you don't like it?
As their neighbors, I understand why they would be miffed about it. It doesn't seem like something that you need to build that big, that tall for somebody to live in, and now somebody's not even going to live in it.
But I don't think that you need to do half marathons every weekend.
Yeah.
But that's not my business. That's yours, and you want to.
Mm-hmm.
So how much of their life should be led because you think they're doing something that they don't need?
But their life does infringe on her backyard view. Me running half marathons, how does that affect you at all?
I got more pedestrians on the street that I have to try to maybe avoid. Can be very challenging.
Right. Okay.
So I understand that the view of her sacred telephone pole will be ruined. She's very upset about not being able to see the telephone pole in somebody else's yard.
That one I think is silly.
Okay, that is silly. If this were not 21 feet high, do you think that she would still have an issue with it?
I think she would.
And if it were not 21 feet high, would you still complain that somebody wanted to put a garage in their backyard?
Would I?
Yeah. Remember, zoning for that area is 15 feet max, but they got the variance.
So if it was 15, would I have an issue with it?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't.
So what is the issue? I mean, here's what I think.
My issue is the height, and I understand.
I think you're a very empathetic person.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you see somebody who's struggling with this. She's very upset, and you don't want her to be upset. But also, if you came to me and said, no, you're not allowed to do things on your property that are perfectly reasonable and has been approved by the city, I'd want to punch you right square in your non-Eagle Scout nose.
Yeah, I had a ton of empathy for a friend of mine. His parents lived in PV, and they have a view of Camelback Mountain.
Yeah.
And do you know what some people do in Camelback Mountain to give themselves a better view?
Telephone poles?
They will push up dirt.
Yeah.
And they will truck in dirt. And then they will build on top of the dirt so that their place is taller. And when you build your place, let's say 3 feet taller,
now you're blocking
what's
the view
the neighbor
of the
going to
person.
do?
Right.
They're going to bring in more dirt, build even taller. And this led to a fight amongst a lot of neighbors there.
Okay, fair. Don't think that's going to be an issue here. I mean,
But her
I understand what
sacred
you're talking
telephone pole, Chris.
Right. Yeah, sacred. Here's my thing with the casitas. You're going to see construction in the neighbors' backyards. You're going to see things you might not like.
I don't understand.
That's their backyard. And I got to tell you, the funny thing about this is Joe doesn't live in an HOA, and he's very happy he doesn't live in an HOA.
Yeah.
And he tells me all the time about how glorious it is to not have an HOA. And yet, first chance to say the HOA should take control over somebody else's property, you're all on board. It blows my mind.
It boggles my mind a little bit that the homeowner who's going to build this is, I mean, like you and I said, you just mentioned, I don't know, there's not going to be any room in that backyard. It is going to be full of
building,
whatever this is going to be, which I don't think will look very good for them.
But it's his backyard. Yeah. I mean, you got houses in your neighborhood that people painted purple, and I think it looks terrible, but it's not my house.
Hey, I understand his desire to do it.
Yeah.
If that's what he wants to do. But I do think, hey, it goes against the intention of what a casita is, too. That's my fundamental issue with it.
If they hadn't passed the ADU law,
yeah,
I think he still would have put in for a building permit. I don't think we'd be even having this conversation.
Then
I feel like we're arguing over a law that really is secondary to what the matter is here, and that is an HOA dispute. Pretty simple. While Phoenicians are fighting over the size of casitas, another Valley city, is doing everything they can to stop ADUs from being built altogether. One commissioner even said that the mother-in-law suites were creating a slum, slumming it, East Valley style. Next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
First, here's Becky Lynn with the day's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:18. I'm Becky Lynn. This is what you need to know right now. Containment on the Dragon Bravo fire on the north rim of the Grand Canyon has dropped to only 4%, while the fire has grown to more than 90,000 acres. James Ray with the Southwest Area Incident Management Team says they were getting water from the Colorado River, but it's too long of a trek.
We have a fleet of 25 water tenders, and they set up tanks known as helowells, where the helicopters can dip in the helowells and then take the water directly to the fire.
He says they were able to hold the fire east of State Road 67 and protect the Kaibab Lodge from burning. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Time for Check on Traffic with Heather Larson, live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Still slow on eastbound I-10 from Saraval to Estrella, and then again from Bullard to Avondale. This is due to an earlier wreck at Avondale Boulevard. That has been moved to the shoulder, so this should continue to get better. We also have some slow traffic in downtown Phoenix on eastbound 24th Street, approaching I-10, and then again at 24th Street, just north of Sky Harbor. Traffic is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
86 tonight for the low, 111 tomorrow with a slight chance of rain, and that lingers on into Friday when we should climb to 112. It's 108 right now in Mesa. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. For the replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
Could you soon be subject to surge pricing at the grocery store? Shut the front door. An Arizona lawmaker's trying to make sure that doesn't happen, and we talk to him tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online.
Oh.
And on the KTAR News app.
We are in all those places and on YouTube.
Remember, when you crack open that app, you can leave us a little message. Say something we like, might even play it on the air. Like when Darren had thoughts about the whole Stephen Colbert story that we covered last week.
I disagree with your assessment about Colbert and late night comedy. I believe if they have good talent and it's evenly, I don't know how to say it, they roast both sides evenly, and instead of just making it so divisive, I think that it could come back. But these comedians on late night were so far left and divisive, it tuned out half the country.
Yeah, I agree with you, except that the counter to that is actually the one who brags about being number one in late night is Greg Gutfeld, whose entire show is political, leaning one way.
Roasting the libs.
That's exactly what it is. So, thanks for the feedback. Always appreciate that. Joe, you're going to love Snottsdale.
Okay.
You're going to love them.
Nice.
So, you know what they hate? People having freedom. They loathe it. Remember, Scottsdale's the same place where they were like, you know what we don't want is Axon to build their headquarters here and help us out with our housing crunch. How dare they? What are they going to do? Build a bunch of affordable apartments? No, not in my Snottsdale. You probably loved that. And now you've got the Scottsdale Planning Commission, who says that the state law about ADUs is a gateway to creating a slum here.
Yeah, I saw that.
And?
I did not agree with their assessment. I don't think casitas necessarily equal a slum.
What if they're an eyesore? What if they're slightly outside the bounds of typical zoning?
Are people living in them?
What if they block someone's beautiful view of a telephone pole?
Are they approved?
Approved.
Well, if they're approved, And you got to deal with it. And if
I would like
somebody's
to
living
introduce
in
you
it,
to the 3 o'clock segment, Joe, who said, just because it's approved doesn't mean it's...
and I said if somebody's living in it, too.
Oh, I see.
Uh-huh.
All right.
We don't need barnyards up in everybody's backyard.
So we've got an issue in Scottsdale where they don't want ADUs. So they've tried to circumvent the state law and limit homeowner freedoms. What they have done is they said ADUs are going to create an Airbnb nightmare. If we allow additional dwelling units, places for people to stay, then you may have homeowners that turn these into rental opportunities. And then what? People are going to be using their own properties to do what they want and even make some money on the side while freeing up anywhere else that might have been an Airbnb for people to become long-term residents? Not in our Scottsdale.
Nah, see, I'm okay with this.
And so how did they get around that? They said, you know what? The entire city of Scottsdale, basically, is in the vicinity of an airport. And because of that, we don't have to abide by the same housing rules.
But if you've got houses up all over the place.
Nope. Airport nearby.
Can't put casitas in the backyard?
Nope. Airport.
So the plane, to be clear, is going to miss the house.
Yeah.
But it might hit the casita.
Airport. So they also wanted to... there's another state law that came into effect that allowed for developers to take office buildings and then convert those into apartments. And that, again, was to address the housing shortage. But they said they wrote out an exemption for places that are in the vicinity of an airport. So what Scottsdale did is they said, everything's in the vicinity of an airport. Now we can do whatever we want.
No.
So now the House has updated the law. And now they got rid of the ideas of vicinity of the airport. It actually has to be within the vicinity of an airport.
Crazy.
In this case, they then put decibel levels. If it's not above 65 decibels, then you're not within the vicinity of an airport, which actually hosed Scottsdale twice. Because now, not only do they have to start allowing the ADUs, they also have to start allowing the offices to be converted into apartments, which they didn't want to do either. We have just turned Scottsdale into a total slum. What a dump that place is.
So what's the difference between a casita and, would you say, an apartment?
Yeah, well, they were taking office buildings and converting them into apartment buildings.
Yeah, no, I didn't have a huge problem with the Axon thing. You tried to smear me there and make me seem awful.
Oh, you're a terrible person.
You know, you can make me seem awful just on my own merit.
How is it that Scottsdale has a group of anti-capitalist leaders that are complaining that they're not allowed to clamp down on what all the Scottsdalians do? How did we get so that Scottsdale has the same approach to governance as mountain liberal towns like Bisbee and Flagstaff? How did that happen? I mean, the elitists tried to force residents into complacency by declaring that the whole town is by the airport. But fortunately, we had the very pure servants of a civil society standing up for the little guys and for personal freedoms to fight back against the globalists and give humble homeowners control over their own lives, their liberties, and their properties. Of course, I'm speaking of the very moderate Arizona GOP.
I have one idea how all this happened.
What?
Money.
What?
Yeah.
Follow the money?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't it all about money?
It's always about the money.
Yeah.
And I love to try to paint Scottsdale as being liberal, too. You ever notice is the people without kids are the ones whose kids are grown and gone that seem to think that they know how you should be raising yours? And the other stories you need to know today, you're going to hear from the kidless Joe and me, whose kids are all in their 20s and early 30s, about what you're doing wrong if you're trying to raise your little Gen Alpha or baby Beta. You won't want to miss this brilliant advice. It is in the Headline Volley, and it's next in the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Talk about the Good Feet store. When the sun goes down, my shoes go on, and I'm off to the races. But Good Feet, I'm here to tell you, their personalized arch supports aren't just for runners. They're for everyone who's dealt with any kind of ankle, leg, foot, knee, or back pain. They've improved my balance and stability, and they can bring you significant pain relief in as little as 4 weeks. I want you to get to goodfeet.com right now and look for your free personalized arch supports. Get your free personalized arch support fitting at any of the 5 Valley Good Feet stores in Glendale, Goodyear, Gilbert, Scottsdale, or Ahwatukee, or walk in today. One of the best things about the Good Feet store, you can try their personalized arch supports before you buy them. Fuel your summer fun. It is summer right now. Man, Becky Lynn said like 113. Woo, it's toasty out there. So if at least you're going to be hot and moving around, do it in comfort. So Fuel your summer fun one comfortable step at a time, thanks to Good Feet. Wherever summer takes you, it's the Good Feet store. Good feet, good life.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here on such short notice. This place isn't bugged, is it?
Bugged? Wait, Jamie, what's going on?
It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there?
Yeah?
That's all I paid for it.
I think I need to get back to you on that.
Do you know what you want?
Yeah, I do now.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. The guilt is real, but so is the savings.
Listen, I don't want to get in your business, but if that's all she paid for it, I'll have what she's having.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event going on now. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. See your local Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end July 31st. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
At the UPS store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Hello, I'm Scott Pfeiffer, founder of Sonora West Development. For over 20 years, we've been turning dream homes into reality right here in the Valley. From timeless architecture to custom finishes, every detail is built around your vision. We don't just build homes, we craft spaces where life happens. It's more than construction. It's collaboration, creativity, and care. Let's bring your dream to life. Visit sonorawestdev.com to get started. Again, that's sonorawestdev.com.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now save up to $800 on select smart beds. Limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
On Friday, September 5th, enjoy a post-game concert featuring Flo Rida, presented by Coors Light Bird's Nest. Get your tickets and VIP field passes today at dbacks.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:32. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. The first of the 4 victims of Monday's mass shooting in Midtown Manhattan was laid to rest today. At the same time, investigators have found the shooter's suicide note in his Las Vegas home, in which he apologizes to his mother. New York Governor Kathy Hochul today talked to ABC's Aaron Katursky, advocating a ban on assault-style weapons.
This has to be more than our thoughts and prayers are with you. This has to be a dramatic change in how we deal with the senseless violence caused by these weapons and question why they are even allowed in the United States of America. Other countries have banned them successfully.
The Sierra Club has released its 2025 environmental report card for Arizona lawmakers. KTAR's Balin Overstoles is live in the news center to tell us more.
The report card gives Governor Katie Hobbs a C+ with the Republican caucus overall getting a failing F on environment issues. Sandy Barr of the Sierra Club says there's a few bills she believes show Arizona is moving in the wrong direction.
Couple of really bad utility bills, including one to reduce debt in old power plants, but allow the utilities to sell them rather than retire them.
And she's referring to HB 2679, which extends the life of APS's Four Corners generating station, which is a coal plant. And nearly 20 Arizona Democrats were praised for their votes related to the environment in the report. Live in the news center, Balin Overstoles, KTAR News.
Thomas Gibbs has been missing since last Tuesday in the Grand Canyon's Grandview Trail area. His Cybertruck was found at Grandview Point, and his family reported him missing on Monday. For more information on this missing man, who's 35, just go to KTAR.com. Time to check on the roads now. Heather Larson is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We are slow on the 101 southbound in the East Valley. This is after you cross the 202 and a little bit from the 202 as well, due to an earlier wreck at Apache Boulevard. That's just one thing going on. If we go back up to the north side of the valley, I'm looking at I-17 southbound at Deer Valley. There's a wreck on the right shoulder. This one's just a little bit slow, not too bad. And the I-10 eastbound is still a little bit slow due to that wreck that's on the right shoulder east of Avondale Boulevard. Traffic is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
After an overnight low right around 86 degrees, we should be back around 111 on Thursday and 112 on Friday. Slight chance of rain both days. 109 degrees right now in Glendale. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga, The Chris and Joe Show.
Every day right after Becky Lynn's 3:30 news and a check on traffic with Left Lane Larson, we touch on the other big headlines and ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley. Brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical. Celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker.
Chris, Tesla wants to bring autonomous robotaxis to Arizona, but there's some safety concerns from critics out there. August 8th, representatives from the governor's office, Arizona Department of Public Safety, amongst others, are set to meet with Tesla to discuss their application to bring robotaxis here to the Grand Canyon.
What's the problem?
Yeah, so the problem is we've got this founder of something called the Dawn Project. He's an engineer, big-time Tesla critic. He says lots of serious problems with their self-driving and assisted driving technology.
Okay.
Do you want more driverless tech on the road in the desert?
I mean, it's coming one way or another. Whether I want it or not, it's coming. I just want to make sure it's safe. So I don't know anything about the Dawn Project, but
this guy's an engineer, says he's tested lots of the Tesla stuff.
But he's also a Tesla critic. So,
Yes.
I mean, because he's a Tesla critic, does that mean he's always going to have it in for Tesla? But because he's a Tesla critic, is that based on something, right? Maybe he's a Tesla critic for a reason. Maybe the Teslas are problematic. Yeah, I just want to make sure that they're safe. And so I want to make sure that they meet the same rigorous standards as the Waymos. And we know that the Waymos are not flawless either. Right? More on the road, yes. But I also want to make sure that we have a bare minimum standard.
I would think you'd kind of love them because they go the speed limit. But I would think you kind of might hate them because sometimes they do wacky stuff, too.
They're going to do wacky stuff. I just want to make sure that people are safe in the vehicles and people around the vehicles are safe. That's all.
We should take a ride in one of these at some point in time.
I'm down. Yeah, I'm down with that.
To you.
Researchers. Pablo, do you want in on that one?
I think they'll be safe. They'll be a lot better.
The Teslas will than Waymo, you think?
Any autonomous car.
Better than most drivers.
Yes.
Yeah,
I
agree with you. Yeah.
Especially at the stop and go thing. Because once the light turns green, I hate the accordion thing. And automatic cars will be able to all go at the same time, kind of like
once
a track.
Once they start talking to each other, yes. Yeah. It's down the road, but yeah, as we have better and better internet and cell phones and everything, yes, I agree with you. Yeah. Researchers examining a dating app behavior found that men engage in what scientists call aspirational pursuit, which means that they are consistently targeting women who are, on average, considerably more desirable than themselves. This mismatch in desirability is a key reason that many swipes fail to result in matches. What say you, Joe, app user? Shoot your shot or know your limits?
Shoot your shot always.
Yeah.
Yeah, always.
Okay.
In terms of what I go after,
sure.
I would say...
You ever see someone that you're like, she's out of my league?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. And do you still swipe on her and be like,
sometimes
maybe
depends.
she's desperate.
Sometimes maybe she's got Chris's eye problems.
Yeah.
Maybe she will swipe right on me. Totally depends. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I think like, no, don't waste your time.
Oh, okay.
So I'm cool with whatever you want to do. If you want to go after really pretty people, go for it. If you don't.
No, don't.
Do your thing.
Pretty people are high maintenance because they know they're pretty.
Everybody's high maintenance.
No. Pretty people are especially high maintenance. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
9s and below. You never want to date a 10.
Chris.
No, you don't want a 10. You tell the 9s that they're 10s, but you never want to date a 10.
Yeah.
Because, 10s know that they're 10s. Yeah, no, you don't want that.
Yeah, definitely take your shot, but know where you're at in the court. If you're beyond half court, you ain't. Come on.
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on. Yeah. Don't waste the possession.
Right.
I'm with you on
Thank
that.
you.
Yeah, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
Not everything should be a layup, but you're right. Let's try to keep it at least by the 3-point line. I like his analogy, actually, a lot.
Some good hoops analogies
I
there.
like that a lot.
There was a study that tracked over 100,000 people aged 18 to 24 to examine the effects of childhood smartphone ownership on adult mental health. Those who got smartphones before age 13 showed much higher rates of suicidal thoughts, aggression, and emotional struggles.
Okay.
Girls, especially affected. Almost half who got smartphones before age 5 to 6 reported suicidal thoughts compared to about 25% at age 13.
Okay.
If you had a kid today, Chris.
Yeah.
First off, congratulations.
I know.
That'd be amazing.
I got blanks.
Second off, how long would you wait until you allowed them to possess a smartphone? So they're born today. What age do you let them have the smartphone?
You know, we did.
You give it to them at 5 and 6, and
my kids were still in the smartphone era, and my daughter was insistent that she have one when she was starting high school, and I've told the story before.
That's like 14, right?
Yeah. So I've told the story before where you're not getting a smartphone, you don't need a smartphone, and the school said she did, yeah, so we had to get her a smartphone. But I think 14, I think high school is reasonable. I think if you can hold off until a freshman in high school, that's reasonable.
So if they're 10, do you get them a dumb phone? Do you get them anything?
No.
Nothing?
No.
Okay.
No. Because if they're 10, then if they are alone with their friends, then they are nearby. But I would prefer them to only be with, either in my house or at their friend's house with parental supervision.
And to your credit, last week you gave us some phenomenal examples of how you handle your kids in the grocery store. You would just march them right out of there and leave the cart full of groceries.
I hate to do it, but I would do it, yeah.
So if your kid starts pulling but Bobby has a phone.
Yeah.
You just say, too bad. And you just smack them once.
I've always been very clear with my kids. So when they say, I need this, and I go, cool, go ahead. And I tell them to go get one. And the thing is, Joe, you and I have talked about the difference between political freedom and material freedom. So I would then say, go ahead and get your phone. That means I'm giving them the political freedom to do that. But what they didn't have was material liberty.
They didn't have money.
They didn't have the ability to go get the phone. They relied on me to provide that to them. So while I would say, go ahead, they certainly couldn't do that. So when they say, I need this, I want it. Okay, go ahead. Right.
No.
So what do you want more? Do you want to get a job and buy a phone? Or do you want to not have a phone?
Well,
which one?
I worry about the adults out there who are arming their little wonders with phones at age 5 and 6. And the effect that is going to have on our country, where the aggression, the suicidal thoughts.
I thought you were telling me that they were doing a study about the effects of childhood smartphone ownership on adult mental health. I thought what you were saying is they were studying, and I'd be interested in this, what is the effect on parents who give their kids cell phones?
No, they're studying the kids.
I'm telling you, I'd love to see a study about the parents. Like, do kids without cell phones at age 12
parents?
I'm guessing they don't, because at 12 they're like, I need a phone, and it would drive me crazy. It'd be easier to pacify them. And I think this is what happens with a lot of parents. Is they go, I'm just going to pacify the child, and I'm going to give them the cell phone because it's making me crazy.
See, I disagree with you. I think the parents...
Well, you're wrong.
I think the parents with the kids, if the parents can stand up to them, I think they have the right coping mechanisms and techniques to keep the kid chill, and I bet it keeps them chill too. Whereas you give the kid the phone, and the kid might still be acting out, might be aggressive, might be throwing tantrums in other ways.
Well, that's why pacification doesn't work.
Yeah.
Neville Chamberlain doesn't work at all.
Mm-hmm. Hey, honoring America's veterans and KTAR present Honor Our Heroes. Do you know a Valley veteran, Chris, that you can honor with a once-in-a-lifetime experience?
Sure.
Well, then you need to text HONOR to 620-620. Nominate them to be one of 7 veteran grand marshals at the Phoenix Veterans Day Parade. It's coming up November 11th. It's going to be here before you know it. That's HONOR to 620-620.
A new top 10 finisher is enough to put the fear of God into the hearts of millions of people, but in the end, it was more of a shiver than a scare. Find out what should really worry you next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowes.com/delivery for more details.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now save up to $800 on select smart beds. Limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Hi, Jamie West here with Bob, one of the amazing Life Plan residents at Beatitudes campus. What does it mean being a Life Plan resident at Beatitudes?
To me, it kind of means that they start out with independent living and you stay in independent living as long as possible. That was one of the things that we looked for when we were looking to move, was a Life Plan that had all the different levels of care.
Learn more about the Life Plan community by visiting beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
KTAR News Flash.
At 3:46, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Be careful with one brand of popular beverage. You might get more of a kick than you planned on.
High Noon is recalling its 12-pack of popular vodka seltzer drinks because some of the cans were found to be mislabeled as Celsius energy drinks, and consumption may result in unintentional alcohol intake, according to the FDA. If somebody thinks they're drinking an energy drink, but they're actually having a vodka seltzer drink. The company says nobody has reported getting ill or having adverse events because of the mix-up. Alex Stone, ABC News.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking those roads now, Heather Larson is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
We still got that crash, Becky Lynn, blocking the left lanes on the 101 loop southbound right before Broadway Road. This is quite a few emergency responders on the right shoulder, so people are definitely slowing down, getting over to the left and taking a little look, slowing traffic down further. We also still have that crash on I-17 southbound at Deer Valley. Again, this one is on the shoulder. This one not causing as much slowdown at all. And then the I-10 eastbound still a little bit slow due to that earlier wreck on the shoulder that's east of Avondale Boulevard. We'll do another check of traffic in about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
These days, there's nobody more important than my guy Robert from All Pro Shade Concepts. My backyard stays cool and private thanks to the roll-down shades he installed. Robert, you're saving backyards, man.
That's what we do, Wolf. We block the brutal Arizona sun so you can actually use your backyard even when it's triple digits.
Absolutely. Your team did an awesome job from the console to the install. I can't thank you enough.
We're happy to help. Call or visit allproshade.com for your free estimate and free installation. That's allproshade.com.
Let me tell you one of the reasons I think we became the largest injury firm in the world, and it's not even close. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My wife and I had a plan early on. In our firm, our lawyers only work on certain types of cases. Our products liability and dangerous drug lawyers only work on those cases. Same for car crashes, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and insurance disputes. Our thinking is for these lawyers to focus on one area of the law and live it and breathe it. Power comes from knowledge. Many lawyers do everything, jack of all trades. Not us, and we don't charge an hourly rate. You only pay us if we win. If you want to hire us, it's easy. Dial Pound Law on your cell phone, pound 529, or visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer from the comfort of your own home. Let us get to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, I'm James Frabasilio, president of Presidential Pools. Phoenix Children's Hospital holds a very special place in my heart. They truly helped my own kids, and we feel compelled to give back. That's why, now through August 22nd, when you choose Presidential Pools for your new backyard, you'll directly support PCH. We're donating a portion of every pool sold to their incredible mission. If a new pool or backyard upgrade is on your mind, there's no better time to build your dream and be a part of the solution for Arizona's children. Learn more and make an impact at presidentialpools.com.
The trade deadline for the D-backs, what moves do they make? We talked to Luke Lipinski from Arizona Sports on the Mike Broomhead Show at 9:45 tomorrow morning.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online on the KTAR News app. In studio with us now is the great Bruce St. James from Bruce the Great. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Did we change the name of the show? Not that I'm opposed to it.
Yeah, it's Bruce the Great with Bruce St. James.
Mm-hmm. Let's roll with that.
I was trying to notice Joe. Trying to tell Joe he has a live read
I know,
after this.
I know that. Yeah, no,
sure.
I'm mentally prepared for that.
I was unable to walk and chew gum at the same time, is what I'm telling you.
Wow. Really, it's probably my fault because I was not.
We should just start this whole thing over.
All
Why
right,
don't you
very
start
good.
over from
Let's
the
try
top?
it again.
And this won't even go over the radio, so start over.
Okay.
All right, very good.
Hey.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online on the KTAR News app. Joining us in the studio right now is Bruce the Great, one half of Outspoken with Bruce St. James and Gato, starting at 4 o'clock today.
Thank you.
The world has a new placeholder in the top 10 earthquakes ever recorded. You saw this one in Russia, 8.8. Tsunami warnings all over the U.S. and Canadian shorelines, coastlines, I guess. It is now the sixth worst earthquake.
Sixth largest earthquake ever recorded.
Recorded.
Yeah.
Which we've only had recording equipment for the last 150 years.
We weren't recording back when?
Like 1700, right? Yeah. Largest ever, by the way, was in Chile in 1960, 9.5 magnitude. What is the one natural disaster that you would least like to deal with?
Oh, interesting. Now, I've been in almost all of them.
I know you have.
I've been in a hurricane, tornado, earthquake. What am I missing on natural?
Well,
I haven't
blizzard,
been in a tsunami.
ice storm. You lived in Chicago for a while. I know you dealt with that. Yeah.
I got to tell you, the thing about earthquakes, and I lived in Southern California, all these other ones, you have a little bit of warning.
Yeah.
You know what? There's bad weather. There's a thunderstorm. It might spark a tornado. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
There could be an earthquake just happens.
Yeah.
Like there's no heads up. And I can tell you the first earthquake I was in Burbank, and it started, middled, and ended, and I went, What the hell was that? What is that? What just happened? And they're like, that was an earthquake. That was an earthquake? Like,
okay.
You almost don't have time to react.
What about something biblical, like grasshoppers or locusts? Yeah.
Well, I think you'd see the locusts coming, wouldn't you?
I would.
It wouldn't be like, hey,
but you're
where
in
do these
it.
locusts come from?
You're in it, though.
There's a strange cloud headed this way.
I think that's locusts.
Would that be considered? I mean, is that considered a natural disaster?
I don't
It's
know.
a plague is what
Plague,
that is.
yeah. So I would only tell you that from that standpoint, like I knew, like when I was near tornado, like the sirens went off, the sky turned to weird color. You're like, oh, this is
It's
bad.
coming.
The hurricane, we knew it was coming for a week. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The earthquake,
it's just here.
I was in the middle of dinner, and it just went off, and that was. So I think it makes it scarier because it's not predictable.
So what are the ones that are like that? I mean, even volcanoes, you could have a volcano eruption. And
but like it starts puffing a little smoke or it starts grumbling.
And we're kind
like
of at
Mount
the point,
St. Helens, remember?
Yeah, scientifically, we already pick up some little tremors around it. So, yeah. I guess,
Mount St. Helens, they told people to leave.
Yeah, I guess the earthquake is about the
it's
only
the only
thing.
one that kind of like just sneaks up on you.
I mean, fire can be very quick once it starts raging, but you
know there's
generally,
a fire. Yeah. So again,
generally,
if I have time to prepare, it doesn't scare me. I guess I would
Interesting.
say.
I love that.
Does that make sense?
It's a great answer.
Is it really?
Yeah, I'm going to give you top marks for that answer.
Star today.
Yeah, well done.
It's a good thing we started this whole segment over.
I feel like that was the smart move.
I appreciate it.
What do you guys have going on at 4 o'clock? I see you've got a guest sitting out here.
We do have a guest.
in the green room.
Preston Lord's aunt is going to be joining us.
I thought I recognized her.
She
yeah.
wrote a book.
Okay.
And it's almost like a grief log.
Okay.
And so we're going to get a chance to talk to her. She's kind of been one of the spokespeople for the Lord family and kind of understand what they've been going through and how they're dealing with it and what's next. Because we know that there are multiple court cases coming up.
Yeah.
And this thing could continue to drag out for years.
It could, and I think it has to be incredibly frustrating when you continue to see the teen violence going on in the East Valley.
Yeah.
Even after everything else.
this.
Oh, my
right.
gosh.
And then we have War Room at 5 o'clock. State Senator Kavanaugh.
Oh,
and
always a great guest.
Adrian Fontes, Secretary of State.
Oh, I'm looking forward to that. That'll be good.
Those
are two sharp guys.
They are?
Two
They
very
are?
sharp guys. Looking forward to that. All right. Outspoken with Bruce St. James Agato starts at 4 o'clock. Joe Huizenga, anything to add?
Nope.
Thank God. Back again tomorrow, 2 o'clock. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Hey, let's talk about peace of mind. That's why I turned to lifeguard imaging. I wanted to know that the sudden pain that I was having in my back wasn't cancer or something more serious. Frankie Maldonado, who's the director of operations at Lifeguard Imaging, tragically lost his dad to pancreatic cancer that was missed during a CT scan due to the difficulty of detecting early tumors on traditional scans. By the time his cancer was discovered, it had spread to other organs in his abdomen, and nothing could be done. Now, though, using high-accuracy, low-dose radiation CT scanning using a machine like the one Lifeguard Imaging uses, they've produced images that have found pancreatic cancer pre-stage 1. Visit lifeguardimaging.com today or call them at 602-483-4837. 602-483-4837. You book your consultation with Lifeguard Imaging today, and as a first-time patient, you'll receive a free heart scan. It's a $599 value. Trust me, the peace of mind is priceless. Visit lifeguardimaging.com today or call them at 602-483-4837. The scariest thing you can do is nothing at all. Lifeguard Imaging, saving lives through early detection.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
When was the last time you hopped out of bed without that knee or back screaming at you? Or walk down a flight of stairs without groaning, step by step? Let me guess, this is in the back of your mind. Maybe it'll disappear. I'll just tough it out. But nothing changes. It's time to call and schedule that free consultation with the medical pros at QC Kinetics. There are thousands of patients who will tell you they wish they would have done it sooner. They turned around their lives with QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that work with your body to help restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Natural cellular therapies. No scalpels, no pills. Bring your x-rays and MRIs to QC Kinetics for a free, no-pressure evaluation to see if you're a good candidate. Give QC Kinetics a call for your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Here in the Valley, we have plenty of healthcare options, but not all of them offer the kind of care we truly want. I'm Jim Sharp, and like you, I value unhurried care, where your doctor takes the time to listen, understand, and treat you with the attention you deserve. That's why I want to tell you about the Midwestern University Clinics. At Midwestern, it's different. As a teaching facility, their students and expert faculty work together to provide unhurried, affordable, and compassionate care. They take the time to listen, examine, and understand your unique needs without the pressure of meeting patient quotas. Whether you need family medicine, dental, vision, physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech-language services, or psychological care, Midwestern University Clinics offer it all in one convenient location. Experience the Midwestern difference for yourself. Call 623-537-6000 or visit MWUclinics.com to schedule your appointment today. MWUclinics.com. Midwestern University Clinics, your family's home for healthcare.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
It's 4 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. The Dragon Bravo fire grew more than 20,000 acres overnight. It's spreading down into the Grand Canyon. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the news center to tell us what the conditions are like.
The wildfire sparked by lightning on July 4th. It now sits at more than 90,000 acres on the north rim, but dropped to just 4% containment. James Ray with the Southwest Area Incident Management Team explains weather conditions are not in their favor.
It's dry and windy, no chance of moisture any longer in the forecast. Today is supposed to be even hotter and drier than yesterday, and really no reprieve for firefighters in the near future.
The Dragon Bravo fire is now the 10th largest wildfire in Arizona's history. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
The Sierra Club has released its 2025 Environmental Report Card for Arizona lawmakers. It gives Governor Katie Hobbs a C+, with the Republican caucus overall getting a failing grade. Sandy Barr with the club says the governor's grade dropped for signing a utility bill that extends the life of an APS coal plant and allows utilities to sell them instead of closing those plants down.
KTAR News. Water Watch.
What some lawmakers are calling the most significant piece of water legislation in more than 40 years has now been officially signed into law.
The Add to Urban bill will allow farmers to sell their land and groundwater rights to urban developers, turning agricultural land that needs lots of water into new housing developments that use less of it. The bill's sponsor, State Senator T.J. Shope, believes this will conserve water while boosting the state's housing supply.
If you want to leave a lasting legacy by offering
what we hope is affordable housing for the next generation of Arizonans. We want to provide a roadmap for you to do so.
The bill comes after Governor Katie Hobbs put a pause on new housing developments in valley suburbs that had limited groundwater supply. It is expected to save 10 million acre-feet of water over the next century. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
The Arizona Cardinals have announced the launch of the Arizona Cardinals Foundation. It's a foundation specifically focused on the special needs community. Michael Bidwell, the principal owner of the Cardinals, joined Arizona's Morning News to talk about why this foundation means so much to him.
You know, we've got a member of our family who is impacted by this, and you know, when it impacts one person, and it impacts the whole family.
Bidwell added the Cardinals are focused on raising as much money as they can to help those who are affected. Fending off pressure from President Trump, the Federal Reserve is keeping interest rates where they are.
The decision holding the benchmark rate steady was widely expected. The Fed's statement points to continued uncertainty in the nation's economic outlook. What's new here is the move by two Fed governors to publicly dissent, saying that they would have lowered the federal funds rate by a quarter point. It's the first time two members of the board have dissented from an interest rate decision in over 3 decades.
That's ABC's Stephen Portnoy. Time to check the road home now as the rush time begins. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. It's not too bad right now considering it is after 4 p.m. The 101 southbound is going to be slow in South Scottsdale, pretty much from Indian School Road on down to the 101. Of course, there's that earlier wreck right around Broadway. That's on the right shoulder. They're working to clear it, so traffic is not as bad, but just expect it to be a little bit slower there. We've also got some slow traffic on the west side on Grand Avenue going both ways as you're heading through Sun City to get through El Mirage. Traffic is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Extreme heat warning coming into effect starting tomorrow. 111 degrees is what we're expecting, and 112 on Friday with a slight chance of rain both days, 113 by Saturday. Right now, though, in Apache Junction, it's 109. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Nobody wants this, and nobody supports this.
Speaking up for Arizona.
That's a dangerous comment. You better be able to back it up.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour number 1.
A lot of people tell you hour number 1's the best of the hours, Gatos.
Now remember, at 5 o'clock,
yep,
the War Room.
That's every Wednesday.
Let me give you a little bit... just a bit of a peek inside.
Like a tease.
Our panel of 3 today is only a panel of 2.
All right.
And that has been done on purpose.
Okay.
And you will hear that coming up at 5.
Deal.
Right now, I just want to say, I think this is going to be tough. I think it's going to be tough on me, tough on you, and tough on our next guest, who I'm so delighted to meet.
By now, you all know the tragic story of Preston Lord, the young man who was killed in a teen violence incident, and everything that's come out of it. Some good in bringing community together and bringing people together, and certainly some of the bad, as we learn that some of this violence continues to happen, for goodness sakes. But joining us right now in studio is Melissa. We'll go by Mel, per your wishes. Mel Lord. Preston Lord's aunt, and we're so thankful that you're here today. And I know one of the big reasons is you have a book. Tell me a little bit about Echoed. If I write loud enough, will you hear me?
First, thanks so much for having me here and inviting me to come and share a little bit about Echoed. After losing Preston, I needed to find some purpose in the pain. And so my way of communication has always been through writing. And so I sat down and started writing, and Echoed is what came of that. So Echoed is a grief journal for anybody going through the very private process of grief. It's something that we don't talk about a whole lot. And so I wanted something to hopefully help others as they go through that process.
You know, when we first met you, we, of course, brought you into our office because we wanted you to see that Preston's death is not a news story to us. It is personal for both me and Bruce. And in our office is Preston's basketball jersey, number 5, and it's there every day. It hangs there every day, and we look at it every day. And I wanted you to see that because, you know, when you talk to media and, you know, they want to do interviews and this and that, this is personal. I mean, I again, never would put myself in your shoes and what you're feeling and your grief because that would be impossible. But, you know, from the bottom of my heart, from the depth of my soul, I can't even tell you how sorry I am that Preston is gone and the way that he left.
Yeah.
And so every day when we go into that office, we will make sure that the people who did this will hear from us. And that's the promise that we can give you.
Thank you.
It's the small thing that maybe that we can do. And when we were talking to you, this is interesting, Bruce. You were the first person who ever saw Preston. Is that right? Did you tell me that?
I am.
Okay, you tell us this because this is interesting.
I am a labor and delivery nurse, and I got to take care of his mom while she was in labor and got to deliver him.
How about
Oh,
that?
wow.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, wow. That's something else.
It was an awesome experience.
What a bringing of the family together.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
So you were there on his first day, but you were also there on his last day.
I was. I sat outside the room, and his nurse was so kind and just scooped me up and let me sit next to her at the nurse's station and watch the monitors as his heart rate slowed down and stopped.
And his whole family was in the room.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how you guys even put your best foot forward on a daily basis, even though it's been several years. How do you do that?
That's what he would want. That's how he led life. So I think that it would have been really easy to focus on the anger, and that wouldn't have gotten us anywhere. So instead, we really try to focus on the love, and that's how he lived his life.
Again, joining us in studio right now is Mel Lord, the aunt of Preston Lord. Again, she has a new book, a grief journal called Echoed. If I write loud enough, will you hear me? I'm curious because, like Getty just said, we didn't have the pleasure, the honor of knowing Preston personally. What's your favorite memory of him? Tell me something that reveals who he was.
He was witty. He had a sense of humor on him for sure. The story that we laugh about all the time, and I hope my youngest gives me permission to tell this, is...
Nobody's going to hear it. Just go with it.
There was only one younger than him in the family of cousins, and that was my youngest. And so he liked to pick on her a little bit, a lot of it. And so one time they were pulling in. It was a summer day. Everybody was swimming, and we went to get snacks, and we pulled into the QT. And he said, "Hey, Aubrey, you know what QT stands for?" She's like, "No." And he said, "Quit talking." And that was something that we still laugh about because he liked to pick on her.
Stuff rolls downhill, as
Yes,
they say, right?
yes.
If you're the second youngest, you got to find somebody for it to dump on.
You can't be the one that gets picked on all
Can't
the
be
time.
the last one in line.
Mel Lord is joining us, the aunt of Preston Lord. How did you find out? What was it? Who called you and said he's been hurt? He's been hurt and taken to the hospital.
We had just come home from a Halloween party, and I was getting ready for bed. And his mom, I had missed a call from her, and she called right back a second time. And at that point, I knew something was wrong. And she said, "I'm out in Scottsdale. You're the closest that I know of. I just got a call. Preston has been beaten, and they were doing CPR on him, and they were taking him to the hospital." And none of it registered. Being a nurse, I'm like, he got in a little fight at a Halloween party. There's no way that they were doing CPR on him from a fight. That doesn't make sense. But as soon as she told me that they had taken him to Chandler Regional, and we live in Queen Creek, then I knew that it was not going to be
They
a
were
great
taking him to
outcome.
a level 1 center.
Exactly. So I walked in there, and I was the first one to get there. And
You're the first to see him?
I was the first to get to the hospital. I wasn't the first to see him, but I was
Got it.
first to get to the hospital. And as soon as I told them who I was, they brought me and put me in a room by myself in a corner of the emergency room. And being a nurse, I knew what that meant.
Oh. They didn't think that he was going to survive.
That's what they came in and told us later on, but I knew that it wouldn't be good news that we were getting.
Yeah, when they give you a private room, yeah. As a nurse, I mean, is there a feeling of helplessness with that as well? I mean,
It's complete helplessness. I mean, still to this day, like, could I have been there? Could I have done something differently? You know, I know that the answer to that is no, but you still ask yourself those questions.
So at that moment, you are in shock. Are you angry at that moment?
No, not at all. At that moment, myself personally, I had compassion for, like, was it a fight that went wrong? Like, did somebody trip and hit their head, or did something go wrong? Right. Yeah. You know, I had, who knows what was going on at that point, and I couldn't fathom or wrap my brain around what really happened to him, would have happened to him. And it took a couple of days for us to unfold the story and hear more about what actually happened.
And when the story unfolded and you found out that these thugs beat him, did anger take over then? Or was it such a shock and so sad and so horrifying and so drop to your knees crying that the anger didn't come out until later? Or I don't know, when did it?
For me, the anger didn't come out until I was hiking on the side of a mountain, and I passed one of the moms of one of the boys that did this. And she was out just casually hiking, and it was the first time I had really been able to leave my house and decided to go on a hike. And I passed her, and I yelled her name, and I hit my knees, and it was the most guttural cries I've ever heard come out of my body, that she could just so casually be out hiking, knowing what her son had done. That's when the anger kicked in for me.
I did not know that.
Wow. In studio with us right now, Melissa Lord, Mel, the aunt of Preston Lord. Again, a book out that I think, safe to say, not only helped you deal with grief, but a book that might help others deal with their grief as well. Want to come back and talk to you a little bit about kind of the aftermath of this, the legal system, the trials, the hearings. I know you've been a big part of that. We want to hear more from you on your role and the responsibility you feel, okay? We're back with more. Melissa Lord in studio with us up next, right here. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, instead of me doing a commercial, Becky Lynn, are you ready? Can we do a newscast? 'Cause
Absolutely.
I'm not talking about stuff like. Let's go to Becky Lynn in the news.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:15. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. The 2025 Environmental Report Card indicates that Arizona is sliding back on environmental progress. The Sierra Club's Sandy Barr says overall, Republicans got failing grades.
Unfortunately, as has been the case for a couple of years now, the entire Republican caucus did get failing grades on the report card.
But the report highlights many Democrats for voting in favor of environmental protections. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, you can go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Now let's check the road home. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Things are looking a little bit better on the 101 southbound. Looking at you, South Scottsdale going on into Mesa. It's still a little bit slow due to an earlier wreck on the right shoulder at the Broadway exit, but this is flowing much more nicely now. Traffic mostly right now slow at the split and the stack and the mini stack per usual as folks are getting out of downtown Phoenix at the end of the day. We'll do another another check of traffic in about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
And with us in studio right now, Melissa Lord, the aunt of Preston Lord, has a book out, a grief journal. And thank you so much for our own copies of it. Echoed, If I Write Loud Enough, Will You Hear Me? And again, you certainly the embodiment of so much of the grief that the Lord family has been going through. And I don't want to give you a label. You've almost been one of the spokespeople for the family. You've kind of been out front of this, and
you had to step up and do that. Was there something in your where you said, "Well, somebody's got to come out and speak"? And was that you? Did you take that on yourself and say, "I'm going to go do this"?
No, I think I was voluntold a little bit.
It's okay. All right.
It was my expression is through words, and so I had put out some posts that had gotten a lot of attention around the time that we lost Preston, and that was my way of grieving, was getting those words out there and writing my feelings down. And so when we first had the very first walk that we had done, and people just showed up by hundreds and hundreds, and I remember us leading this very first walk, and we're like, this is so much bigger than just our family grieving. There's a lot of people grieving with us, and there's so much community support that I remember as we were walking, we were like, somebody from the family's got to talk. One of us is going to have to say something.
Yeah.
And so at that point, then I read one of my posts that I had written to the crowd that was there and thanked everybody for coming.
There's been a lot of the legal system involved in this, obviously, hearings, trial postponements, etc. Will you be attending all of these? Is this something where you or the rest of the family, is it even possible to go to all of these?
I personally can't. I've gone to a couple, and for me, it is reliving it and having to see the faces over and over again.
That was a worry. Yeah.
So I'll be at the important ones.
Okay.
But for me, I've just had to put my faith in. I don't have any control over what next steps happen, and so I'll be there to support when I can, but to relive it each time isn't very kind to myself.
Fair.
Melissa Lord is joining us, Preston Lord's aunt. It seems that your family puts God first, and I don't think you guys get through this without him.
That's true. I don't know how anyone could. Doesn't mean we don't question it, but yeah.
Because you have to ask, why? Why did it have to be him? Why did it have to be Preston? Why did you take Preston?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody has any answers.
No, there's no answer for that.
Does it give you any peace that you know where he is?
Personally, yes, 100%.
Yeah.
And to see the movement that he's making down here is incredible, to see the way that he's brought community together, and to see when we would see the orange ribbons tied everywhere and people wearing orange and all the walks, and just to see the community and the love that was because of him.
And I think that the people that, came out for the walks, and the people who are grieving right with you, isn't it interesting that perfect strangers can bring you a little bit of peace? I'll give you my quick thing, and it's not even on near the level of your loss. When I lost my mom in 2020, she was one of the first people who got COVID, and she went to sleep. She already had cancer. She went to sleep, and she was gone in 2 weeks. But the outpouring of people who listened to the show, that wrote letters, that came here to the radio station, the thousands of emails and Facebook posts from people I don't know, but they know me. And what I've seen with you guys is the thousands and thousands of people that have reached out to you and went to your walks and pray for you and light candles and send you messages. I mean, it really is interesting how perfect strangers, people you've never met, can put a smile on your face through something absolutely just horrifically tragic.
Absolutely. It's incredible. And that's part of writing the book, is because when you are going through grief, you feel so alone. And in this, although there were definitely moments when we felt alone, we were never alone in it.
Mm-mm. So when you started writing this book, because grief is it's never going to go away. There are different levels of grief. Why did writing it? Like, I think that you're going to help people by writing this book. How do you want to help people through this book?
My hope is that this book is a gift for people, because so many times you have somebody that you love that's going through grief, and it's such a helpless feeling that you don't know what you can do for them. So I'm hoping that this can be a gift, that somebody can say, hey, I don't know what you're going through, but hopefully this can help. Because as you're writing through this, it just really helps to get those words out of your head and on paper, to really go through that process and the different stages of grief to be able to come out the other side. Because we're all going to experience it. It's the side effect of love. Like, if you have love, you're going to have grief at some point.
And we talked before the show. There's not a lot of people that are going to be in your situation with the way that he died. That doesn't happen every day. It's not an illness. It wasn't a car accident. It was violent. It was violent. And the family knows that it was violent. And it really is the worst way that you could lose somebody. You know, people get sick. We know that. People get in a car crash. It's always bad. This was different.
Yeah, in life, you expect some grief, right?
Yeah.
Whether it is
Not like this.
illness, it's a grandparent passing away, a divorce, there's all different kinds of aspects.
My mom who lived a good life, right?
Right.
Right, but
nobody can
not
ever fathom, I still can't fathom that you lose a family member this way.
Yeah.
What punishment do you want for these thugs, the goons?
That's not for me to decide.
Has the family had conversations? Are you guys involved at all? When I know we heard about different, sentencing charges, et cetera.
That's between their legal counsels, and that I'm not in that part of it at all.
Fair. Well, we can't thank you enough.
Thank you.
It's really it's an honor to meet you. It's cool to get to know Preston more.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing stories.
We think of him every day.
Thank you.
And we're glad that you came in, and it was so nice to meet you.
Thank you.
And we're rooting for you guys.
having me.
Yeah. Well, can I end with the line I use about grief that I learned a long time ago? It doesn't hurt any less. It just doesn't hurt as often. And I always thought that was something that for whatever, brought me some solace in there. So we're thinking of you. Please send our love to the rest of the Lord family as well. All right. Melissa Lord, the aunt of Preston Lord, also with her new book, Echoed, If I Write Loud Enough, Will You Hear Me? A grief journal, and it's got basically some parts you put in there, and then it asks some questions and gives you a chance to put your feelings on paper, and I think it'll really help a lot of people. Coming up next, Arizona's Empowerment Scholarship Account Program. It's a complete mess. Has Governor Hobbs dropped the ball on this?
And we spoke to the governor yesterday.
We'll have some of her comments. It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
When we feel divided, we look to something that can bring us together. It's time to do something powerful and meaningful for kids who need your help. Give-a-thon week is coming, August 18th through the 22nd. Keep listening to hear how you can make a difference for Arizona kids and families.
Become a champion of hope and help the kids at Phoenix Children's.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Wildfire.
Okay, so you want to make your home look more beautiful, and you want it to look more beautiful instantly. So what do? You start with the one thing that transforms everything. Brand new windows from Advanced Window Products. Now, new windows don't just save energy. That's an awesome thing. But they also flood your home with natural light, create clean lines, give your home that fresh, modern look from the inside out. And so when you hire someone to replace your aging and your awful windows, I want you to go with one company, my guys at Advanced Window Products. Why? Why go with them? Almost 40 years in business, right? They've been doing this since 1986. A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. Most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. That is guaranteed. No middleman markups. By the way, when you call Advanced Window Products, you will speak to someone who works there, and then throughout the whole install, it will only be people that are at Advanced Window Products. They're not going to send you somewhere else. We'll talk to this person. No. 480-764-2002, advancedwindows.com.
Are you looking for an easy way to get a daily detox? Active Liver is the easy way to get a daily detox to keep you healthy and feeling your best. You can find Active Liver in the vitamin aisle at your local CVS or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The secret to sustainable weight loss isn't the endless cycle of counting calories, extreme exercise, or taking the next trendy shot. It's about resetting your metabolism and creating simple, healthy habits to support it. I'm Dr. Patrick Maloney with Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss, and that simple secret could change the rest of your life. So stop yo-yo dieting and let's reset your metabolism naturally, safely, and effectively with our exclusive 3-step protocol. Go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com to schedule your free consultation. That's PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com.
It really is life-changing. I'm Jamie West. I lost about 50 pounds with Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss, and I'm keeping it off. If you want to finally lose those extra pounds and keep them off for good, don't wait. You could lose 10 to 15% of your body weight in just 8 weeks, and you can do the program in person or virtually from anywhere. Schedule your free consultation right now, 602-832-7440, or go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource Water. Arizona's desert water is some of the harshest in the country. It's tough on your skin, your hair, and your home. Some people turn to old-fashioned softeners, but there's a better way. With LifeSource, you get clean, conditioned, and healthy water from every tap without salt. Upgrade your water today by calling 1-800-WATER-99 or visit LifeSourceWater.com. LifeSource, taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations apply.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Days after French President Emmanuel Macron announced that his country would become the first major Western power to recognize a Palestinian state in September, another world leader is now following suit. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney speaking today after a cabinet meeting in Ottawa.
Canada intends to recognize the state of Palestine at the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly in September 2025.
The Dragon Bravo fire has grown to more than 90,000 acres and dropped to only 4% containment. Hot and dry conditions on the north rim of the Grand Canyon are making the wildfire hard to manage. There are more than a dozen aircraft and over 1,000 personnel assigned to that fire that was sparked by lightning on July 4th. An annual report looking at how lawmakers vote on environmental issues has been released, and KTAR's Ballin Overstoles joins us live in the News Center to tell us more.
Yeah, Becky, the 2025 Environmental Report Card indicates Arizona is sliding back on landscape and climate protection progress. The Sierra Club Sandy Barr says Governor Katie Hobbs's grade dropped to a C+ this year.
She vetoed a number of really harmful bills, which we appreciate. Her score was affected significantly by those utility bills.
This year, the governor did sign 2 major utility bills. One allows an Arizona coal plant to continue operations, and another reduces liability on utilities if they start wildfires. Overall, Republicans received failing grades, while many Democrats were honored in the report for their environmental voting record. Live in the News Center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
2 months after tracking down a killer who escaped from a medium security prison, Arkansas State Police are looking for the person who murdered a couple hiking in a state park Saturday.
The rugged terrain made getting to Clinton and Kristen Brink a challenge.
We found the victims down here. They're on the lower Devil's Den Trail.
The audio from Broadcastify.
Got 2 bodies down here.
The couple's 7- and 9-year-old daughters were unhurt. Police have released a photo taken by another park visitor showing a person of interest, but the image does not show his face. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Let's take a look at the road home this afternoon with Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got a crash on the right shoulder of the 202 loop eastbound near McClintock Drive. Again, that's just on the shoulder, so it's only slightly slowed there. And slight slowness on the southbound 101 as well. Still slow due to an earlier wreck on the right shoulder right by the Broadway exit. But this is kind of backed up. Typically, your 101 is going to be slow through South Scottsdale at this hour, but just expect a little extra slowness today from Indian Bend Road on down to Apache Boulevard. And on the surface streets, we've still got that wreck slowing things down at the intersection of Broadway and Central. We'll make another check of the roads in another 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Overnight low temp around 86 and then 111 tomorrow and 112 by Friday, but look out Saturday 113. It is 109 in Scottsdale. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Joe Huizenga. Experts are concerned about the energy demand the growing number of data centers bring with them to the valley. They should be more concerned about something else. We'll discuss tomorrow at 2 on the next Chris and Joe Show.
Will do. And this portion of the show brought to you by Parker & Sons AC Plumbing and Electrical, celebrating 50 years of helping their customers and community. Call Parker. Once again, thanks a lot to Melissa Lord, Preston Lord's aunt, for being here with us, for sharing some stories.
That was tough, man. That was tough.
Learning things we didn't know.
She's awesome.
Yeah, really struck me as a really strong woman. Yeah, say the least. Yeah. So, if you missed that interview, you can go back. You can watch it on our KTAR YouTube channel or listen to it on the podcast, and kind of what we all learned from that. Yesterday, Governor Hobbs was here in studio with us. And speaking of learning, we learned some things from her, including what's going on with the ESA program, and what can be done moving forward. Or maybe the better question is, has she dropped the ball on this?
Yeah, what was done in the budget negotiations, if anything, right? And we're going to talk about this in the War Room at 5.
Yeah.
Yep. But here's what Hobbs told us yesterday. She joins us every 2 weeks for an exclusive interview. And Bruce, you started off with this.
And while you did not create this,
right?
It not on your watch. You didn't start this program. Are you worried that you're in danger of becoming responsible for it by not doing something to fix it?
Look, I have proposed reasonable guardrails. I think most taxpayers who see their money going to this program, this boondoggle, which I coined, by the way, in my Save the State address.
Oh, okay.
But even people who support this program don't support the lack of accountability. And so we've proposed reasonable guardrails. And so the question is for the legislators, the Republican legislators who have continued to defend this program despite these continued bad reports we're seeing about how these dollars are being misused. Why are they willing to go to the mat to keep defending this and not
put the kind of accountability in place that you would want for any other entitlement program. And this is an entitlement program.
So parents get the tax money, $6,000 to $7,000. It's supposed to go towards K through 12. Mm-hmm. Now we're seeing parents buying boats and going on trips. And all. Okay, so the state budget was signed into law, and so it's negotiated by you, Governor. It's negotiated by Senate Republican leaders. So why didn't it contain any new money to review the ESA spending?
So I think that I'm all for considering a proposal that would bring more accountability to the program, but that there wasn't a proposal that did that. So if we just spend more money to continue the same practices that are happening right now, you're just putting lipstick on a pig. And the fact is that they've rejected reviews of the program, and we know how the funding is being abused. We're seeing it. Reporters are reporting on it all the time.
Right. But the reason that people are getting away with it is there are 12 state employees overseeing the ESA spending. And so when this whole thing started, you had like 11,000 students enrolled at the start. Mm-hmm. Now we got 85,000. Here's the problem. We still only have 12 state employees trying to figure out, hey, the horse that the person bought, that's probably. So why not put new money into it? Like if you only have 12 state employees overseeing the ESA spending, why during the budget negotiations where you got plenty of power, you can. Why not say we need more than 12? We need to triple that. We need to quadruple that. We need 100 more employees.
We've proposed a lot.
But was that proposed in the state budget negotiations?
I'm not going to get into the specifics about the negotiations, but we laid out a very clear plan in my budget proposal in January that created accountability, that created reasonable guardrails, that created income limits, and these were all rejected. So the Republicans have just tinkered around the edges, and anything that they're looking at doing is not going to address the really big problem. And Superintendent Horn said, we are not going to review expenses under $2,000. If he wanted to make more accountability in the program, he could have asked for those staff. He could have fought for them. He's not interested in doing that. And the legislature also rejected requirements that would require reviews of all the expenses.
Governor Hobbs, am I to understand that Republicans in the legislature see no problem with this? That they don't see the abuse, they don't see the issues, they don't see the problems that it's going to create with the budget? Like, I'm trying to understand it.
You would have to ask them that, because these problems are all clear. It's being reported. They're the ones who continue to defend it and continue to reject any reasonable guardrails that Arizona taxpayers should be able to expect when our tax dollars are being spent.
We are speaking with Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs about Arizona's Empowerment Scholarship Account, the ESA program. Okay, so State Schools Chief Tom Horn came after you.
Oh, boy.
So he says comments made by one of your spokespeople that the ESA staff are a, quote, wasteful bureaucracy. Horn says that's a reckless insult to state employees who are understaffed and under pressure and working hard to serve parents who choose the education that is best for their child. Do you think that was something that was demeaning to state employees?
Well, I'm pretty sure he's very much mischaracterizing a response that was made from my staff. My staff would never insult state employees that way. But I think the fact is that the program is not being well administered because the superintendent who's responsible for administering it isn't requesting funding for this in his budget. There's not oversight. There was not oversight built into the program when it was established, and so that's the problem. The legislature created this when they expanded ESAs to anybody who wants them without expanding the administrative staff over the program.
All right. That's Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs joins us exclusively every 2 weeks in studio. And a big portion of yesterday, that was yesterday, big portion of it was the Empowerment Scholarship Account Program, the ESAs. On the War Room, we're going to discuss this too. Why do we have 12 state employees, and these are the only 12 that are looking for parents who are buying a horse for their kid? And they're saying it's for gym. It's for gym class, right? Ridiculous. Oh, well, I bought my kid a cello for $16,000. It's for art class.
Well, for people that rage against waste, fraud, and abuse in government, they seem awful darn quiet about waste, fraud, and abuse in the ESA program.
Yeah, so we'll hit that in the War Room coming up.
Checking the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn has got that for us. Then up next, how does the sixth most powerful earthquake in modern history do almost no damage at all? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, couple days left in July, and a couple days for you to get a really good deal for something you really need at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Let me talk to the guys today. All right, guys, what's going on? You feeling kind of tired and sluggish and losing focus at times and maybe some trouble in the bedroom? Here's the probability of what you have. Low testosterone. Probably have low T. But don't freak out, because men today have 20% less testosterone than their dads did for one reason or another. There's a very simple solution, and Red Mountain has it for you. It's testosterone. That's it. It's prescription strength testosterone. And when you go through the program at Red Mountain Weight Loss, you're going to build muscle mass. You're going to sleep better. Your mental focus is going to be incredible. You'll boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. And as I said, couple days left in July. When you call, you mention Gatos, save a couple $100 to start your testosterone therapy. They're going to waive the startup fee for you. Just mention me. RedMountainWeightLoss.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Accidents happen unexpectedly. If it ever happens to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Sweet James has an office right here in Phoenix, run by world-class attorneys that are part of your community, and they are proud partners of your Phoenix Suns. Sweet James is all about winning, and they win 98% of the time, because when you're hurt, you are counting on someone to deliver for you. Winning big is everything. That's why you call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION or sweetjames.com. Awarded best attorneys in America. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:45. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now.
I passed her, and I yelled her name, and I hit my knees, and it was the most guttural cries I've ever heard come out of my body. That she could just so casually be out hiking, knowing what her son had done.
Those are the words of Mel Lord, remembering the moment she walked by the mother of one of the teens accused of murdering her nephew, Preston, at a Halloween party in 2023. She tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos she's not planning to be at every court date.
I don't have any control over what next steps happen. And so I'll be there to support when I can, but to relive it each time isn't very kind to myself.
Mel Lord has written a grief journal entitled Echoed. If I write loud enough, will you hear me? You can see the entire interview at KTAR's YouTube channel. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Now let's check on traffic. Here's Heather Larson with a look at things in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Some slowness right now on I-10 at the stack heading up to the northbound I-17, also the 347 south heading to Maricopa. Pretty slow to Riggs Road right now. We've got a crash on the right shoulder of the 202 eastbound near McClintock, and southbound 101 still a little bit slow due to that wreck. It's now on the right shoulder at the Broadway exit. As for the surface streets, we've got a wreck at 49th Street and Chandler Boulevard, slowing down that intersection, and still hasn't cleared from the intersection of Broadway and Central. That wreck there slowing things down as well. We'll do another check of traffic in 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Need cash to remodel your home or pay off high-interest debt? A HELOC from Lund Mortgage could be your smartest move yet. Tap into your home's equity today. And if the feds drop rates in the future, your HELOC rate automatically goes down without you lifting a finger. Upgrade your home, knock out that credit card debt, all without touching your low first-rate mortgage. Take control of your finances and your space. Call Lund Mortgage Team today and unlock the power of your home. For all things mortgage, call Lund Mortgage.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Big year. I'm starting middle school.
Welcome to the jungle, Missy.
Best part? My parents promised me a new laptop.
Perfect for homework, essays, and drudgery.
So we went to Staples. They had all the latest tech, and laptops were up to 40% off.
Woo! Another back-to-school budget saved by Staples Easy Button.
Mom high-fived the cashier. So embarrassing.
Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. In Z23, select models only.
Arizona wildfire expert Jim Cross says the North Rim's Dragon Bravo fire is now the 10th most destructive fire in our state's history. But he'll tell us how it could easily move up that list on the next Arizona's Morning News.
Well, the fact that it's at, 4% containment probably has something to do with that as well. Don't forget, we got the War Room coming up at 5 o'clock, just minutes away from that today, Gatos.
I think it's going to be an outstanding War Room.
I think they're all outstanding.
I think this is going to be an outstanding, top-of-the-line War Room.
Top of the line. I like it.
Yep.
So yesterday, while on the air, we've had a lot of things happen while we're sitting in this studio.
Well, we're afternoon drive. That's why they put us here, my friend.
Got it.
Talk about breaking news.
So apparently our bosses knew that there was going to be an earthquake off the coast of Russia. And a tsunami warning issued far and wide. From Japan to South America.
Yeah.
And everywhere in between. We now know that this earthquake, an 8.8 magnitude earthquake, just off the coast of Russia, far east coast of Russia, nobody lives over there. Sixth largest earthquake in modern history since we started recording these.
8.8.
Yeah. But had very little damage, very little impact. How are those two things possible?
I don't know. Because when we were sitting here yesterday, I think we were discussing Alaska, Hawaii. You know, I didn't really think California was in all that big of trouble. I mean, but I thought we were going to have a real disaster. I don't
Can I tell you why?
Overstate it.
Why I think so?
But that's what I thought, because it is an 8.8.
I think we've watched too many tsunami movies.
I don't think so.
We think like this wall of water bigger than skyscrapers is going to come, and that's kind of not what happens. I learned something interesting about this earthquake. You ready?
Yeah.
So do you remember the earthquake off of Japan that took out the nuclear plant?
2011.
Yeah, the Fukushima nuclear plant.
And if you go and find it on YouTube, it's the craziest thing to watch.
Oh, it's terrifying.
It's terrifying.
So that earthquake, similar in scale. But here's the big difference. Scientists are saying that yesterday's earthquake shifted the land, the seabed, by about 20 to 30 feet along a 300-mile fault, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And they said the difference is in 2011, the earthquake off of Japan shifted the seabed by 150 feet over 300 miles. And so they're saying even though it was powerful, the plates and the shift wasn't as big to create that huge wave effect.
Yeah.
So we got lucky.
I think we did get lucky. I went home and watched it all night on Twitter.
Oh, I had, believe me, I was, so because, our 24-hour news channels here don't actually do news. They all sit around and argue amongst each other. I was watching the BBC last night because the BBC was covering this as a news story, as to way it was affecting people all over the Pacific Rim.
Yeah, a couple things. I had friends who were in Hawaii. I forgot which island.
Okay.
They were staying at a Hilton directly above the beach on the 12th floor.
Okay, 12th floor.
And so I saw that, and I'm like, they'll be fine.
12th floor is okay.
12th floor is pretty good.
Yeah, that's 120 feet in the air.
Yeah. But watching and waiting and looking, it's crazy.
I have a Facebook friend of mine in Hawaii. A lot of people drove. They went up like to the higher areas inland, and there was this picture he did of all these people like sitting on a ridge, overlooking the ocean, like with the sun setting. And he was like, kind of like, how beautiful this is, but how nervous we are is, well, what's coming over the horizon?
Yeah. So the two things that I take away from yesterday, these are obscure things.
Okay.
A tsunami can travel across entire oceans at 500 plus miles per hour.
Yeah.
Okay. The second thing I saw that I thought was interesting, doctors in Russia continued surgery on a patient despite the 8.8 earthquake, and there's video of it.
Oh, God.
Everything is shaking.
Oh, I can't imagine.
They're holding on to the patient who's on who's on the table.
Came from falling on the floor.
Yeah.
Good
and
grief.
so there's video of that online, and I'm watching this, and like, because out of nowhere, everything is shaking.
Absolutely.
I mean, I don't know what kind of surgery you're doing. And that knife slips a little bit.
I was going to say, any surgery at that point, I would be extremely concerned with.
The other obscure thing I noticed was there were beached whales in Japan.
Beached whales?
I believe, yes.
Yeah.
And it's like, they knew something was going on.
Animals get like that vibe, right?
I'm out of here.
They know about earthquakes. They know about animals get some sort of weird vibe. They pick it up.
Because remember the 2004 earthquake in Indonesia?
Yeah.
It has been now famously reported that before the sea, I guess, receded, and then all the water came back in, every animal, every bird went the other way.
They all started taking off.
And it was noticeable.
Like, hey, where are all the animals going?
Noticeable.
Come on, honey, let's go down to the water and see what's happening.
So if you ever see that,
follow them.
Follow them.
Yeah. If the horses start running,
follow them.
Follow them. The War Room. It is coming up next. Remember, you can watch it also on our KTAR YouTube channel.
We have two people who are almost as outspoken as us.
Okay. Trump's approval numbers on immigration are plummeting. We're going to dig into why that's the case. The War Room up next on KTAR.
All right, let's talk about America Roofing. Get them out to your house. Why? Because the Arizona heat will age your roof. UV damage, shingle curling, material cracking. It's not like you were just up there the other day. No one's going on their roof. No one. It's too hot up there. America Roofing will do it, though. They'll do it in the summer for you. They want to make sure that your roof is going to be okay. Now, there are some warning signs that you should watch, right? The water stains that are on your ceiling, that's not good. You got to get that fixed. You have a leak. And if you don't get it fixed soon, it's going to cost a lot more down the road. Why go with America Roofing? Gatos approved. Also, A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Family owned and operated for well over 25 years. Licensed, bonded, insured. America Roofing is the largest roofing company to operate in Arizona, hands down. AmericaRoofingCo.com. 602-960-ROOF. America Roofing, we've got you covered.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All three offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
No-charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582. Bronco Sport 245938. F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25.
Sanderson Ford.
This weekend at your local Ace Hardware, it's Ace Bucket Days, August 1st through the 3rd. Buy a special Children's Miracle Network Hospitals bucket for just $5. Fill it and get 20% off almost anything you can fit in your bucket. And the best part, your $5 bucket purchase supports Phoenix Children's. That's savings for you and help for kids in need. Ace Bucket Days, this weekend at Ace Hardware.
Ace is a place where the helpful hardware folks.
2 years ago, Bobby Carpenter completed treatments for knee pain at QC Kinetics. So we're checking in with the former college and pro football player to see how he's doing.
I've been asked a lot, like, how long does this last? How long does it work? I go, I've had mine for a couple years, and everything feels very good. It feels just as good as it did when I started to turn the corner.
Bobby's an active husband, dad, and business owner. That's why 2 years ago, he heard about QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative treatments, and he knew he could trust them for his chronic knee pain.
And thankfully, with QC Kinetics, I was able to go through this, and my activities are the same as it was. I'm able to coach my kids in sports. I can play golf. I can go run.
QC Kinetics patients like Bobby don't miss a beat. No surgery or rehab, just freedom from debilitating joint pain. Ready for lasting relief from joint pain? Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation and see if you're a good candidate.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp here, along with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. You're my financial advisor. I like you, Stuart, but do you have to like your financial advisor?
That is a fantastic question, and let me just tell you this. I think the biggest complaint I hear from people is that they don't hear from their advisor, and they don't really want to call them. Well, oftentimes that's because they don't like them very much. Now, it's important that you trust them and that you believe that they're competent. I think those are crucial. But I think it's really nice when you have a relationship because it makes it way easier to contact them. People that you dislike, you're way less likely to call. And I think it's important that you have someone to call that you like.
Yeah, and I've got his cell number. Maybe you should get his too and become a client of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax, where they do financial and estate planning, insurance, and tax planning. Get your free portfolio review by going to AssetPreservationWealth.com. Like your financial advisor. Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It is 5 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. The Dragon Bravo fire that's burning on the north rim of the Grand Canyon is now the 10th largest wildfire in Arizona's history. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the news center with an update.
The Dragon Bravo fire grew more than 20,000 acres overnight to 90,000 acres and has dropped to just 4% containment. James Ray with the Southwest Area Incident Management Team explains the fire is difficult for firefighters to manage because it's moving down the canyon.
The fire's been backing down on the north rim, and then it aligns with slot canyons and then makes runs back up towards the south.
He says there's more than a dozen aircraft and over 1,000 personnel assigned to the fire. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Why did she write a grief journal? Mel Lord wrote, echoed, "If I write loud enough, will you hear me?" in the aftermath of the murder of her nephew, Preston Lord, who was attacked at a Halloween party in Queen Creek in 2023. She tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos she hopes her book can be a gift.
Because so many times you have somebody that you love that's going through grief, and it's such a helpless feeling that you don't know what you can do for them. So I'm hoping that this can be a gift, that somebody can say, hey, I don't know what you're going through, but hopefully this can help.
You can see the entire interview at KTAR's YouTube channel. A Phoenix police motorcycle sergeant was taken to a hospital with non-life-threatening injuries following a crash in the area of 21st and Jefferson Streets this afternoon. We're told the driver of the other vehicle remained on the scene. The investigation into what led up to that crash continues. Overnight, members of the Homeless ID Project slept in the streets to raise awareness for homelessness in the Valley. Chairman of the board, Chris Rich, and Executive Director Rick Mitchell joined Arizona's Morning News to explain what exactly the Homeless ID Project does.
What Homeless ID Project does is helps people who are on the street or facing homelessness to get replacement identification documents so that they can get off the street.
Rich and Mitchell add that without an ID, you can't get a job, housing, or really anything at all.
A KTAR News exclusive.
Governor Katie Hobbs taking issue with President Trump's latest executive order, one that aims to institutionalize homeless Americans to restore public order in major cities. She tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos that while her office is still looking over how to address the order, it was issued with little advance notice.
I started my career working with homeless individuals. I know firsthand that it is a very complex problem. We cannot solve the problem by forcefully institutionalizing everyone who is dealing with homelessness.
You can hear that full interview with the governor at KTAR's YouTube page. Commuters have a new incentive to use public transportation or cleaner alternatives.
Share the Ride, an enhanced app launched by Valley Metro, offers new features to make rides smoother for users. In addition to tracking trips on Valley Metro, people can now become a reward program member. You can get deals from local businesses by logging when you carpool, telework, bike, walk, or use public transportation. For more information, head to sharetheride.com. Jania McFarland, KTAR News.
Well, if you're on the roads this afternoon, let's see if they're cooperating. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Well, they're far from cooperating. We'll just say that per usual. We've got some thick traffic around the stack and on the northbound 17 from there. We also have a report of a car fire on the I-10 eastbound at 40th Street. A crash on the right shoulder of the 202 eastbound near McClintock. This one in the final clearing stages, so just look out for that tow truck that's going to be taking that car away any second now. And southbound 101 still a little bit slow due to an earlier wreck onto the right shoulder right before the Broadway exit. This one almost cleared as well. And if we hit the city streets, of course, there is one wreck right now at 49th Street and Chandler Boulevard, slowing down that intersection. We'll make another check of the roads in about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Overnight, we're expecting the low to be around 86 degrees and an extreme heat warning the rest of the week. 111 tomorrow, 112 Friday, and 113 on Saturday. Very slight chance we could see some showers on Thursday and Friday. Right now, we've hit 111 in Peoria. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos presents The War Room. A political symposium cutting through the noise from the Arizona State Capitol to Washington, D.C. The War Room starts now.
Welcome to The War Room. All right, every Wednesday from 5 to 6. We get into some politics, all right? So, let's get into the panel today. I think we've got a fantastic panel. Joining us once again is Arizona State Senator John Kavanaugh, a Republican. Good to see you, State Senator.
Good to be seen.
All right. And we've got the Democrat, Arizona State Secretary of State Adrian Fontes, first time in the War Room, many times on the show. Well, glad to have you in the War Room.
I'm super happy to be here, not in my official capacity.
Yes. Is it not your official capacity?
Well, no, because I got to run the election, so I have to stay non-political when I do my job. So when I come here, I am a Democrat. I'm a proud Democrat.
You're firing today.
But we're firing on all cylinders today.
Good. Good.
I am in all capacities.
It goes without saying. Why don't we start with immigration and raids? If you look at some poll numbers in January, 56% of registered voters approved of Trump's handling on immigration. That's 56% in January. Take it to July. It's not 56 anymore. It's 42% of adults approving of Trump's handling of immigration. Let's start with you, State Senator Kavanaugh. Do these raids disproportionately target certain ethnic groups, particularly Latino communities? Is that what we're seeing with the raids?
It depends on how you define disproportionately. I mean, if Group A, if an overwhelming majority of illegal immigrants are members of Group A, and let's say that, I'm making whatever the number, say 40% are Group A, then you would expect 40% of the raids to be targeting, But then again, you don't really have actual areas where you target them. I'm not sure how you can target, say, an Hispanic in Phoenix, given that most of them are perfectly legal and everybody's walking. It isn't like we have a neighborhood where we're doing this. So,
but isn't that the question? How are these people then being
chosen,
picked out of a group? Then what are the parameters people are using?
Whatever they are unchristian. I can't see how anybody can say they're a Christian and treat someone from another land in their own land this way. It's mean, is what it is. It's mean-spirited. A lot of these folks are being picked up by, hooded thugs in the street in the most un-American way. So I just think the spirit behind this, whether or not the poll numbers are up or down, that's kind of the window dressing here. At the end of the day, what we're looking at is scaring the hell out of people on purpose because we don't like them. And it's an unchristian-based way of not liking people because they're from somewhere else. And by the way, Immigration and Naturalization Services didn't exist in the Middle East in the aughts when we're talking about years. So you can't base this on anything other than what we know. And I don't think our Lord and Savior would be happy with the way that these vulnerable populations are being treated. Now, as for the numbers, Democrats have nothing to celebrate here. 4 days ago, the Wall Street Journal came back and said that Democrats have a 63% disapproval rating, and that's a problem. So regardless
you think
of
a lot of that's driven by immigration, what happened under the Biden administration?
My political party has got its head up its posterior and is doing absolutely nothing to really bark back and fight back in an effective way.
Don't forget wokeness. Hey, look, render unto Caesar things that are Caesar's and to God the things that are God. Immigration law is a civil law passed in the United States by Congress, signed by the president, and all of the pro-illegal immigration people have not, for the last decade or two, been able to nudge that law an inch. They can't even get legal status passed for so-called dreamers.
Yeah.
People want the law enforced. So it's not mean-spirited, it's enforcing the law.
So if we're going to render unto Caesar, then we probably shouldn't be praying on the floor of the House of Representatives or on the floor of the Senate. If it is Caesar's, then it should be bereft of religion. But that's a different topic.
Are you going to remove "In God We Trust" from our coins?
Well, we only put it in. It only came into our coinage in the 50s, and that was as against the communist Russians. Let's not try to remake history.
Let's have a quick detour for constitutional law. Okay, the First Amendment presents the establishment of a religion, like a Protestant religion, like what was happening in England. It doesn't say that God doesn't belong in the public square or government, because it's all over government, and all governments do prayers.
Yeah, but
if you want to do the atheist thing, if you want to do the atheist thing, I'm not going to stop you.
I happen to be a Catholic, but I don't care if atheists. I don't care who you pray to or how you do it, as long as you do it freely and you don't get somebody else's religion shoved down your throat. But at the end of the day, this is mean.
Well, they say
that they're just enforcing the law. But let's be really clear about this.
Yeah, mean versus enforcing the law.
Mean versus enforcing the law. What we are hearing is, and we've seen this from immigration judges, they're being told dismiss asylum cases for folks so that those ICE agents waiting outside the courtroom
in the
hallway will be able to pick them up.
Happens all the time in law enforcement. One jurisdiction will drop charges so another jurisdiction can take control. Nothing new, historic.
And it is from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, not the United States of America against
the federal
someone
government's
who's
a
seeking
jurisdiction.
amnesty.
Federal government is a universal jurisdiction.
Look, you can hide behind the law and give up your humanity You can hide behind a strictly constructionist view of this and get away from dignity. You can say that you're being upright and forget about the innocent or the victim or the people that we're supposed to be protecting and defending, which are the least among us. Or you can have sanctimony and point your fingers at people. But I'll tell you what, nobody seems to care about the guy with 34 felony counts in the White House when it comes to being a law and order sort of society.
Sound like ICE
no,
agents,
it's not a soundbite.
ICE
You're
agents
the one that brought onto Caesar.
ICE agents are law enforcement agents doing their job, and they have to wear the masks because they're doxxed by open border proponents who want to get their name and endanger their families.
With all due respect,
I have no problem.
With all due respect, Mr. Kavanaugh, you have no idea the threats that I have personally faced, or that my family's personally faced, and I don't have to wear a mask because I'm not acting illegally.
I don't mind if you want to wear a mask.
I'm not being mean to people.
You can wear a mask.
I'm not. Well, you know, sometimes folks like you might need one because you're embarrassed by the work that you're doing because you're embarrassed by it.
I'm proud to have been a cop for 20 years. I'm proud to have helped immigration when I was a cop because I support the law.
I appreciate what law enforcement agents do when they do it
call
to
them
protect.
thugs.
I didn't say the word thug. Now you're lying.
I don't play the tape. What, mask thugs, or did you use a similar derogatory term?
What I'm saying is this:
you didn't say law enforcement officers.
When you remove humanity, dignity, mercy, and decency from governance, what you're doing is saying the most powerful will rule over the least without mercy.
So when I was a cop and I locked up somebody who committed a crime, I was a thug. I was not being humane because I enforced the law.
When the law is amnesty, and people are fleeing places where they might get killed if they stay there. The Statue of Liberty stands for these unwashed, huddled masses yearning to be free, and this home of freedom is now turning into a place of fear because of these ridiculous policies.
The people being removed do not have claims of asylum. If they did, they'd be on hold.
What about the the 4-year-old cancer patient who's getting removed because their parents have some issue? There's no mercy there. There's no decency there.
The child's mother made the choice of staying with her child. And you know what? If I was being deported from a country, I would take my kids with me too. I wouldn't abandon my 4-year-old child. That's heartless.
I can't abide.
How can you say that?
What I can say is being mean is no way to govern.
So who gets deported? Like 18 million people.
Being mean and being rough against vulnerable people, against workers, against people who just want to live their lives and try to live the American dream. That's just mean.
Let's go to Senator Kavanaugh's.
Cue the violins.
Who should be going? And we're in the war room. We've got Secretary of State Adrian Fontes. We've got Arizona State Senator John Kavanaugh. Because you brought up Secretary of State Fontes, a 6-year-old. I've got a list. I've got a 48-year-old landscaper who was working outside an IHOP, and he was tackled. Okay, from what I understand, his only crime was coming in illegally, but he's been here quite a while and doesn't have a record.
Well, do you think that's why the poll numbers, at least if you believe it, the poll numbers aren't as supportive of it, is because Trump campaigned on kicking the criminals out, and now they're kicking the abuelitas out?
Because maybe we can start with agreement.
Okay.
So roughly almost 9 million illegals came into the country during the Biden years.
That's
he had
the
an
number I have.
open border policy.
Mm-hmm.
Those people have not been here a long time. Assuming that those people, assuming that they don't have legitimate asylum claims that are being processing, can we all agree that these recent arrivals should be picked up and deported?
100% yes. I agree.
Mr. Fontes.
It's a case-by-case basis. They all deserve their due process. That's what the Constitution requires.
And they get their they get an immigration hearing, and then they go. That's what's happening.
They get their due process. Yeah. But you're making the conclusory statement that they should all be deported. Okay. And I don't have the luxury of that privilege because I believe in the Constitution of the United States of America.
Do you believe they should be apprehended, get their hearing?
If after appropriate due process applied, they are deemed to have broken a law.
No.
And that's appropriate. But I'm talking about a rational...
They don't have to break a law. They have to be here illegally. So if they're here illegally...
How do you determine that? How do you determine that?
How they determine that?
How do you determine their illegality?
Because they're not citizens. They weren't born here, and they don't have naturalization papers.
But how do you determine whether or not they're here legally?
That's what ICE does every day.
Due
the same way when I was a cop, I determined if you had a driver's license.
The words you don't want to utter are due process.
They get that. They're all entitled to a hearing. They're all getting hearings before. They just hired more hearing officers. So will you support the removal of those if they get a hearing, those 10 million?
If they have due process, which means they get representation, which means they get to make their case as well. And if after that they are deemed to be deportable under the law, so be it.
All right,
but I'm not going to be.
Round
I'm
them
not
up.
going to make.
Round them up.
But I'm not going to make the emotionally charged claim that every person who came here without documentation automatically should just be, as you say, rounded up and kicked the hell out.
Do you object to ICE picking these people up if they have to be adjudicated? Or will you send them engraved invitations?
I object to fear in our communities. Do you?
Do you have a problem with ICE?
Do you want fear in our communities?
I want people here legally to not be afraid.
So keep avoiding the question. Do you want fear in our communities?
I want fear. If you're here illegally, you should be scared out of your wits and go home.
So you want scared people?
Scared illegal aliens.
Because here's what happens with scared people.
Get them out.
Scared people won't report other crimes.
Oh, I've heard this line before.
Scared people won't participate in civil society. Scared people won't do the things that we want folks who want to build a life here to do normally.
We don't want them here because they're illegal. They're on their way out the door.
Every single study that's ever been done indicates that immigrants, whether they're illegal or not, generally speaking, will improve the economy.
So you want anybody who comes here illegally to stay? Is that what you're saying?
Why are you being so hyperbolic about this
conclusory
and
now
in
you're
your
turning
statements?
around and saying that you want them all to stay because they're good. First you were deporting them, now you're bringing them back.
Because, look, I can walk and chew gum at the same time. I don't have a bumper sticker stupid philosophy on the world, okay?
How about we do
I
this?
understand process.
So you guys, there's a lot here. And by the way, this is probably my favorite segment ever because Bruce didn't speak.
He has his hand up. He has
his hand up.
I know he does.
He has one finger up.
I know.
We have,
but it's not the middle finger.
State Senator Kavanaugh, Secretary of State Fontes. We got to take
I didn't know else how to get in there, Bruce. I had to throw you under the bus.
That's okay. I appreciate it. Thank you. Coming up next, though, continue with the immigration talk and how immigration raids are impacting Arizona's economy.
Yeah, they mentioned economy just a second ago. State Senator John Kavanaugh and Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fontes. We're in the war room. We're going to tackle that next.
Hey, if you've got great credit, there's no need to finance your home the same way that everyone else always have. I want to talk to you about the last piece of financing you'll ever need for anything. It's called a Life Changer loan. It allows you to do your banking inside your mortgage, which means you could pay off the entire thing in just a few short years without changing your spending habits. Boy, that's a key part of it, right? Plus, you have access to your equity 24/7. So you can do things like buy new properties without needing an additional mortgage, do home improvements without needing a loan. How about a new car? You're not financing. You just borrow from yourself, even paying for college tuition. Yeah, you're just going to dip into your line of credit, all right? If you got great credit, you're good with money, well, then don't let a bank control your life and your finances. Take control yourself. LifeChangerLoan.com. It's LifeChangerLoan.com. Remember, it's not magic. It's just math.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:18. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. The first of the 4 victims of Monday's mass shooting in Midtown Manhattan was laid to rest today. At the same time, investigators are now analyzing the notes left behind by the shooter, 27-year-old Shane Tamura.
Police found a 3-page note in the shooter's pocket claiming he had a traumatic brain injury and blaming the NFL for concealing the dangers to players' brains to maximize profits. The shooter played high school, not professional football, and his coach in Southern California told us he did not recall Tamura getting hurt.
That was a complete shock. I did not witness any injuries.
Sources tell ABC News Tamura left another note at his Las Vegas home apologizing to his parents. When I look into you and Dad's eyes, I see complete disappointment. I love you, Mama. I'm sorry.
That's ABC's Aaron Katursky. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check the road home now. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got a wreck on the 202 eastbound at Alma School. This one's going to be on the right shoulder, right lanes, really, so you're going to want to look out for that one. We also have a wreck on the 60 eastbound at McClintock. This also on the right shoulder. A crash on the left shoulder of Jefferson Street's ramp to I-10 eastbound, and then that wreck fire reported earlier. It turns out this car is now on the I-10 eastbound southbound at 40th Street on the exit ramp. And, the state or southbound or Route 101 still slow on that loop due to a wreck that happened much earlier today. That is not a problem anymore, but your South Scottsdale backup is pretty decent, and that's going to go all the way from Apache back up to around Chaparral Road right now. We'll do another check of traffic in about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Now, back to the War Room. Insight and analysis about the biggest political stories in AZ and DC.
Thanks for joining us inside the War Room. On our panel today, we have Arizona State Senator John Kavanaugh, the Republican, and Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fontes, the Democrat.
I don't think you have to identify us that way at this point in the show.
Big fight feel. That's a big fight feel.
Is that because both of our parties are extremely unpopular with the populace?
Well,
yeah, right?
I don't think we can. Republicans can't approach the current levels of the Democrat Party.
Yeah, we've got some work to do, I will admit.
In the first segment, we're talking about raids. I heard round them up. I've heard America's being mean and fearful. Why don't we continue discussing immigration, but on a little bit of a different basis? The impact on Arizona's economy. About 16% of Arizona's workforce is made up of immigrants. This was a study by the American Immigration Council. If we start taking more and more people and deporting them,
or they're afraid to go to work,
how are we going to get anything done in this state? Who do we hire?
Would you define immigrants? Are you talking about illegal immigrants?
Yeah, I think so.
Immigrants?
Yeah, you're right. That's good. Illegal immigrants, yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, first of all, like I said, there's probably about 18 million in the country at this point. They're not going to be deported overnight. This is a very slow process. And we also have procedures to let legal immigrants come in. There are people all over the world waiting to come here. And those are the people I want here, law-abiding people who get screened. In addition, for agriculture in southern Arizona, we already have programs where Mexicans come in as temporary workers. Some of them go back home every night. Some of them stay for a short period of time, then go back home, which is great because that helps Mexico too. They take their wages and they bring it back to Mexico and help to improve their economy in their small villages. It's a win-win. So I'm not worried because we can bring in more immigrants. We can use that program, and it's going to be a slow process of getting the illegal immigrants out.
We're seeing people with green cards, though, detained. We're seeing
unless
American
you make
citizens detained.
Unless you make it so hostile they don't want to come back because you're being mean to them for no really good reason. I mean, you're talking about 37% of Arizona's low-wage workers are immigrants. 37% of low-wage workers. Are you going to take one of those?
I don't think they're all illegal immigrants.
Well, maybe they aren't. Let's say half. All right. Well, you're still talking about 17%.
I'm an Arizona legislator. I am already one of those low-wage workers.
Well, respectfully, this isn't about you. What we're talking about.
That's true. I'm legal.
What we're talking about are people who are out there doing all the stuff that you wouldn't do.
And we'll get people here legally to do the stuff that I wouldn't do.
How? What if they don't want to come anymore?
The lines are so long in countries all over the world. Decent people who filed applications.
Which ones are you going to let in? John, and how are you going to do it?
Well, actually, we already had that system.
And when are you going to make that happen?
We already had that system. And by the way, it's a fair system because Democrat Senator Teddy Kennedy created fair quotas from all over the world.
Can you remind anybody under 60 who Ted Kennedy was?
He was a Democrat who I wasn't particularly fond about, but nevertheless, he did a few good things.
Okay, yeah, back before we had Betamax tapes, I think, right?
I'm
talking about today. I'm talking about today and moving forward.
Betamax and lost money.
And when you talk about these things, you got to talk about what's happening today and what's happening moving forward. We have a globalized economy. It's much more. It's very, very different than the types of things that we were looking at in the past. But we still have what we have. We have a need for some of these low-wage workers, and we have them here. Why do you want to ruin what we've got? Because you're just being mean to them.
Quick. There's one other source.
Last word.
There's one other source of labor saving. That's automation. When the Democrat states raised their minimum wage to the sky, fast food restaurants replaced the people at the counter who said, "Do you want cheese on that cheeseburger?" with the machine. And the same thing can happen in a lot of these trades.
You're talking about all the donor states that aren't taking money, but they're actually giving more money to the federal budget. the blue donor states, right? Those are the ones you're talking about?
Yeah,
or are you talking about
also called sanctuary states, which are harboring illegal
which have
immigrants.
better economies, which have better economies than the other
what's
ones,
coming up next in the War Room?
Quick check of the headlines on the way, and up next, this will be easy. We agree on this, right? Will the ESA voucher program bankrupt Arizona schools? Followed shortly by the state of Arizona. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken inside the War Room on KTAR.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app, presented by Rias Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electrical.
So I think it was a few years ago. I want to read this email I got from Steve. He said, Gatos, I need my house painted badly. Everyone calls my house the ugly house. Stucco, has hairline cracks. The paint is peeling and fading. And when he gives directions to people coming over to his home, he always says, well, look for the single worst home on the block. So Steve's wife said, listen, I'm going to leave you if you don't get the house painted. So they called the Arizona Painting Company. This is a true story. I don't think she was really going to leave, but anyway. The Arizona Painting Company went over there, and wow, it was bad. But guess what? Now they have the prettiest house on the block because the Arizona Painting Company, their staff is terrific. They're amazing, courteous, well-organized. They clean up every day. The workmanship shows. Now the house is a bit of sunshine on the block. What I'm telling you is your house could instantly be beautiful if you have the Arizona Painting Company just paint it. Text the word paint to 620-620. I'll send you a discount from the Arizona Painting Company.
Do you know how America became the best country on God's green earth? We made things, from automobiles to airplanes to textiles. We were the manufacturing epicenter of the world, the innovators that every other country turned to. I'm Katie Lyon, co-founder of Allegiance Flag Supply, and I'm here to tell you that the American spirit is alive and well at Allegiance, where we make American flags 100% in America. When you fly your American flag from Allegiance Flag Supply, you're not just honoring our country, you're supporting American men and women who proudly make the highest quality American flags, period. True patriots who put care into every stitch. See our full story at showallegiance.com and learn about our 100% American-based supply chain. Fly your flag from showallegiance.com with pride because every flag says manufacturing is still alive and well in the U.S. and we are still the greatest country. Save $35 on your American flag set when you go to showallegiance.com.
For over 20 years, Carl's Jr. has been a proud sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon, raising over $1 million for the hospital. With your support, they continue to grow specialized children's care here in Arizona. Be an all-star for the kids at PCH and help support Phoenix Children's Hospital by visiting your local Carl's Jr. during July and August. The children and families at PCH need our help now more than ever.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Trying to make sense of the markets? Looking to diversify out of all the craziness? Thinking about tangible assets like precious metals? Listen to The Gold Show with Kenny Michaels, right here on KTAR every Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. Stay up to date on retirement trends, how the IRA rollover process works, and why investors are turning to physical gold. Kenny is a national talk show host with decades of experience in the markets. Tune in this Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. for Kenny's Insights and The Gold Show on KTAR.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. A Phoenix police motorcycle sergeant is expected to recover after being hurt in a crash near 21st and Jefferson Streets this afternoon. We're told it happened about 3 o'clock. The sergeant was taken to a hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. The driver of the other vehicle remained on the scene following the crash. The investigation into what led up to that crash continues. And the National Transportation Safety Board, during the first day of hearings into the deadly crash between an American Airlines flight and a Black Hawk helicopter over the Potomac in January, releasing some new information. 67 people died. Here's ABC's Mola Lengi.
The agency revealing the final conversations of the American Airlines pilots recovered from the cockpit voice recorder, sharing their words but not their voices. Both pilots hesitating about air traffic control's last-minute switch to land on runway 33. One pilot at first saying, "I really don't want to, but I guess tell him," then changing their mind. "Nah, it's fine. We got the numbers for it. Yeah, tell him we're fine." Then, 2 seconds before impact, the pilots swearing and attempting in vain to pull up the plane.
The Sierra Club has released its 2025 Environmental Report Card for Arizona lawmakers. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live in the News Center to tell us more.
The report card gives Governor Katie Hobbs a C+, with the Republican caucus overall getting a failing F on environment issues. Sandy Barr of the Sierra Club says there's a few bills she believes shows Arizona is moving in the wrong direction.
Couple of really bad utility bills, including one to reduce debt in old power plants, but allow the utilities to sell them rather than retire them.
And she's referring to HB 2679, which extends the life of APS's Four Corners generating station, which is a coal plant. Nearly 20 Arizona Democrats were praised for their votes related to the environment. Live in the News Center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
Let's get you home now. Here's Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got a crash blocking the right lane of the 202 loop westbound near Cooper Road. Also, 202 eastbound at Alma School Road. There's a wreck right there. And also the 60 eastbound at McClintock, though that one is on the right shoulder. Traffic is brought to you by Dolphin Pools. Receive $5,000 in upgrades when you bundle your new pool with a landscape package. Visit dolphinpools.us to learn more. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
We're expecting our low tonight to be around 86, then a very slight chance of rain on Thursday and Friday, but definitely some heat. It's climbing. 111 tomorrow, 112 Friday, and 113 on Saturday. Right now, we're already at 112 in Maricopa. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. For the replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Now, back to the War Room. Insight and analysis about the biggest political stories in AZ and DC.
And joined by our esteemed guest in the War Room, Arizona's Secretary of State Adrian Fontes and Arizona State Senator John Kavanaugh, representing. What district is that again, sir, out there in Fountain Hills?
3.
District 3.
I'm all over.
You're right. That is a bizarre district.
I go across northern Phoenix. I go Anthem, Cave Creek, Carefree, New River.
Have you ever been to Baghdad?
Baghdad, Arizona. Yeah, I've been there.
Yeah, that's right. There is a Baghdad. No, I haven't.
Oh, okay.
We'll have to find out who represents them at some point.
There's this great road that winds all the way up the hill to get there.
I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah, take your sports car. It's
all
a lot
right.
of fun.
All right. So we're going to switch gears from the immigration conversation of the last half hour. And one thing that's certainly been in the news lately is the ESA voucher program, Empowerment Scholarship Accounts, where there certainly has been a lot of stories recently that would lead one to believe that there isn't, I think the best way to put it, isn't the level of oversight that might be needed for this program to operate efficiently. We know that this thing could blow a hole in the budget. I have a question, and I want to start with you, Senator Kavanaugh, because we had Governor Hobbs in here yesterday. Are you aware? I know you're aware. I don't mean to be demeaning. How do you justify the cost of this program moving forward as it just continues to grow and doesn't seem to have been planned to be this big.
Okay. Well, I'm not necessarily sure it wasn't planned to be this big.
Okay.
What we basically did was we said that the amount of money that we give to a school district, right? If you send your child to a district or a charter school, pretty much the same, right? If you want to send your child to a private school or a religious school, whatever,
or homeschool,
we'll give you the same amount of money because we believe that it's the government's responsibility to fund the K-12 education of children, and so that's fine. If you want to choose to go to a private school, we're not going to pay you full tuition, but you get the same amount. That was the idea. So we obviously figured that a lot of people are going to jump onto that, sure. And I think it creates diversity and competition in the K-12 system, and it's overall good. And it's also parental choice. So
and you think people were going to buy boats with it and horses and
I don't think anybody bought a boat or a horse. But two things. Number one, we definitely need to have more people than the current 12 reviewing.
Only 12 people oversee the expenditure part.
And we definitely
for what 90,000.
And we just jump that up. However, I want to make it clear that we don't do the level of scrutiny that critics of the ESA screening program do for other programs. For Medicaid, we don't look at every bill that comes in a lot of these programs. So I would suspect that they will have some sort of a program where either they randomly sample or they target certain bills. But yeah, we need more people. We need more targeting. But a lot of the abuses that came out were corrected when it was found that they did that because the people were breaking the rules by doing those things.
How do you answer to the reporting? I want to give credit, I think, to Channel 12 of the accounts that have, in some cases, tens of thousands, other cases, hundreds of thousands of dollars.
200 people have more than $100,000 each. 10 accounts have more than $200,000 each. And one account has $261,000.
And they plan on using it for college, which is not what I thought this program was for.
Let's get the Secretary statement.
Yeah, well, that's because they created a system that gives away tax dollars to their funders. They're political funders. It's just really that simple, and it violates those accounts that they're intending to use for college, violate exactly what Senator Kavanaugh just said. He said it was for K-12. But once those kids graduate from high school, the money ought to revert back to the state. I mean, if that was the purpose of the program. Moreover, no, there isn't enough accountability or scrutiny. Regular school districts in Arizona undergo not only federal compliance audits, but state compliance audits, and they have to pay for the audits out of the money that they're given by the state to do all the rest of this stuff. And those audits, by the way, are so thorough that they have to compare the number of tickets sold to the number of cash brought in for their football games. Imagine for school lunches and bus drivers and all of the rest of the stuff that they have to pay for. But none of the private schools have to do any of that sort of scrutiny or accountability. And here's why. Because the folks that fund the politicians that passed this got their money and continue to get their money into from these very same folks. It's not that complicated. If we believe that we're going to be fiscal conservatives, which I believe Senator Kavanaugh claims to be, and I think he is.
I try.
Then where's the audit that is the same? Because these are taxpayer dollars that you would defend to the death, but there's zero accountability. And that was built in when you guys started this program. You did not want accountability. You claimed that the documents are owned by these third-party vendors. Those are the same schools that you could hold accountable the same way you do public school districts. So I'd like to know why it is that you don't hold those taxpayer dollars as accountable as you do the regular taxpayer dollars. That's an important question.
Number one, there is accountability. We don't just write the checks and forget about it. In fact, some of these so-called abuses were discovered by the people doing this. Number two, you paint the district school system as being under this magnifying glass. One word, Tollison? We've had unbelievable, ridiculous misspending in district schools. And that is not, by the way, and I'm not saying we should abolish district schools because of misspending. So you shouldn't say we should abolish
that's
ESAs.
A question. Wait a minute. That's a question of enforcement, not a question of accountability. The reason you know about Tollison without having to have Channel 12 News do an investigation is because those books are wide open and people can just look at the reports and the audits. 12 News has to go send investigators from the media that you so love and adore into these places and do these deep investigations before you find out about any of the fraud, because the system you designed has zero actual accountability.
There is. They're reviewing. They have 12 people, and we need more reviewing.
People. How many applicants are there?
Is that
how many ESA vouchers are there?
You said no accountability.
How many ESA vouchers? Well,
you said
look,
no. You want to retract
how
that
low do you want
statement?
the bar to go?
85,000 students enrolled currently, and 12 people are looking for
Yeah,
misuse of spending.
And
it's
I agree.
ridiculous.
I agree that we have to hire more people. I'm not denying that.
Why didn't you guys do that during the budget?
So here's
Well,
the
I
other
didn't
thing.
have anybody.
Here's the other thing that I think
came
is
with that
super
number.
interesting, that the part of the discussion that gets avoided. Let's say you've got a private school and the tuition is $10,000 a year. ESA vouchers come along and you're given, what, $8,000? Suddenly
75.
the tuition is going to go up to $18,000 a year. So you're still making the $10,000 that. Yeah, a lot of the private
schools raise their tuition?
Hold on a second.
Name me
You know
one
why
school
we
that
don't
raised their
have proof,
tuition.
Mr. Kavanaugh? Because you didn't put any accountability into
I
this system.
can go to the website of
You
any
didn't
private
put
school
any
and see what their
accountability into
tuition
these
is.
systems.
So
So you can try to avoid.
Which private schools raise their tuition?
Where's the accountability?
Name me one private school.
Where's the accountability?
Well, obviously, I can't hold you accountable
Where
to your
is
statement.
the accountability? Where's the accountability for those taxpayer
said
dollars? And by the
I
way,
already said we're doing
those
this for
taxpayer dollars don't just come from parents. Those taxpayer dollars come from people who are not parents, from friends and neighbors who may not have kids. What you're doing is taking, and let's say you've got a wealthy
The same
family
people
who
pay
is
district
writing
schools.
off just about everything
All right, let's-
because they might be a business owner and they're
Maybe
not
we
actually
need to
paying
know-
any
maybe
effective
we need to
taxes.
know who
So hold
gets
on a
what.
second. Why don't we look at this circumstance where someone who's got the capacity to write off almost all of what they do and consume because they're a business owner, they're wealthy enough to pay for their kids, they're not actually paying anything into taxes, but you guys are giving them somebody else's tax money,
So if
and there's
somebody's
no accountability.
So if somebody's wealthy, they should pay.
Last word.
Somebody's wealthy, they should pay for their kids' education. You're going to start billing wealthy people when they send their kids to district
Hell
schools?
yes, tax the rich and then eat them.
For district schools?
For
Whoa.
everything. For
Headline
everything.
tomorrow,
For
Secretary.
everything. I'm a guy who's a bottom-up working class guy who wants the working people to get what they ought to have, and that is a fair shake.
Tuition
and
for
you're
public
catering
schools.
to the billionaires.
This is a headline,
and that's
tuition
nuts.
for public
That's
schools.
nuts.
Coming up next on the War Room, let's get a little less controversial. We'll talk about Epstein.
Oh, for God's sake.
Stick around.
Hey, let me talk to you about Trajan Wealth and what I've learned by being a client. They made retirement planning simple. I went from having a 401k and an IRA rollover just sitting there. I used to get these like quarterly envelopes. I couldn't make heads or tails of them. Couldn't tell you if I was doing good, bad, or in the middle. Sat down with them and they explained it, walked through it. No pressure, no confusing jargon, just clear, honest advice from fiduciaries who must put your goals first. Listen, every single chance I get, every time I talk to them, I feel more confident. I feel better prepared and honestly, relieved. If you ever wondered if your retirement plan could be better, could be more in tune with you, get a second opinion from Trajan Wealth. Online, you'll find them at TrajanWealth.com or give them a ring at 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. The month of July, another great opportunity at Tombstone Tactical. Two major well-known manufacturers, Daniel Defense and Smith & Wesson, are being featured all month long. So whether you're looking for rugged precision from Daniel Defense, dependable performance from Smith & Wesson, if you're starting a new setup, improving a setup, or just getting started for the first time, you're not going to find better deals on Daniel Defense or Smith & Wesson than you do right now. Tombstone Tactical on the southbound frontage road of the I-17 between Dunlap and Peoria, or tombstonetactical.com.
You know what was day and night? When we got a new air purifier from Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. And you know what's better? When Day and Night has given us $250 off a whole home air purifier to battle all the dust and allergens. Breathe easier. That's what happened at Casa Galvisi when you enjoy cleaner, healthier air, filtered of airborne irritants so your home stays fresh. Visit dayandnightair.com. Get that $250 off your air purifier today at dayandnightair.com. Limited time offer, conditions apply.
When was the last time you hopped out of bed without that knee or back screaming at you? Or walked down a flight of stairs without groaning, step by step? Let me guess, this is in the back of your mind. Maybe it'll disappear. I'll just tough it out. But nothing changes. It's time to call and schedule that free consultation with the medical pros at QC Kinetics. There are thousands of patients who will tell you they wish they would have done it sooner. They turned around their lives with QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that work with your body to help restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Natural cellular therapies. No scalpels, no pills. Bring your x-rays and MRIs to QC Kinetics for a free, no-pressure evaluation to see if you're a good candidate. Give QC Kinetics a call for your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR News Flash.
It is 5:45. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Last night, members of the Homeless ID Project slept out in the street to raise awareness for Arizona homelessness. Chair of the board, Chris Rich, and Executive Director Rick Mitchell joined Arizona's Morning News, saying it's important to shed light on Valley homelessness because
75% of the people who are homeless today will not be homeless a year from now.
Rich and Mitchell also added that the foundation helps curb homelessness by giving people IDs that they would need to get a job, find housing, and much more. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's get you home now. Here's Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got a crash in the median on the 10 westbound at 91st Avenue. Another crash blocking the right lane on the 202 westbound near Cooper Road in Chandler. A wreck on the 60 eastbound at McClintock, that one on the right shoulder. And the 347 southbound at Riggs as you're heading into Maricopa. There is a crash on the right shoulder. Traffic pretty slow there. And a wreck at 99th Avenue and Buckeye Road. Traffic brought to you by Beatitudes Campus. Our summer of super savings is on. Your parents can save big and enjoy a senior community like no other. Schedule your tour at beatitudescampus.org. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
All right, buyer's market in the Valley. What does that mean for you? It means you go and buy a house, but the first thing you do is, the first thing you don't do is call a realtor. That's the wrong move. First thing you do is you call the Lund Mortgage Team. The Lund Mortgage Team will work with you. They will get you the best rates and fees. They will hold your hand throughout the whole process. And you can't go look at a house until you get pre-approved. So the Lund Mortgage Team, their main job is to make sure that you are pre-approved for a mortgage. Now, I said it's a buyer's market. The Lund Mortgage Team will tell you that. We've got over 20,000 homes sitting vacant in the Valley, and one of them could be your home. So all you have to do is go through the process. It doesn't cost you a dime. It's all free, right? 623-875-9940. For more information, you can go to lundmortgage.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead for Creative Environments Design, Pool, Spa, and Landscape. One thing you may not know is they offer lawn care and turf management, regular mowing, fertilizing, weed control, eco-friendly methods, and the best service in the industry. Plant and tree care, everything for your outdoor space. Irrigation system monitoring and repair if necessary, and pest and disease control. Just go to their website, creativeenvironments.com. You're going to love the customer service. You're going to love the results. Do it now. creativeenvironments.com.
Now, back to the War Room. Insight and analysis about the biggest political stories in AZ and DC.
We're back inside the War Room with Arizona State Senator John Kavanaugh and Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fontes, the Republican, the Democrat, although, again, at times maybe they don't want to exactly admit to that. But got a question for you. Throw it out there to both of you. Will the Epstein files or the Epstein story, for lack of better terms, determine who the next governor of Arizona is? Partly because Congressman Andy Biggs, who's running for governor, as a Republican, while at one point being very in favor of releasing Epstein files, has suddenly changed his tune. Do you think this will come back to haunt him?
I don't think it's going to have any impact in the Arizona gubernatorial race. I think there's a lot of other issues that will. And the implication there is that Andy Biggs is going to get the Republican nomination. I really don't know. I don't know that that's true. What you've got in his erstwhile opponent, and we'll just talk about the top two right now because there might end up being other people. And again, I'm not talking in my official capacity. I have to make sure to say that.
Yes. Personal
You know,
opinion.
you've got someone who has run statewide, and there's a good argument that but for Matt Salmon, she would have been the candidate back in 2022. And I think she's going to come out swinging. She's got one of 2 endorsements from Donald Trump. Now, Andy Biggs has the other one.
Right.
I don't know how you do.
Yeah.
I don't know how you do more than one. I think that's a lot of fun. He's like Oprah with stuff. You get an endorsement, and you get an endorsement. But
Why would
you
you
know,
vote
if Biggs gets the nomination, I don't think this is going to be the biggest of all issues. It's like, you know, it's like the flip-flop, like he's never flip-flopped on stuff before.
But why would you vote against a resolution that would have forced the release of the Epstein files? Don't we all want to know?
Because you're scared that dear leader's going to be on the file, which is what we all know.
Let's be realistic. First of all, the Epstein file is the biggest nothing burger since Al Capone's tomb.
Whoa.
Anybody remembers?
You're going to regret
the
saying
vault.
that.
I spent like 2 hours watching that stupid show when they came up with a little bottle.
Yeah.
Anyway,
It was Geraldo.
look,
Jerry
if there
Rivers.
was something,
Jerry Rivers.
Jerry
right?
Rivers.
if there was something linking President Trump to Epstein, Biden had that file through his entire presidency. It would have been all over the place before the election.
So
you're
why-
assuming
Nothing.
you're assuming that Joe Biden would act as unscrupulously and as shamelessly as you guys would.
You are correct.
Okay.
You are correct in terms of him acting. Not that I'm unscrupulous. Joe Biden would not have acted because he was senile. Whoever was running the government would have released the information.
So why
to Joe
the
Biden.
why the
so why hide it?
There's
the
nothing
180, the flip
Well, why
flop, the
hide it?
change from
Well, if there's nothing there,
release the
what-
files, they're on my desk.
Why did
to
they hide the
what
Kennedy
files?
Kennedy assassination stuff? Why do they hide the Martin Luther King?
The Kennedy assassination was a president getting killed. This is a president being a pedophile.
What
That's
president?
different.
What president you accusing of being a pedophile?
Donald Trump.
What evidence do you have to that effect? That's slanderous.
It's about that. It's not. I'm
That's
not
a
saying that
stupid
that's there,
accusation.
and we would know.
They would have released
hold on
it
a
in a
second. Is it
nanosecond.
stupid? Have you heard him talk about his daughter when she was young?
Oh,
Are you kidding me?
Let's
Look, okay,
please,
hold on. You're saying there's nothing there.
The sewerage
You're
is now
saying
flooding the
You're
room.
saying there's
Oh,
nothing in
a
the file.
clothespin.
If you're saying there's nothing in the file, then why not release the whole thing?
Because as many
No,
people,
why not?
Can I explain? Because as many people in the Justice Department and as many legal scholars have stated, there are many, many names on there, and they are not in the least associated with being a pedophile and the island.
Fair.
They're just many of the thousands of people for business and other reasons he associated with. And anybody's name on that list, even though they're totally innocent, their life would be destroyed. So to get back to our immigration thing,
So
that's
let's
cruel
redact.
and inhuman.
So why don't we do something that we do all the time and redact out names from people who would not be associated with pedophilia, and then release the whole file, and redact the victims,
How do you
and then release the whole file?
How do you do that?
Well, you do it
Who's
with a black.
associ-
You do it with a black marker.
Well,
you get the lawyers in the
wait a
room.
minute. If they
Trust
have-
me, it happens all
Well, I
the
think
time.
isn't part of the problem
It
we
happens
have
all the time.
Who
One
has
second.
evidence that anybody was involved in pedophilia?
We don't know because you guys won't release the file.
So who looks at the file? The New York
people
Times?
the people at the Justice
Well, I was
Department.
going to say, I think isn't
they
that
have
part of
looked
the
at the
problem?
file, and they said most
Yeah.
of they said the names
Other-
don't have proof.
other
Enough
than
proof.
other than Epstein and Miss Maxwell, that nobody else has been charged.
But people
when
are
we know
forgetting
there
that
were hundreds of
she's
victims.
been convicted of
Right.
enabling.
We don't-
you
but we don't
this,
know who
and
the
she's
other-
in prison because of it.
Right.
So
We don't
there
know who the
has
other
to have
people
been
involved
enough
are.
evidence.
Nobody's been charged.
There has to have been.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. Just because they haven't been charged doesn't mean
by
the evidence
Democrat
doesn't
and
exist.
Republican Justice
John, you
Departments.
know as well as I do, because you're a cop. Just because the crime was committed and there's evidence of it doesn't mean you prosecute it. You understand this.
Well, I'm
so
not
don't
releasing
say,
names
don't
willy-nilly
say-
and destroying
don't
people's
sit there and
lives.
say
And
you
those
have to
names will
charge
be-
some. Don't sit there and say you have to charge someone for something to have happened.
No,
you
no, no.
know better.
Nobody,
so don't use
no,
that argument.
Nobody's been
Don't
charged.
use that argument.
Nobody's been charged.
What about Ghislaine Maxwell?
I'm talking
Other
about
than-
none
yeah.
other than her and
She's been
him.
convicted and is serving 20 years, so you can't say no one has been charged. Moreover, you're
None of the people on the
obfuscating
list.
by saying if you're not charged, there's no crime. That's bullshit,
I'm
and
not
you know
saying
that.
All I'm saying is that reasonable observers state that if you release these names, most of the people had nothing wrong, and you're destroying their lives. I have no problem
So
with
redact
justice.
the names.
I
of
have
the
no
not-
problem
So
with
redact the
that's
names of
fine.
people. Well, good. Then you're okay with releasing it after redaction.
No, the Justice Department looks at it
and then redacts, and then releases.
If they have people that there's probable cause to believe committed pedophilia, fine. I have no problem.
Okay, there we go. Then release the files.
And we're going to charge tuition in public schools.
Well, that was what you said. I didn't
Senator
say that.
Kavanaugh.
I did not say that. I did not say that.
Rerolling the tape.
And besides, by the way, I have to say something before we go.
He's walking back before he leaves the room.
I have to say something before we go. I've worked with this guy on several issues, and before we started this whole thing, we were sitting here very much agreeing on something.
Yes.
So as much as I can't stand some of his opinions, and I think he's full of it on some stuff, this is a guy that I can work with, just like some of his colleagues who texted me during the show saying I was doing a good job. I just want to make sure everybody knows
we
that.
appreciate both of you being in the war room, I assure you.
Wait a minute. We don't have any rhinos left. How could you be texting?
That's what the war room is about. It's about different opinions, and then at the end,
shake hands
and shake the hands.
It's the kumbaya.
I would take him out for a beer right now. But he's going to take a pizza home to his old lady. That's right.
State Senator Kavanaugh, Secretary of State Fontes, thank you guys both for being inside the war room. All right. Coming up next, we got a check of the headlines on the way, and we'll flip it up for you. It's on the way. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right. Aria Dental Implant Center. They believe everyone deserves a smile that they can be proud of, and led by Dr. Joe with over 20 years of dental implant expertise. Their locally owned center will specialize in transforming your smile. You go see Dr. Joe, you go to Aria because you have broken teeth, because you have missing teeth, because you can't eat the foods that you would love to once again taste and eat again. So go see Dr. Joe, tell him Gato sent you. He's going to sit down with you. At the end of it, if you got any more questions, guess what? He'll give you a cell phone. Give you a cell phone. Hey, text me, call me later. Let me know what you think. He's there from beginning to end, okay? Aria is spelled A-R-I-A, so I want you to go check it out. Maybe this is you. Maybe this is for a family member, but it's ariadentalimplantcenter.com. You can call, visit them online. You can book your consultation that way. ariadentalimplantcenter.com.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
I met my wife in law school at the University of Florida. She was from upstate New York and I was from Kentucky. We met at a daily mass at St. Augustine's. She was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen in my life. After communion, I followed her out of the church and got her phone number. The rest is history. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Little did we know that one day we would have 4 children and the largest injury firm in the world. All 4 work in the business. It's a family business. Did I ever see this coming? Hell no. We just worked very hard and treated our clients like we would want to be treated, like family. It's a full-service injury firm, auto accidents, medical malpractice, workers' compensation, Social Security, and insurance disputes. We're open 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit forthepeople.com and we can get to work on your case. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
A summer, it can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
If you're driving a car or truck with an expired warranty and suddenly lost your transmission or needed a full engine repair, would a $4,000 repair bill leave you stranded? I'm Danica Patrick. Don't get caught off guard with a vehicle breakdown. Choose the company I trust, Endurance. No matter the mileage, if your vehicle is less than 20 years old, Endurance offers auto protection plans for any budget. Protection on the drivetrain, electrical, transmission, AC, and more. Plus 24/7 roadside assistance and rental car reimbursement on any plan. Endurance handles everything, from making the claim to paying the certified mechanic of your choice. Act now and get 1 full year of elite benefits. A $2,000 value, free.
Call for your fast free quote today. Call 800-292-4382. That's 800-292-4382. 800-292-4382.
Hi, I'm Faye Fredericks. When you want to know what's really happening in Arizona, join Javier Soto and me. We bring the stories that truly impact your life, getting you the answers you deserve. Weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR News now.
Good evening. It's 6 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. Days after French President Emmanuel Macron announced that his country would become the first major Western power to recognize a Palestinian state in September, another world leader is following suit. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney speaking after a cabinet meeting in Ottawa today.
Canada intends to recognize the state of Palestine at the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly in September 2025.
The suffering in Gaza is growing. More and more people are dying from malnutrition, even as more food aid is slowly getting in. ABC's chief foreign correspondent Ian Pinnell.
Over the last 24 hours, at least 7 people have died due to malnutrition. A sea of Palestinians carrying aid as more humanitarian assistance is airdropped. Lining up for aid, often chaotic and deadly. At least 37 people killed and 270 injured attempting to get food. The desperation is acute. Crowds rushing to the water's edge to retrieve airdropped aid. Others frantically crowding just for a ladle full of soup.
The Dragon Bravo fire grew more than 20,000 acres overnight, and it is spreading down into the Grand Canyon. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the news center to tell us what the conditions are like.
The wildfire was sparked by lightning on July 4th. It now sits at more than 90,000 acres on the North Rim, but dropped to just 4% containment. James Ray with the Southwest Area Incident Management Team explains weather conditions are not in their favor.
It's dry and windy, no chance of moisture any longer in the forecast. Today is supposed to be even hotter and drier than yesterday, and really no reprieve for firefighters in the near future.
The Dragon Bravo fire is now the 10th largest wildfire in Arizona's history. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
Thomas Gibbs has been missing since last Tuesday in the Grand Canyon's Grandview Trail area. His Cybertruck was found at Grandview Point, and his family reported him missing on Monday. For more information on the missing man, who's 35, you can visit KTAR.com.
I passed her and I yelled her name and I hit my knees, and it was the most guttural cries I've ever heard come out of my body. That she could just so casually be out hiking, knowing what her son had done.
The words of Mel Lord, remembering the moment she walked by the mother of one of the teens accused of murdering her nephew, Preston Lord, at a Halloween party in 2023. She tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos she isn't planning to be at every court date.
I don't have any control over what next steps happen, and so I'll be there to support when I can, but to relive it each time isn't very kind to myself.
Mel Lord has now written a grief journal called Echoed. If I write loud enough, will you hear me? You can see the entire interview at KTAR's YouTube channel. Turning to Wall Street today, the Dow dropped 171 points and closed out at 44,461. The S&P also down by 8 points, while the NASDAQ rose 31. For more money news, you can visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Let's check on traffic with Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Just had a wreck come in. This is at Bell Road and the 17 affecting the westbound lanes of Bell Road. If you're heading south to Maricopa, expect a little slowness on the 347 southbound at Riggs Road. That crash still on the shoulder there. We've got a crash in the median on the I-10 westbound at 91st Avenue. Another wreck blocking the right lane on the 202 westbound near Cooper Road. And a wreck on the 60 eastbound at McClintock. That on the right shoulder. We'll do another check of traffic in about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Checking the weather right now. We're going to be around 86 overnight. Then tomorrow, about a 10% chance of some late afternoon showers, a high of 111 as we have an extreme heat warning start kicking in. Friday's high 112, Saturday 113. In Cave Creek, right now it's 104 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You're acting strange today.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Well, first of all, I'm not acting.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Hour number 3.
A lot of people will call it the best of the hours, Gatos.
Got to tell you, if you missed the War Room, there's nothing like it on the radio.
You missed a lot.
I've never had a harder time trying to get to commercial break.
It was very spirited.
Yeah, very good.
And again, we always say different opinions on the War Room with our panel, and at the end, there's always a handshake. If you missed it, you missed a great War Room. Go and listen to it on the podcast.
You're here. Earlier today, we had the chance to sit down with Melissa Lord. Melissa was Preston Lord's aunt.
Yeah.
She recently wrote a book to kind of deal with her grief and the tragedy of losing her nephew, a very close-knit family. You certainly got that sense. And we wanted to replay you some of what she had to say, memories of Preston and really how she's dealing with this.
It's powerful. And it's gut-wrenching.
It can be tough.
And I think it's important that we do play a little bit of this. And so she goes by Mel, Preston's aunt, and you know, we wanted to say, okay, this book that you wrote, tell us a little bit about it. Take a listen.
After losing Preston, I needed to find some purpose in the pain. And so my way of communication has always been through writing. And so I sat down and started writing, and Echoed is what came of that. So Echoed is a grief journal for anybody going through the very private process of grief. It's something that we don't talk about a whole lot. I wanted something to hopefully help others as they go through that process.
You know, when we first met you, we of course brought you into our office because we wanted you to see that Preston's death is not a news story to us. It is personal for both me and Bruce. And in our office is Preston's basketball jersey, number 5, and it's there every day. It hangs there every day, and we look at it every day. And I wanted you to see that because when you talk to media and, you know, they want to do interviews and this and that, this is personal. I mean, I again, never would put myself in your shoes and what you're feeling and your grief because that would be impossible. But, you know, from the bottom of my heart, from the depth of my soul, I can't even tell you how sorry I am that Preston is gone and the way that he left.
Yeah.
And so every day when we go into that office, we will make sure that the people who did this will hear from us. And that's the promise that we can give you.
Thank you.
It's the small thing that maybe that we can do. And when we were talking to you, this is interesting, Bruce. You were the first person who ever saw Preston. Is that right? Did you tell me that?
I am.
Okay, tell us this because this is interesting.
I am a labor and delivery nurse, and I got to take care of his mom while she was in labor and got to deliver him.
How about that?
Wow.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, wow. That's something else.
It was awesome experience.
What a bringing of the family together.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
So you were there on his first day, but you were also there on his last day.
I was. I sat outside the room, and his nurse was so kind and just scooped me up and let me sit next to her at the nurse's station and watch the monitors as his heart rate slowed down and stopped.
And his whole family was in the room.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how you guys even put your best foot forward on a daily basis, even though it's been several years. How do you do that?
That's what he would want. That's how he led life. So I think that it would have been really easy to focus on the anger, and that wouldn't have gotten us anywhere. So instead, we really try to focus on the love, and that's how he lived his life.
Again, joining us in studio right now is Mel Lord, the aunt of Preston Lord. Again, she has a new book, a grief journal called Echoed. If I write loud enough, will you hear me? I'm curious because, like Getty just said, we didn't have the pleasure, the honor of knowing Preston personally. What's your favorite memory of him? Tell me something that reveals who he was.
He was witty. He had a sense of humor on him for sure. The story that we laugh about all the time, and I hope my youngest gives me permission to tell this, is...
Nobody's going to hear it. Just go with it.
There was only one younger than him in the family of cousins, and that was my youngest. And so he liked to pick on her a little bit. A lot of it. And so one time they were pulling in, it was a summer day, everybody was swimming, and we went to get snacks, and we pulled into the QT. And he said, "Hey, Aubrey, you know what QT stands for?" She's like, "No." And he said, "Quit talking." And that was something that we still laugh about because he liked to pick on her.
Stuff rolls downhill, as they say, right?
Yes.
If you're the second youngest, you got to find somebody for it to dump on.
Yep.
You can't be the one that gets picked on all the time.
Be the last one in line.
Mel Lord is joining us, the aunt of Preston Lord. How did you find out? What was it? Who called you and said he's been hurt? He's been hurt and taken to the hospital.
We had just come home from a Halloween party, and I was getting ready for bed, and his mom, I had missed a call from her, and she called right back a second time. And at that point, I knew something was wrong. And she said, "I'm out in Scottsdale. You're the closest that I know of. I just got a call. Preston has been beaten, and they were doing CPR on him, and they were taking him to the hospital." And none of it registered. Being a nurse, I'm like, he got in a little fight at a Halloween party. There's no way that they were doing CPR on him from a fight. That doesn't make sense. But as soon as she told me that they had taken him to Chandler Regional, and we live in Queen Creek, then I knew that it was not going to be
They were taking him to a level 1 center.
Exactly. So I walked in there, and I was the first one to get there. And
you were the first to see him?
I was the first to get to the hospital. I wasn't the first to see him, but I was first to get to the hospital. And as soon as I told them who I was, they brought me and put me in a room by myself in a corner of the emergency room. And being a nurse, I knew what that meant.
Oh. They didn't think that he was going to survive.
That's what they came in and told us later on, but I knew that it wouldn't be good news that we were getting.
Yeah, when they give you a private room, yeah. As a nurse, I mean, is there a feeling of helplessness with that as well? I mean,
it's complete helplessness. I mean, still to this day, like, could I have been there? Could I have done something differently? You know, I know that the answer to that is no, but you still ask yourself those questions.
So at that moment, you are in shock. Are you angry at that moment?
No, not at all. At that moment, myself personally, I had compassion for, like, was it a fight that went wrong? Like, did somebody trip and hit their head, or did something go wrong? Right. Yeah. You know, I had, who knows what was going on at that point, and I couldn't fathom or wrap my brain around what really happened to him would have happened to him. And it took a couple days for us to unfold the story and hear more about what actually happened.
And when the story unfolded and you found out that these thugs beat him, did anger take over then? Or was it such a shock and so sad and so horrifying and so drop to your knees crying that the anger didn't come out until later? Or I don't know, when did it?
For me, the anger didn't come out until I was hiking on the side of a mountain, and I passed one of the moms of one of the boys that did this. And she was out just casually hiking, and it was the first time I had really been able to leave my house and decided to go on a hike. And I passed her, and I yelled her name, and I hit my knees, and it was the most guttural cries I've ever heard come out of my body, that she could just so casually be out hiking, knowing what her son had done. That's when the anger kicked in for me.
I did not know that. Wow. That's a piece of our interview with Melissa Lord, Preston Lord's aunt. Let's just talk about that last second.
You're out hiking.
I am just blown away.
Your nephew has just been murdered.
You're trying to get out of the house, get some exercise, not think about it for a second.
The police are finally came up with who the suspects are.
Yeah.
You know who's been arrested and is being investigated for this.
Mm-hmm.
And you run into one of the moms on the hiking trail.
Yeah, I think we all know. If you're close to this story, if you've followed this story, especially if you've heard me rail against at least one person, especially who killed Preston Lord, you know who this is. You know exactly who it is. And,
well, his parents were, what?
I don't even want to
say. What do you want to say?
I don't want to say.
They
I just think
if not complicit, they're pretty darn close.
Yeah, that was the most shocking part of the interview. To find out they just don't care. That family doesn't care.
Yeah, well,
they just don't. They don't care.
They hadn't cared for years.
No, they hadn't cared for years. And I just feel so bad because she told when Mel told the story, it's in your head. You're in your head. You're seeing her hiking.
Sure,
you're seeing her go up the mountain, and she's telling this
pass
story.
people on the trail all the time, right?
And then she does a double take on someone, and you can see this so clearly in your mind. And then everything hit her, and it came like,
crashing down.
Oh my gosh, just gut-wrenching to hear that today.
Really appreciate her sharing her story, her being so open with things, and appreciate Melissa Lord for coming in and talking to us. Preston's aunt, who has also become something of the family spokesperson as well.
A strong woman. It is a strong family.
Yeah.
They have
close-knit.
Faith. Absolutely. Their faith has gotten them, through what has been a nightmare.
To say the least. Check out the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn's got that for us. And then up next, how does the 6th most powerful earthquake in modern history do almost no damage? We went from tsunami watch to what tsunami? Talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Hugs from patients like Patrick. It's something QC Kinetics medical professionals experience every day.
I hugged them. You should hug somebody who does that for you. They gave me my life back, and I really didn't know where I was going to go because I was definitely afraid of having a knee replacement done.
No surgery, no downtime with QC Kinetics regenerative treatments. They give patients relief from joint pain using their own healing properties to repair and restore damaged tissue. And the results? Well, that's why we see a lot of hugs at QC Kinetics.
Everything is back that I thought I was never going to be able to do again. I'm still smiling, and sometimes it gets emotional. I get a tear in my eye because of how I was before I went in there.
Those smiles and hugs never get old at QC Kinetics. It means patients are finally getting relief. And now, it's your turn. Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation and see if you're a good candidate for these amazing treatments.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR. News Flash.
It is 6:18. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. The first of the 4 victims of Monday's mass shooting in Midtown Manhattan was laid to rest today. At the same time, investigators have found the shooter's suicide note in his Las Vegas home, in which he apologizes to his mother. ABC's Aaron Katursky has more now on the only shooting survivor who's now being hailed a hero.
The man who worked for the NFL shot by the suspect in the lobby, and instead of calling 911 to get help for himself, authorities say he somehow crawled through a door and called his friends and colleagues several floors up to alert them of the danger headed their way as the suspect headed for the elevators. The worker is one of 5 people shot, the only one to survive. Authorities say that selfless act to call others, to tell them to get to safe rooms, to get to panic rooms, instead of begging for help for himself, makes him a hero.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Now, if you're driving out in the East Valley and seeing a huge plume of black smoke, we're hearing it's an RV park or storage facility near the Loop 202 and Kyrene Boulevard. Let's check on all the traffic now. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. That is true. You can see the smoke from the 202 and Kyrene. However, that is not affecting traffic. Here's a couple things that are still affecting traffic ever so slightly right now. If you're heading south to Maricopa, the 347 southbound at Riggs, there is a crash on the right shoulder there, and there's also a crash blocking the right lane still on the 202 westbound near Cooper Road. Traffic brought to you by the Lund Mortgage Team. Give yourself a raise by consolidating your high interest and high balance debt with a home equity line of credit. Learn more at lundmortgage.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Appreciate it, Heather. Thank you very much. And a reminder, if you missed any of today's show, and boy, there was a lot of great stuff to catch up with, you can download our podcast. You can get it through the KTAR News app, KTAR.com, or wherever you find your podcast. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos podcast brought to you by Revival Psychiatry. Also, can I ask a favor of you when you do that? Not you. No, I'm talking to them. Give us a review.
No, don't.
Apparently it helps.
No, it's okay.
Well, only give us 5-star reviews. If you want to give us a 1-star review, forget I even brought it up.
Now you've opened up Pandora's box.
Have I really? Have I done it? I did it wrong. Yesterday,
come on, you thought there was going to be a massive disaster yesterday.
I thought there was a chance of, I don't know about massive, but I was like, I was concerned.
Yeah, me too.
When there is a 8.8 earthquake, the 6th largest in modern history, and a tsunami warning / watch goes off
like all
for
over
what
the
seemed
world.
like half the planet, right?
Yeah.
I mean, everything from Russia and Japan and Australia to Alaska, the United States West Coast into South America. Pretty crazy. I mean, you just don't hear that every day. And with the way things have been going, Gatos, nothing surprises me anymore.
Yeah.
It turned out to be a bit of a dud. Thankfully.
And good.
Right?
Yeah.
Not mass destruction. Thankfully, haven't seen that. I didn't even hear about loss of life anywhere because of this.
Thank God.
So, although it was a huge earthquake on the Richter scale, it happened obviously below the ocean in the sea. The way that it happened apparently mitigated the waves.
Yeah, it was really interesting. Because I was like locked to
you
my
were on
phone.
tsunami watch last night.
Well, I'm honest when I say this. Like, Mother Nature is just super interesting,
fascinating.
And so when there is a tornado, when there is a hurricane, when there is a tsunami, I mean, at least for me, I want to see it, and I hope that doesn't sound bad because I don't want to watch it for entertainment.
You don't want to see people get hurt.
Of course
right,
not.
That's not what you mean.
Of course not. But in learning about these tsunamis, dude, a tsunami can travel across entire oceans at 500 miles per hour.
That's quick.
And so I always thought it was going to be one wave. And that's not necessarily the case at all.
Right.
And so what happened last night is, there were a lot of tsunami waves, and they were
like a ripple that went out across the entire Pacific.
But it wasn't 10 feet.
No.
It wasn't 20 feet.
No.
It was 3 or
Maybe
4 feet.
3-ish.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Thank God. I was watching on Facebook.
Okay.
I have friends in my church group that were in Hawaii.
Okay.
And they were recording.
Like on vacation?
Yeah, recording the beach.
Oh, boy.
Because they were at the Hilton on the 10th or 11th floor. And they were recording it.
Because,
well,
who knows what's going to happen?
Right. And I'm like, they're safe. But as they're recording it, they're like, why are there people on the beach?
Oh, yeah.
Wait a second. Why is that person, like, walking into the ocean?
Uh-huh.
Oh, no, hold on. Why did that person dive into the ocean and go swimming?
Oof. And
I watched it on video. It was right there. And
crazy.
I'm like, you have got to be kidding me.
It takes all kinds.
Do you not know?
No. Or they don't care.
Or do you want a story? Hey.
I surfed the tsunami.
That's the dumbest person I've ever seen in my life.
You're not hearing an argument out of me. I'm just saying, I know they exist.
Just dove in then head first.
That's crazy.
Went for a swim.
Yeah, I don't think. I saw a really interesting picture, again, on Facebook from a Facebook friend, where they had gone to like a cliff, looking over the ocean. And everybody driven their cars up there. It would look like a big field. And everybody was just kind of standing on the edge of the cliff looking down at the ocean, as in, what's going to happen?
Right.
Because nobody knew exactly what was going to happen.
When I was watching this on social media, because it was really the only place that I could see it, did you hear about the Oprah Road?
I heard something that Oprah has like a private road up there.
I think Oprah has a private road.
Which
everywhere.
Wouldn't surprise me.
And people are like, she's not opening it.
She didn't open the gate to her private road.
Because if she opens the gate, and this is on social, take it.
Yeah.
If she opens the gate, to her private road, it's easier for people to escape. And then I guess after a while, they did open it.
Okay.
But people were complaining that Oprah did not.
Well, she didn't want the unwashed masses up on the on Oprah.
I would have done the same
ranch.
thing if I was Oprah. I'm waiting.
There's no way you're coming home.
No, I don't want you here.
No. Checking the headlines.
I bought a road.
It's my road.
It's my personal
road. It's
road.
got a gate and everything. Oprah Road.
I want a road.
Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn has got that for us. And up next, Harvard. Yes, that Harvard.
You are not going to believe this.
Says it may not be a comet heading towards us. It may be hostile. Gatos is going to lose his... It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
No.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming soon. You can make a difference for Arizona kids when you listen beginning Monday, August 12th. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Akchin Indian community.
Hey, let's talk about the water in your house. It's bad. You have bad water in your house. You know that. I know that. The kids know that. You know that, if you're taking a bath, that water doesn't feel good on your skin. If you're taking a shower, you're thinking like, I felt more clean before I got in the shower. This is Arizona's dirty, gross water. What's in it? It's got forever chemicals in some areas, dangerous carcinogens for sure, and a ton of chlorine. It's not good for you. It's not good for you. So this month, and we're ending the month in just a day or so, 20% off a K5 drinking water station from Connecticut. If you want to know what I personally purchased with my own money, it was the K5 from Connecticut. Cleans out all the chlorine. Never a floaty in a drink ever again. You get in the shower, you actually feel clean with the soft water. And this is only good for just a couple more days. 20% off the K5 drinking water station when you mention Gatos. Call them now. Don't miss out. 602-910-6570. 602-910-6570. You can check them out at aquazona.com.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shed.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now save up to $800 on select smart beds. Limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Man, look at that Return of the Day Old King, man.
Oh, wow. Emotional.
King of the Hill is back.
They got a Bob's in the airport now. Oh, that's Boba.
World has changed, Dad.
Bobby wants to bring that new girl over for dinner.
The vegan? What the hell am I supposed to feed her?
Can't we just put some grass in a bowl?
From Mike Judge and Greg Daniels.
Ready to make some memories, Dad?
Let's freaking go.
A Hulu original series, King of the Hill. Season premiere August 4th. Streaming on Hulu.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy chicken biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all 3 if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in a combo while supplies last.
Your Arizona Diamondbacks face the San Diego Padres at Chase Field for a 3-game weekday series starting August 4th. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the name Sweet James on billboards all over the valley. It's a fun name, but what they do is serious business. When you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, the insurance companies that promise to protect you, they often pay you as little as possible or deny your claim altogether. That's why I want you to know about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. This world-class law firm with over 25 years experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims, with a 98% winning record. They're the only firm with an in-house trial team. Having the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. They've even been named among the best attorneys in America. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to want Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They are there for you, and you don't pay them until they win your case. Go to sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Or call 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000.
KTAR News now.
It's 6:31. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn. An annual report looking at how lawmakers vote on environmental issues has now been released, and KTAR's Balin Overstoles is live in the news center to tell us how lawmakers fared.
Becky, the 2025 environmental report card indicates Arizona is sliding back on landscape and climate protection progress. The Sierra Club Sandy Barr says Governor Katie Hobbs's grade dropped to a C+ this year.
She vetoed a number of really harmful bills, which we appreciate. Her score was affected significantly by those utility bills.
And the governor signed 2 major utility bills. One allows an Arizona coal plant to continue operations, and another reduces liability on utilities if they start wildfires. Overall, Republicans received failing grades, while many Democrats were honored in the report for their environmental voting record. Live in the news center, Balin Overstoles, KTAR News.
And dry and windy conditions have caused the Dragon Bravo fire on the north rim of the Grand Canyon to keep spreading. James Ray is with the Southwest Area Incident Management Team and says there's more than a dozen aircraft and over 1,000 personnel assigned to the fire.
Okay, yesterday, firefighters had a really tough day. The acreage went up to just over 94,000 acres, and our containment dropped to 4%.
Ray adds the fire's backing down into the canyon and spreading into slot canyons, which is making it difficult to manage. What's worse than running into a wasp's nest? How about a radioactive wasp's nest? That's what workers found while they were checking radiation levels at a South Carolina site that once made nuclear bomb parts. There weren't even any wasps, but the nest had radiation levels 10 times above the federal limits. Officials say there's no danger and that the nest was likely contaminated from residual radioactivity. A watchdog group is critical of the report because of the lack of any actual detail on the source of the contamination. In sports tonight, the Arizona Diamondbacks were hoping to avoid the sweep as they wrapped up a series in Detroit against the Tigers. Alas, the Tigers won this one too, 7-2. The D-backs are going to take tomorrow off. They need it. They'll open a weekend series with the Athletics in Sacramento tomorrow night. And the Phoenix Mercury took on Caitlin Clark in the Indiana Fever this afternoon. Fever won it, 107-101. Yes. No, you're supposed to cheer for the Mercury. Oh, Gatos. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Checking on traffic for us now, it's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got a wreck on the surface streets at 7th Street and Thomas, maybe an intersection you might want to avoid, but overall, valley roads and freeways aren't looking too bad right now. This is definitely the moment to take that trip home and have the least friction as possible. We'll check traffic again in about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Hang on for extreme heat. It's coming our way. We have a warning for the rest of the weekend. 111 tomorrow, 112 Friday, 113 on Saturday. Maybe some rain Thursday and Friday, about a 10% chance. It's 108 in Phoenix. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The trade deadline for the D-backs, what moves do they make? We talk to Luke Lipinski from Arizona Sports on the Mike Broomhead Show at 9:45 tomorrow morning.
Trade Ketel Marte. I'm not kidding. That guy asks out of games in the worst times for the worst reasons, and he might be the best player on the team and probably is. I would trade him tomorrow.
Wow.
You got to get something for him because he doesn't want to win baseball games. He doesn't.
Strong words from Getty.
He doesn't. He did this same thing last year.
I hear you.
Screwed the team last year, screwed the team this year. And he's awesome. And I'm a fan, but I'm not a fan of the way he thinks.
I'm curious if you're going to be a fan of this comet.
What comet?
3i Atlas. Remember, they named
is this like another asteroid?
Yeah, it's kind of another
I think
one.
I'm over my fear of asteroids.
Are you really? Mel, hold on. A trio of researchers at Harvard University, astrophysicists, are raising the alarm that this comet, 3i Atlas, that they have identified out in the darkness, may not be just a random piece of space rock, but because of its path, it might be aliens or an alien craft.
Oh, please.
Yeah. The scientist, the Harvard professor.
Harvard?
Harvard.
This isn't like the University of Arizona that came up with this.
Here we go.
Because then I'd be like, oh, yeah, there are not many.
Oh, remember, they've got the best telescopes there. So
Thank you very much.
You know
just
what?
saying.
Don't help him.
I'm just saying.
So they said that in searching the path of this mysterious object, okay, that it has been making unusual course corrections.
All right, hold on a minute.
And somebody's driving it.
Hold on. Have you seen Independence Day?
Oh my, we're back to Independence Day.
This was Will Smith before he cursed people out and hit them on stage.
Got it.
Okay.
Good Will Smith.
Independence Day, there's a famous part of that movie.
Okay.
Where they know something's coming.
Mm-hmm.
And someone says, well, it's got to be an asteroid. The person goes, excuse me, sir, it can't be an asteroid. And they said, well, why?
Porque why?
Because it's slowing down. And as soon as I saw that, and I saw that in a movie theater, my butt cheeks clenched.
Oh, no.
Because that's scary.
Sure. Well, this professor says that the course that this comet has on is so rare that the chance of a natural piece of space rock flying along this path is less than 0.005%. He believes it may be an alien probe sent to this solar system by unknown intelligence, and he says it would be for only one of two reasons. One being harmless, the other being hostile.
Oh, well, thanks a lot, Captain Obvious, really.
Now,
I mean, goodness gracious.
I know
they're either
that this
going to kill
raises...
you all or they're going to not kill you all.
Right. This raises your concerns, Gables.
I don't like this at all.
You don't like this.
Are you more concerned about this than the asteroids?
Yes, because it's Harvard. Like a lot of people are going to think this is a joke, this is stupid. Like, we actually really looked into this before the show started, and it comes from Harvard.
Yes, I'm going to give you a but, though.
Please give me a but.
Oh.
So this astrophysicist has done this before.
Oh, my goodness.
Back in 2021.
Oh, now I'm feeling better.
He theorized that another object that passed through the solar system might also have been an alien probe.
Oh, gosh.
Citing its strange shape and its ability to speed up without the influence of gravity. In other words, this guy stares into the sky, even though he works at Harvard and is an astrophysicist, and thinks everything is an alien space probe.
He's thinking he's going to get one of these things
right.
right.
You know what?
Well, eventually,
one of them's going to be an alien space probe, and then who's laughing?
And he didn't lose his job because he missed it the last time.
Well, it's kind of like a meteorologist, right?
Oh, yeah, you only have to be right part of the time.
I mean, come on.
Or a baseball player.
Yeah. Exactly.
I can't. You're right. I mean, a baseball player could be, 1 for 3 in Major League Baseball.
Oh, you're an all-star.
You're good.
Yep.
Yeah. I just think this is dangerous. It's going to scare people.
Uh-huh.
It's super interesting because I think it's a Harvard. It's not an astronomer. What is he? He's got
astrophysicist.
Yeah, like you're an astrophysicist. You're smarter than everybody. And you're coming out with something like, I like that he said it could be hostile.
That's the part you like?
Well, I think
out of all of it, it could be hostile.
Yeah, it could be hostile.
Well, of course it could be.
Of course it could be.
Haven't you seen any of these movies?
It also could be a comet, or it could be anything.
A piece of space rock.
Right. It could be what do you look into that thing? The telescope?
Yeah.
There could be a little speck.
There's a speck on the end of the telescope.
On the telescope.
They didn't clean the lens.
They needed to clean it.
Didn't clean it.
My goodness.
And so they named it and said, this thing is terrifying. It is terrifying.
Yeah.
Somebody ought to go clean the lens.
I don't know.
This one, I don't think, only because he's raised this alarm before. I'm getting a definitive kind of boy who cried wolf vibe from this guy.
Let me tell you how I feel.
I'm ready.
I felt bad as soon as you told me that there was an alien probe that was headed here.
You felt bad.
And that it was from Harvard, right?
Well, discovered by, yes.
Right. But when you said this guy has done it before, then the cheek started to unclench.
Okay. All right.
And now I'm thinking about the other asteroid that's going to hit the moon, clenching again.
Okay.
Because if it hits the moon, this other asteroid we're talking about, that's big stuff. That's no good.
They do estimate this thing is more than 12 miles wide.
Oh.
And is moving at 37 miles per second.
Is it headed this way?
It is headed in our direction, but they do, again, NASA says it's not going to impact Earth.
Now I'm creeped out.
See, that's bigger, isn't it?
Oh, that's big.
That's bigger than the other one that was the building or the car or the plane or something. And this one,
this is 12 miles long.
That's pretty big.
I keep thinking of that Independence Day. That's creeping me out now. Now
Who knew that was a documentary?
I'm back. So rude.
Checking the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn's got that for us. And up next is hamburger. The new filet mignon. Talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
This weekend at your local Ace Hardware, it's Ace Bucket Days, August 1st through the 3rd. Buy a special Children's Miracle Network Hospitals bucket for just $5. Fill it and get 20% off almost anything you can fit in your bucket. And the best part, your $5 bucket purchase supports Phoenix Children's. That's savings for you and help for kids in need. Ace Bucket Days, this weekend at Ace Hardware.
Ace is a place where the helpful hardware folks. Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, it's Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I was looking for fun ways to tell you that Mint's offer of unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month is back. So I thought it would be fun if we made $15 bills. But it turns out that's very illegal. So there goes my big idea for the commercial.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan equivalent to $15 per month required. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Speed slow after 35 gigabytes if network's busy. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
KTAR News Flash.
At 6:44, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Canada will recognize a Palestinian state in September at the UN General Assembly. That announcement coming today, coming days after French President Emmanuel Macron announced that his country would become the first major Western power to recognize a Palestinian state in September. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, though, speaking after a cabinet meeting in Ottawa, says there are some conditions.
This intention is predicated on the Palestinian Authority's commitment to much-needed reform, including commitments by the Palestinian Authority's President Abbas to fundamentally reform its governance, to hold general elections in 2026 in which Hamas can play no part, and to demilitarize the Palestinian state.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com, brought to you by Wi-Fi. Time for another traffic check. Here's Heather Larson, live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. The freeways are holding. It's a great time to drive home. Valley roads and freeways looking pretty good right now. Traffic is brought to you by Asset Preservation, Wealth and Tax. Don't wait. Get a financial advisor you actually like and trust. Claim your free portfolio review now at AssetPreservationWealth.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lovello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customize investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Your child is 18, and suddenly you no longer have legal access to their medical info, even in an emergency. No health decisions, no financial help, nothing, unless you plan ahead. That's why Trust and Will created the Young Adult Plan. It includes HIPAA authorization, healthcare directives, and power of attorney. Everything your child needs to stay protected and stay connected. Go to trustandwill.com and get your Young Adult Plan for just $69, because turning 18 shouldn't mean cutting parents out of the picture. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. See website for details.
Trust and Will.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, at KTAR.com, let's check out the Gatos Big Q poll question of the day. Go. My computer's not working. Hold on a minute.
I'm getting...
It's not loading. Hold on, let me check my cell phone.
Did we lose interwebs at the radio station?
No, man, my internet's not working. Hold on.
Did somebody forget to pay the cable bill around here? What's going on?
Nobody's going anywhere. You got nothing else to listen to.
No. Yeah, it's not working on mine either.
Yeah. All right. Well, let me look it up because I sent it just last night. This is great. I'll give you some play-by-play. You ready?
I'm ready.
Gatos goes to his phone. He goes to his email and he hits the sent items.
Okay.
No mail in there, Bruce.
Okay.
Try this button. Hey, there it is. All right, here we go.
Today's Big Q poll.
A massive earthquake struck 84 miles off the coast of Russia.
Got it.
The quake reached a magnitude of 8.8. You know, that's the sixth strongest earthquake ever measured.
I do know that.
Have you ever been in the vicinity of a natural disaster? Yes or no?
Oh, wow. Oh, that's a good question, Gatos.
It is a good
You didn't
question.
come up with that.
Of course I came up with it.
I'm going to think a decent number of people have, but I'm going to say 52%.
How the hell do I know? I can't get on the website.
There
It
is
doesn't
that. We
say
can't
anything.
even get on the website.
I don't know.
Yeah, we don't know what the answer is.
It doesn't know.
Have
I don't
you?
know. I was in a hurricane in New Jersey.
Okay, I've been in a couple hurricanes.
Hurricane Laura.
Oh, you remember the names?
Yeah, because I remember my dad was taping up the windows.
I remember in Virginia.
And we didn't go to school.
We had a hurricane and it flooded our basement. And the only reason I remember that is because I went swimming in the basement and got in trouble.
Of course you did.
Well, I didn't understand how electricity worked.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
Well, it didn't hurt me, but I'm just saying.
Didn't you get electrocuted once?
I was hit by lightning.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
That's different. I'm led to believe. I've been in earthquakes, multiple earthquakes.
Yeah.
I had to run for my life from a tornado.
Oh, for crying out loud.
What am I missing? What other natural disasters
I don't
are there?
know, man. I don't know. You're strange, dude.
You just get it happens when you're
Ever
out
been
and about.
chased by a wild animal?
Yeah, that's a good one. No.
Oh, yeah. Listen.
What was that?
Javelina? Is that a wild animal?
No.
Javelinas aren't wild?
Yeah, they're wild.
I didn't have a weapon on me at the time. That thing was mean.
I don't think anyone has those as a pet.
I remember there was an angry turkey that looked at me a little bit weird.
Really? Gave you the eyeball?
It was one of those wild turkeys.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not the drink.
The geese in Canto Park got after me one time.
Oh.
Can I tell you that peacocks are extremely mean?
Yes, they are.
And one chased me, but it was beautiful.
Is that so?
It was.
So
it
you
was
didn't
lovely.
care quite as much.
It was a slow speed chase, but it looked nice. All right.
Oh.
Just saying.
Goodness gracious.
No, but I find this amazing. Hold on a second. Gabe.
Chickens are kind of scary.
You are fascinated by these natural disasters and weather and Mother Nature.
It's like my super best friend Chad Benson always says. Mother Nature will mess you up.
Yeah, undefeated. We like to say, right?
Yeah.
Rarely loses a fight.
He's coming up at 7, by the way.
That he is.
Great program.
And this tsunami, though, I have never been in a tsunami.
I would hope not.
Missed out on that.
Boy, I'll tell you, I think, all right, is water the most terrifying, or is it the wind in a tornado? I mean, it could be,
So can I tell you my thoughts on this?
That's why I asked it.
I'm glad. Earthquakes to me were the scariest because there's no heads up. Like a tornado, like, oh, there's a storm out, or, this is tornado weather, or the hurricane is out over the ocean. It's going to be here in 4 days, or there's a tsunami warning. There was, earthquake just happens. And there's no, I was ready for an earthquake. No one's ever said that.
Yeah. And I was watching social media last night to see what was going to happen with the tsunami. And there was a video of a hospital in Russia, and it was showing the operating room.
Oh my God!
And yeah, there was somebody.
They were doing they were operating on somebody
in the middle of it,
on the table, middle of an operation. Oof. And things start to shake.
Oh my goodness.
And you see the whole crew. They almost like in a circle gathered around the body, and I think they were holding on to the guy.
Or maybe trying to cover
maybe
if they were doing,
just holding on.
Oh, my goodness.
Because I don't know if it was
Talk about bad
8.8
timing.
there. I don't know.
Can you imagine if you were in the middle of some delicate
Oh, yeah.
maneuver when that hit?
It'd be horrible.
My goodness.
Oh, it could kill you.
Yes.
To say the least.
To say the least.
It could kill you. So I was watching that, and I'm like, are they going to just, like, continue afterwards?
Well, what are you going to do?
You sew them back up, and you try the next day.
We got to keep going here. Keep pushing forward.
I think you got to keep going. Yeah. I think your point is really interesting. But I'll push back on it.
Oh.
You said that an earthquake is the scariest because you have no warning. It just happens.
It just happens.
Okay. But a hurricane or a tornado, that brings you anxiety in anticipation of the weather.
I'm with you on that, Gatos. I think
that's if you're going to ride it out. I mean, is that one of those things? Like there's a hurricane coming. All right, we're going to sit out here and watch it go by.
Well, what about a tornado where maybe you don't have a bomb shelter? Maybe you don't have anywhere to go.
Yeah, I didn't know where to go because I'm not from tornado places.
Right.
Yeah, I was in Iowa when the tornado hit.
Tornado
places. The siren went off, and I go, what are we having, an air raid? What's going on? I don't even know what all this means.
It's crazy.
And I was told to go get in my car and find like a ditch and park in the ditch. And I was like, this doesn't sound like good advice.
So last night for the tsunami in Hawaii, there were people that didn't know where to go. Some went to the airport, and some went to a parking structure. And you go all the way.
Are we in Hawaii? Yeah.
You go all the way to the top.
Okay.
Because a tsunami is not going to, well...
It only gets so high.
I think it only gets so high, and it's not going to knock that concrete down.
You don't think so?
No.
Okay.
And to be honest, we've talked on the show to Jim Ryan from ABC News, and he's covered all these hurricanes.
Yeah.
He goes to a parking structure and goes to the top.
Really? Like a parking structure's like built top. Well, also I think it's because it's open and the wind can go through it.
Yes.
It doesn't blow up because of the pressure differential.
We have learned something tonight. If we ever find ourselves,
I'll remember that.
Right.
Next tsunami, I'll go into the parking structure.
Nobody learns anything during this show and other days, Becky Lynn?
No.
No, never?
Not usually.
I'm with you, Becky Lynn.
All right. You know what? You're both dead to me. Yeah. Let's go home. Not together, by the way.
Not together. We appreciate you spending time with us today. We also appreciate everybody on the other side of the double pane bulletproof glass doing what they do, including DJ Just in Time, our super producer, Jules. 2 thumbs up for her. The Pride of Tennessee, Becky Lynn, with all your news and information. Heather Larson, delivering the traffic, getting you home. Thanks, guys.
Bruce, you're lucky to have me.
Gatos, you're lucky I put up with you.
When was the last time you hopped out of bed without that knee or back screaming at you? Or walked down a flight of stairs without groaning, step by step? Let me guess, this is in the back of your mind. Maybe it'll disappear. I'll just tough it out. But nothing changes. It's time to call and schedule that free consultation with the medical pros at QC Kinetics. There are thousands of patients who will tell you they wish they would have done it sooner. They turned around their lives with QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that work with your body to help restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Natural cellular therapies. No scalpels, no pills. Bring your x-rays and MRIs to QC Kinetics for a free, no-pressure evaluation to see if you're a good candidate. Give QC Kinetics a call for your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of gold unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low. It just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
With curbside pickup and delivery available, you'll always find what you love, only at Total Wine and More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
I grew up here. I'm raising my kids here. This is my home. I feel a real responsibility to this land and to this community. At Resolution Copper, it's my job to balance development and preservation. You know, this will be one of the most water-efficient mines of its kind. That's a big deal. Everyone who works here calls this place home. We're going to protect it.
Copper is essential to Arizona's economy and to America's future. Learn more at resolutioncopper.com.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here on such short notice. This place isn't bugged, is it?
Bugged? Wait, Jamie, what's going on?
It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. Do you see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there?
Yeah?
That's all I paid for it.
I think I need to get back to you on that.
Do you know what you want?
Yeah, I do now.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. The guilt is real, but so is the savings.
Listen, I don't want to get in your business, but if that's all she paid for it, I'll have what she's having.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event going on now. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. See your local Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end July 31st. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free.
With Progressive, you can reach customer service in the way that's easiest for you, by phone, app, or online. We know it would be great if we just magically appeared, but that's more of a genie thing, and we do insurance. But with us, you'd be like, well, it wasn't a genie, but it was great customer service, so that's nice. And sure, you probably would still like the whole 3 wishes thing, so if you meet a genie, you should definitely ask. But when you need us, contact Progressive by phone, app, or online. Just no genies. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Would you rather stand in the sun or in the shade? It's a no-brainer, so why would you let your patio roast in this heat? At All Pro Shade Concepts, we can save you from burning feet, fading furniture, and being